greater that figure is, the further this way, the less. For example, P represents population. So here it is at 1900, and then it comes up to 1940. It starts to take off. Here we are at 1980, up to the turn of the century, and then it starts to peter off. Let's now have a look at this next curve, the Q curve, which is the quality of life. And this is represented by, for example, the amount of space people have, the amount of money they have to spend, the amount of food they have to eat. Now, it increases rapidly up to 1940, but from 1940 on, the quality of life diminishes. And here we are about the turn of the century, and we come up to the year 2020, and it's really come right back. More people, of course, means that you start to chew up your supply of natural resources. And this is this curve here, the N curve, that shows that slowly but steadily, the pool of natural wealth in the world, natural resources, minerals, oil, and so on, is slowly but steadily diminishing. So this is the situation. As population increases, the quality of life decreases, and the supply of natural resources decreases. But have a look at this curve here. This is called the Z curve, and it represents pollution. Now, predictably enough, as the population increases up to 1980, pollution increases. There's more rubbish. But from 1980 to the year 2020, pollution really takes off. This is assuming, of course, that we don't do anything about it. So the year 2020, the condition of the planet starts to become highly critical. And if we don't do anything about it, this is what's going to happen. The quality of life is going to go right back to practically zero. Pollution is going to become so serious, right out here, that it will start to kill people. So the population will diminish. Right back here, less than it was in the year 1900. And at this stage, around about the year 2040, 2050, civilized life as we know it on this planet will cease to exist. Well, hopefully, of course, it won't be allowed to happen. But it's taken this kind of shock treatment to nudge governments into doing something. And slowly we're starting to clean up our atmosphere. We're starting to recycle our rubbish. We're doing something positive about population control. But so far, our efforts have really been just a drop in the ocean. The Club of Rome comprises some 70 men of widely varying backgrounds. But their common concern is that the world problems cannot be solved by individual nations. I spoke with Professor Hugo Tiemann, director of the Battelle Institute, Geneva, Dr. Aurelio Pache, founder of the club, and Dr. Alexander King, director of the World Bank and the United Nations OECD. Dr. King, now you're describing the world as a closed system where all these things are interrelated, and yet the government, the control of the system is by individual nation states. Now, how do you convince them to cooperate?
The sovereignty of these nations is no longer as absolute as it was. There's a gradual where it's more obvious, but the bigger countries have to do a good deal of this by agreeing to international arrangements for the law of the seas, or for the limits of fishing, or for control of the wavelengths in radio, and 101 other things. But especially in the technological field, I think this is going to be increasingly so because of developments next year. I was at an important meeting in Washington a couple of weeks ago, and Peterson, the former Secretary of Commerce, was saying the same thing from an economic point of view, that the general world economic situation, the interdependence of countries on their food and fuels and so on, is leading to an interdependence which has seeds of draining away sovereignty within it. So I don't think one can envisage an idealistic of jumping to a world federalism or anything of that sort. But the building up probably in the next decade in a number of particularly sensitive fields like energy, raw materials, the use of the oceans, space, and so on, of a number of what people are tending to call regimes, which will not be ordinary United Nations type of organizations, but semi-management organizations. There'll be a great deal of consent in them.
And Dr. Pache views the European common market as an elementary example of the...
So you can, for a longer time, feel rather more independent than
They still didn't get it all, but they don't want to scratch the
things of the world are going so fast that I think that the enlightened leadership in Australia should see down the road that Australia will have to lose some of its on self-decisions in order to acquire something else which may be purely political in very wide sense, or maybe also security.
The Club of Rome is reluctant to point the finger at any one nation. Yet clearly, nations like the United States, which consumes approximately 60% of the world's resources, will, in the Club's view, have to accept a severe cutback in its voracious appetite. But the Club's utterances are cloaked in a velvet democracy, in the hope that their facts will gently persuade.
We will ask who is making the decision, and whether the decision makers of today, whether they perceive the problems, what kind of problems, and the interactions of the problems. That's a very pragmatic approach.
Has the time come, Dr. King, when we're going to have to say we can no longer entrust our resources and the exploitation of those resources to private enterprise? Has the time come when governments will simply have to take more control?
Simple nationalization and things like that wouldn't help at all, because we've got to keep an incentive approach. And many of the good aspects of private enterprise are very necessary here, but not in the old exploitative way where the market forces dominated the whole situation.
Dr. Pichai, can you tell me what my lifestyle will be in 100 years' time? What sort of car I'll drive, what sort of house I'll live in, what sort of food I'll be eating?
Probably you will have a smaller car. You will use more common transport means. You will work many far less hours. You will have a wider cultural possibilities that today. You will not be so much pressed by immediate needs, because through technology, organization of the markets, the basic needs will be taken care of. And I think that you will love nature and continue then what I think you are doing now to protect our environment, to avoid this man-made world where the creatures of nature, the animals, the plants, the green spaces, the wildernesses are bound to disappear.
To the Club of Rome, the status symbols of the year 2000 will be the inverse of today's. Prestige will stem from low consumption. That personal consumption will have to be less is plain enough. But for that privation to be seen as prestigious would seem to indicate some radical rethinking, at least for the fat cats of the planet.
I was breaking different codes and data systems and doing data analysis against the Soviet Union.
Cool, bro.
After 9/11, they took one of the programs I had done, or the back end part of it, and started to use it to spy on everybody in this country. So that was a program they created called Stellar Wind. That was separate and compartmented from the regular activity that was ongoing, because it was doing domestic spying. All the equipment was coming in. I knew something was happening, but then when the contractors I had hired came and told me what they were doing, it was clear where all the hardware was going and what they were using it to do. It was simply a different input. Instead of being foreign, it was domestic input. Somebody told me that they can listen to what we're saying by my having this, even if it's turned off. Yes. Here's the real grand design. Every domain, think of a domain as an activity, a specific type of activity. Phone calls or banking is another domain. So if you think of graphing each domain and then each graph then turning it in the third dimension, the trick now is to map through all the domains in that third dimension, pulling together all the attributes that any individual has in every domain, so that now I can pull your entire life together from all those domains and map it out and show your entire life over time.
I don't understand why you're not afraid.
Why should I be?
Because if what you're saying, if it was possible, it would be revolutionary and people would have a vested interest in preventing that from happening.
I'm too old. I'm too old.
I'm not sure how many of you got a chance to hear Keith Alexander yesterday, the head of the NSA, talk about the NSA's activities. Bill, how do you reconcile? Is there some way to reconcile General Alexander's statement that the NSA isn't keeping track of every American with the existence of a facility like the one in Utah?
NSA charter, and it was a legitimate one, was to do foreign intelligence, and I was with that all the way, and I did the best I could in that job. Unfortunately, they took those programs that I built and turned them on you, and I'm sorry for that. I didn't intend that, but they did that.
So what you're describing really is hard to reconcile with the laws, as the laws are generally understood by the lawyers who work with them.
Most people are familiar with Webster's definition of intercept. UCID 18 has a different definition, and that's an intercept doesn't take place until it's actually listened to, until somebody puts on some earphones or actually reads some text on a screen. So you can pull in all the communications you want.
The acquisition isn't the search, the querying later on is the search. They can then keep it in their database and target after the fact by going back and conducting data mining searches afterward, in other words, to get the information that they couldn't target from the outset.
And there is another real problem. Unfortunately, the software will, once it takes in data, it will build profiles on everybody in that data. The purpose is to be able to monitor what people are doing. You build social networks for everybody. That then turns into the graph, and then you index all that data to that graph, which means you can pull out a community that gives you an outline of the life of everybody in the community. And if you carry it over time from 2001 up, you have that 10 years worth of their life that you could lay out in a timeline that involves anybody in the country. Even senators and House of Representatives, all of them. The dangers here are that we fall into something like a totalitarian state like East Germany. Well, they came in guns drawn, in my house. They didn't do that to the others, but they did to me. I guess, I don't know. They thought I was probably the most dangerous of all, so I don't know. I don't know what was in their minds, okay? So, but they did that, and they came in and pointed the gun at me when I was getting out of the shower at the time, so they pointed a gun right at my old head, and said, hey. So, I wasn't too upset. I just said, yeah, I suppose I could get dressed here. They weren't intimidating me anyway, so tell me something that will implicate somebody in a crime. That's what they asked me. So I told them what the crime was that I knew about, and that was that George Bush, Dick Cheney, Tenet, and Hayden conspired to subvert the Constitution, the constitutional process, and any number of laws, and here's how they did it, and I explained stellar wind on my back porch to all the FBI agents who weren't cleared. So they had a problem. I created a problem for them because they had a bunch of people now who weren't cleared for a very highly classified, only because it was domestic spying, by the way, was the reason it was highly classified. They wanted to highly classify the extreme impeachable crimes that they were committing. needs to be out in the open. We need to, as a democracy, we need to say, do we want our government doing this or not? And do we want our government to have this data or not? And if so, if we want them to have it, then what kind of controls? And they have to be a little bit more visible. It can't all be done in secret. You can't have secret interpretations of laws and run them in secret and not tell anybody. Or can't make up kill lists and not tell anybody what the criteria is for being a kill list. This is something the KGB, the Stasi, or the Gestapo would have loved to have had about their populations. So, I mean, and just because we call ourselves a democracy, right, doesn't mean we will stay that way. That's the real danger. And we, the people, may have absolutely nothing to say about it. We haven't had anything to say so far. Thank you, Madam President, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, I'd like to say that I retired from NSA because of the spying they started on U.S. citizens and the massive scale that they did it. Since I designed a lot of the programs that they're using, I want to express the magnitude of the problem, not just for the United States, but for world democracy. This is the threat that basically Edward Snowden sacrificed his life to expose. So first, I'd like to say the issue of privacy versus security is not an issue. We solved that in 1999. That was not a problem. It was a technically trivial issue, except when Vice President Cheney decided that he needed to have an exposure and knowledge about the entire population of the United States, he twisted that and said, we will no longer just collect the targeted information against those who are committing terrorism or other world international crime, or those who might be associated with it. That was our targeted attack on those things. And we were doing it at fiber rates so we could look at terabytes of data per minute and sort all this out and with smart selection of data so that we gave privacy to everybody else in the world. And in terms of U.S. citizens, if we pulled them into that zone of suspicion, we would encrypt their attributes so that no one could tell who they were. The FBI couldn't come into the database and interrogate it. So that we were allowing for privacy protection even at that point. And then we had to develop probable cause. Then we would do the decrypts. This is done on a massive scale. Now with the nearest and variant devices on the fiber optic lines and the cables around the world, it's not just in the United States. Okay, my estimate was there were 32 tapping points around the worldwide fiber network, and they were probably getting on the order of 80% of the entire network. That means your entire everything you do on the web, and also the part that is missing that hasn't been talked about is the public switch telephone network. That's all your phone calls back and forth. Those records are, first, I would say that NSA first started collecting the massive bulk data on U.S. citizens, then everybody else in the world. So you're all being treated like U.S. citizens, first of all. Every bit of information they can scrape up on you, they're also doing on U.S. citizens. And this, in terms of just the metadata, first of all, let me explain what that means. When I have all the phone calls that you make or anybody else makes, it's a simple reverse lookup on the web to find out who you're talking to. So you know that at that point, your entire social network and who you're associating with. That, in our terms, is a violation of the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. That does not give the government does not have the right to see who you're communicating or associating with. That's the right of free association or assembly under the First Amendment of the Constitution. It also doesn't have the right to collect all the content of the emails and simple messaging that you send out. which is now it's being exposed that they're catching several hundred million messages every day. Well, they've been doing that for quite some time once they put the Neris devices on the fiber optic lines in 2002 and 2003. That's been going on since then.
Look at those little
So all of
booty
this
shorts.
content is being collected, and so they're being analyzed, and all of these things are built into the what I call the graph of a domain, like the phone network for worldwide. You can graph the trillions of transactions down to tens of billions of relationships in the world, which defines everybody's relationship, everybody you associate with.
Look, that was all
So
in
at
the
that
air
point, I
conditioner.
index all of these. This is what the software
Yeah,
is, all done by software. Then it indexes
That's
all
what
the
it's
data
actually.
to those
I
specific
clean the
links that
bathtub,
you are communicating.
and what comes off
with
of your
those
body
people you're
is
communicating with.
concerning.
It indexes the emails
Hey,
to them
no.
and all of the other information they have available, and then it will
I
condense.
swear
it
to
into a
God, if you
timeline
fucking
as
put
it
on Pokemon
lays
Go,
out
don't
all
you
of the
dare.
electronic signatures that you have throughout the day after day, year
Get that
after
shit
year.
on while you're with me.
So that they have this record to
I'll
back
have none of
analyze
it.
or retroactively analyze everything you've done
Fucking
since
hipster
2001.
garbage.
They
Go
never
hang
throw
out
away
fucking next
anything.
to the
That's
Grand
why they're
Metro.
building Bluffdale. They need
Large
all that
groups.
storage to handle
Right in
all
front
the
of the
collection of
station in a
content that
big
they're
circle.
taking in. And this is really all about U.S.
That's
citizens.
how we
after all,
socialize.
how else would they review
Otherwise,
thousands
we
of
don't know
emails to
how
General
to
Petraeus and
which is
General
better than my
Allen
friends.
unless
My
they had
friends
the
are
software?
friends to socialize with each
Also,
other. Otherwise,
Director
they're not
Mueller of the
friends.
FBI testified to the Senate Judiciary Committee
My
on the
friends
30th
can't
of March
fucking
of
like be
2011
friends with each other.
that he
but
got
we,
together
like,
with the DoD and created this technology
Your
database
friends don't
where
converse with
he
each
can
other.
go in
They
and
just
with
sit
one
next to each
query
other.
retrieve all past and
We
get all
converse.
future emails on a person as they come in.
We converse
So he's
more when
addressing that
we're
NSA
together,
data
but
storage.
when we're online,
So,
this is because we're trying to
and
like
that others
do our shit.
in
Like,
the summer of
fucking
last year, they
Corey, like,
started to
not
build
even,
another storage facility
minutes in,
on NSA. This
was
one's only
like,
600,000 square
and I
feet.
was like, oh.
So it's a smaller one than
Oh,
Bluffdale, which is a
You
million.
want to see something funny?
They bleep
But
it.
the
Yeah,
the
we
graphing
are,
is
but
then merged
Because I remember
into
Aaron and
funny.
Dan tried
first
to
the
do
phones
that.
and
When
then
they, the
email,
first 5
and then
minutes,
now
they were
their
trying to
objective
swear
is
and
to
they couldn't
turn
do it,
all
so they
these
started
graphs
bleeping
into
it and they
third
still
dimension
fucking couldn't do
and
it. And you're
start
like, okay, fuck
tracing
this.
check
one
this
to
out.
the
Okay,
other so that
so
you can now
there's a transcript
correlate
thing on
everything you're
PS5,
doing. They're
and I
not
said I
there
was
yet,
going
and
out
I
for a
reckon they
cigarette.
have
This is what
probably
he said.
from
This is
my
what he came up
estimate
with.
is something of the order of 10 to 15 years to make that happen. So we have a little bit of time
You see
left.
it?
So it's not too late. But in the
I said I
meantime,
was going to have a
what
smoke,
they've
and
done
that's
is
what it comes
they've
up with.
allowed access to
Why?
this data for
I
law
don't
enforcement.
know.
Now, this is really
I
where what
don't
the
know. I
purpose
was
of
like, okay, I'm going to
the
have a
bulk
smoke,
collection is
and
for law enforcement
they're
worldwide.
like, what the hell? It's like
Not
speaking for
terrorists.
you. It's like putting words into your mouth.
And the
I'm
way
not
they're doing
speaking.
it is they're allowing access
that's
to the
what-
FBI and the DEA
that's
to
what it
these
came
databases.
That was a pretty fucking convenient
So
excuse.
DEA has a separate
Yeah.
Special Operations
But
Division,
your people
which
are
includes the FBI,
uncivilized,
CIA,
so
DHS, NSA,
you can't be racist.
and the IRS. This is how they're getting to the Tea Party, I assert.
Hey,
Also,
hey.
also other political
I don't-
activities. And
you know what?
That is my little
I
young
find-
flower.
I find Sam. When
Also,
Sam
the
does it,
Occupy
it's
group.
funny.
This is
Like,
how they're
because
getting
you know it's
information on
all
the
in
structure that
jokes,
they're
and then because he'll try to
Yeah,
hug
like
you
that.
after, and
And
he'll try to like
Assad,
hump the
uses
crap
the
out of you,
NSA
and you're like,
data
You know,
ew.
Sam
arrest
doesn't
people.
say shit like that. He's like,
He
This
used
is
to.
being-
He used to
this has
say
been
some pretty
happening
like
for years
fucking
now.
straight,
They're
like
using
pretty
this
like
data to arrest people.
like
And
what
as part of
basically
this
what Corey
process,
does,
the
but like
rules
Corey
for
does
use
it
of this information,
usually for the shock
they
factor, I
cannot,
think. But I
disclose
find
to the
Corey
court in any affidavit or let the
is
judges know.
he's got
or
a temper.
the
I know that.
prosecuting or
I
defending
never
attorneys
actually
know
seen his temper,
that
but I've
this
heard a lot
data
of people
came
say
from
that
NSA
that's why he
collection
doesn't come
because it was
out
acquired
or he
without a
doesn't party
warrant.
with anybody
So it's
because
not
like there have
admissible
been
in court.
times where he just like fucking full on
So
freaks
what they
out
do is they do a
and got a
parallel
pretty wicked
construction,
temper.
which means they go
So-
out, since they know where
And
the
also because he
information
was always
is,
take
now
care
they
of
can
her.
go out
But
and say,
still,
give
like
me,
he's just
they
like
issue warrants
he
for
gets pissed
information
off
here
about
and there,
he's
and they
a
can
little
collect
Bobby
it in and then
bitch.
build a case that would
What do
be
you call it,
justification
Manton?
for arrest. In that case, that means
Yeah.
that they
He's
then
nice. He's
substitute
really, really
that to
nice.
the
But
NSA
apparently he's
data,
just like
and they perjure themselves in
most
the
of the
courtroom.
time unpleasant.
Okay, so this is
To
what I
deal with
call a
unless you're
planned
like a very
program
fucking, what do
perjury
you call it,
policy in
flexible?
the United States, run out of the Department of
Which
Justice.
I'm not. I am.
Oh,
Now, the problem here is you see what's happening
And
when
not
this
flexible
information
with
is
bad
collected
attitude.
like this. This
Shut
kind
that
of
shit right
power
down.
and
I feel like
knowledge
it
is
used to
central
be
the
all
government,
fun
and they're
and
starting
games,
to
and then
use
it got to a point where
and
now it's
subverting
more
our
like an
entire
excuse
democracy.
for
Now,
like
it's not
him
only
to get
that, one of
away
the
with
bullets
like,
there says foreign
saying
counterparts.
things that he might.
You cannot tell a foreign
Like,
counterparts
genuinely
where the
feel
source of the
kind of
information comes from. What that means is that we're subverting everybody's
It's
democracy.
antisocial, and then there's just
We're
like
passing this information
saying
around
very racist shit.
based on NSA collection, and they're using it in their
And
courts.
people just saying, "Oh, well, that's
People aren't
Corey."
given the basic information to challenge
Yeah.
it. In the U.S., you're allowed
Yeah.
discovery
I
challenge.
don't know.
That means the defendant has the right to challenge discovery of
Kind of
information
guy.
that's
He is.
presented as
He really
evidence
is.
against
He
him.
is, but I think it's
So
just
in
like
that case,
because he gets away with fucking saying racist
He's
shit.
never gonna get a.
That's
He's really
violating
never gonna-
everybody's
That's a big
democracy
thing.
and
Yeah,
their
he's never-
judicial system around the world.
He's just.
So,
That sucks though.
And
People
as a
don't
part
get
of
put in their
the,
place. Like
as a part of the
if it was anybody else, like
oversight
shit,
that we
like
have,
it was Shane.
this
Somebody
is a
would fucking be
joke,
like,
okay?
"Yo, Shane, shut the fuck up."
NSA
Like-
has been a joke for decades. There is none. The FISA court judge, Reggie
Yeah.
Walton, said
No,
he had limited capability to monitor what NSA was doing. I submit he has
So I
not.
mean, Todd don't get along.
He can't verify
And then,
anything
like,
that
there
the
you
NSA
go.
tells him,
Right.
and he has no way of making that, and no current way of assuring
Hey, you
any
shut up.
reliability
You're like,
of the information from those agencies, NSA, FBI, or any of them.
you sure told me.
That's why we proposed a way for the president to do that.
Nah, me and Todd.
And,
we've
we've
been friends
informed
since
that we were
since
asked to
elementary school
talk to
actually
the,
when he moved
President's
here.
Council about that
And
sometime.
we've
That's
never
not been
really
arranged
actually
yet,
gotten
but we'll
along
try to do
ever.
that and fix it for the world.
That was the first
I
time
mean,
we did
we're
actually
interested
in my house.
getting back to focused
I don't know
acquisition
why.
of information,
And I
focused
was like,
analysis,
my
and
mom was
actually
gonna fucking
succeed in
freak
stopping
the fuck
terror
out and
judges.
be like, "Are you gonna do
Right
an
now, by
ecstasy?"
taking in all this bulk
And be
data,
like, "No,
they're
genuinely,
smothering
I'm
themselves
the
with
big."
information they can't see through,
I
and they
like
can't
him
actually
touching.
find real, true terrorists. That's why they
I
had the
brought him up
bombing
the
in
street,
Boston, the short
and
shooting
he
in
was like
Fort Hood,
picking those little
the
purple
attempted
flowers
bombing in Times
out
Square,
of like the park
underwear
at the top
bomber.
of my street.
All of these
The
things
things
happen
one at a time.
because they're
He was
smothered
trying to
in
like give Joanne these little purple flowers, and I was like,
but to
"Todd,
kind of sum up
Todd,"
here,
and he just like
uh,
was like,
I can conceive of no
I was
other
like,
scenario
"Okay,
that would
then,"
bring
and
to
he was
surface
just
all
like,
of
"I
this
need to
information
give
that
Joanne the
challenges
flower."
the
I was
rotting
like,
of the communication
"Oh
of the
my
Constitution of the
God.
United States by this NSA
Yeah,
program.
okay.
I
Give
can't
her the
conceive of any
flower,
scenario
and
other
let's
than
move
what
it along
Snowden
now,
did.
because I'm gonna
Expose
fuck
us to
kick you in the
surface it.
face."
We can now discuss it, and the president has said he
It was
opens
fucking
this
like, same
discussion.
with Salvia.
So I
It's
would
not
hope
fun
that
to
the House would
be
vote
with
in
on
favor.
Salvia.
That's
Oh,
probably
yeah,
He's a
it's
jerk.
like 5 minutes or it feels like an hour.
Oh, he's such a jerk. Cause like I just had my phone and I was like filming, and he's like, "Do this fucking shit." He fucking freaked out. Had a little Bobby Bitch time for him. He's such a nice guy, man.
She was like, "Ah, there's water." He just kept getting splashed in the face. She was like, "Ah."
Usually she doesn't care. Actually, she's way more patient than Lindsay. Lindsay sees bad weather and she's just like, "Nah."
Jesus. Yeah, thing.
These are like my puffy fat shorts.
Wear these out.
I look like I have a
Fuck.
I wish I could. I'm
I
not
can
brave
just, like,
enough.
Fucking lift that aside and go.
The girl downstairs that I lead off with, she was wearing a really cool
I've
sweater.
been to war.
It was
I have
like
seen physical
that
courage,
pink, but more
but this
pink.
kind of courage is
I was
not
like, "Yo, I
moral
fucking
courage.
love your sweater
Very
right
few
now."
of even the bravest
My dog just was
warriors
like, "I don't want to walk
have
anymore.
moral
It's too wet."
courage. For
So
moral
he was like
courage
shivering in
means
my
to defy
jacket
the
like a
crowd,
little bitch,
to
and
stand
looked like
up
I
as a
abused
solitary
him. And she was like,
individual,
"Oh,
to
look
shun
at
the
you." I'm like,
intoxicating
"Yeah, look at her
embrace
dog.
of
Her dog fucking has a
comradeship,
stroke.
to be
Still
disobedient
walking."
to authority, even at the risk of
Like
your
I
life
have to carry
for
this
a
bitch all the way
higher
upstairs.
principle.
He insisted
And with
we go
moral
up.
courage comes persecution.
But I was like, "Yo, I love your
The
fucking sweater,
American
dude."
army
She's like, "I got it
person
at
had
the
moral
Renaissance."
courage.
I'm like,
He
"Yo,
landed his helicopter
my fucking
between a
man.
platoon of U.S. soldiers
We
and
found
10
out at the
terrified
fucking show."
Vietnamese civilians during the My Lai
Terracotta
massacre.
plate.
He ordered his
That is where
gunner
we got our
to
plate.
fire his M60 machine gun on the advancing
But people there
U.S.
fucking
soldiers
some of
if
the
they began to
hardcore
shoot the
like meth
villagers.
tech crackhead
And
type
for
people
this
there.
act
I
of
would not
moral
want to be an
courage,
employee
Thompson,
there.
like
The employees walk around, don't
was
give a
hounded
shit.
and
Like
reviled. Moral courage always looks like this.
that's probably
It
just
is
like I just don't
always
want that.
defined by the state as treason. The army attempted to cover up the massacre and court-martial.
I'm bothering you now.
It is
Go
the
away.
courage to
No. Bother you.
Go away.
Bother you.
Go away.
can check this. I am not okay. And they say maybe I should learn a little thing about depression. Like crying to a stranger's gonna help me with progression. And I don't wanna take it, I don't wanna learn my lesson. All I really want is just the love and the affection. And they don't understand a single word that I am saying. All they wanna do is put me on some medication. It's hard for me to open up, it's hard for me to say shit. Writing all this music's like my form of meditation. And they come to take me away again. Take control of me and all my friends. I've got this feeling and I can't breathe. Why am I so damn lonely? Am I the only one who feels this way? Why am I so damn reckless? I can check this. I am not okay. Why am I so damn lonely? Am I the only one who feels this way? Why am I so damn reckless? I can't take this. I am not okay. So I thought, what's the point in trying if I cannot find no reason? I'm lying to myself, I got a problem with believing. Believing in the good, I know my face can be deceiving. Cause I've been trying to hide it, I've been falling off the deep end. We're posting happy photos like we have two different faces. Ride and take me back to this from when we're on vacation. Doesn't help me feel this whole of loneliness I'm facing. Like 20 likes supposed to be the one salvation. And ooh, they're come to take me away again. Take control of me and all my friends. I've got this feeling and I can't breathe. Why am I so damn lonely? Am I the only one who feels this way? Why am I so damn reckless? I can check this. I am not okay. Why am I so damn lonely? Am I the only one who feels this way? Why am I so damn reckless? I can't take this. I am not okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas. Let's take that one there. Good job. I'll leave this one over here for you.
They say, oh my God, I see the way you shine. Take your hand, my dear, place them both in mine. You know you stopped me dead when I was passing by. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And oh my, I like your style. Ooh, you make me wanna try. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. So they say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, hey, hey. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. I say, oh my God, I see you walking by. dance for me, dance for me, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, hey, hey. And when you're done, I'm back to be bad again. They say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, 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 oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, hey, hey. And when you're done, I'm back to be bad again. I never see anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, hey, hey. And when you're done, I'll make you do the ball again. They say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, 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 oh. I never see anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, hey, hey. When you're done, I'll make you do the all again.
Is it times?
Why am I so damn lonely? Am I the only one who feels this way? Why am I so damn reckless? I can't check this. I am not okay. And they say maybe I should learn a little thing about depression. Like trying to a stranger's gonna help me with progression. And I don't wanna take it, I don't wanna learn my lesson. All I really want is just the love and the affection. And they don't understand a single word that I am saying. All they wanna do is put me on some medication. It's hard for me to open up, it's hard for me to say shit. Writing all this music like my form of meditation. And they contemplate me away again. Take control of me and all my friends. I've got this feeling and I can't breathe. Why am I so damn lonely? Am I the only one who feels this way? Why am I so damn reckless? I can't check this. I am not okay. Why am I so damn lonely? Am I the only one who feels this way? Why am I so damn reckless? I can't take this. I am not okay. So I thought, what's the point in trying if I cannot find no reason? I'm lying to myself, I got a problem with believing in the good. I know my face can be deceiving. Cause I've been trying to hide that I've been falling off the deep end. We're posting happy photos like we had two different faces. Riding take me back to this from when we're on vacation. Doesn't help me feel this wall of loneliness I'm facing. Like 20 likes supposed to be the one salvation. And they come to take me away again. Take control of me and all my friends. I've got this feeling and I can't breathe. Why am I so damn lonely? Am I the only Why am I so damn reckless? I can't check this. I am not okay. Why am I so damn lonely? Am I the only one who feels this way? Why am I so damn reckless? I can't take this. I am not okay. Oh.
Maybe out, Mr. Thomas. Let's take that one there. Good job. I'll leave this one over here for you.
So you guys know we've been tracking from early days that coal miner strike going down in Alabama with the Warrior Met miners. They've recently had some big actions up in New York City protesting outside of BlackRock HQ. We wanted to get an update on what is going on with those strikers. And so joining us now is Kim Kelly, fantastic labor reporter. She is a contributor to The Real News. She writes a labor column for Teen Vogue. She's also working on a book called Fight Like Hell, The Untold History of American labor, and has been all over this strike from the very beginning. Great to see you, Kim.
Good to see you, Kim.
Thanks for having me back to talk about my voice.
Yeah, of course. So we have a little bit of imagery from that action that I referenced before, the protest outside of BlackRock HQ. Let's throw this first tweet of yours up on the screen, where you can see some video that the AFL-CIO put out of some of the protesting workers at the actions that they've been taking. You say they really are living up to their motto, "We are everywhere." We also have a video of mine workers president Cecil Roberts speaking outside of BlackRock HQ. Let's take a listen to that now.
They're offering up themselves, just like the Civil Rights Movement, just like Gandhi, just like Moses, just like Jesus. This is as old as the Bible itself. It's as old as the teaching of the Lord, that we must stand and take back what is rightfully ours, brothers and sisters. And I want you to know something. Ain't nobody gonna turn us around. Ain't no BlackRock gonna turn us around. Ain't no Warrior Met gonna turn us around. Ain't no judge gonna turn us around. Ain't no injunction gonna turn us around. Ain't no jailhouse gonna turn us around. United we stand, divided we fall. A wrong to one is a wrong to all. And as Dr. King says, someday we'll all be able to say, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we're free at last. God bless all.
One of the great orators in the labor movement right there. Kim, just give us an update on what's been going on.
Sure. So, kind of, this has been in the works for a little while, but something that kind of added some fuel to the fire, if you will, is that last week in Alabama, a judge laid out a temporary restraining order against the union and its members at the behest of Warrior Met, which forbid them from picketing or even, just appearing within 300 yards of Warrior Met's mines or offices. So effectively killed off the picket line. So people are fired up, and they had this action to look forward to already, where hundreds of miners from a variety of states, union officials from around the country, they bussed and drove and, they did what they could to show up in New York City and rallied with a bunch of local labor folk who came out to support, and they led a march down Park Avenue or Madison Avenue, one of those, big fancy ones, led a march the streets to BlackRock headquarters.
Now, they've been to BlackRock before, and the reason they keep targeting them specifically is because BlackRock owns about a 14% share in Warrior Met. So they're Warrior Met's bosses, and they're allowing Warrior Met to continue to do all of these shady maneuvers to try and break the strike. So the miners decided to show up and let them know what they thought about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important, Kim, that we give people some more background here, both in terms of BlackRock and Warrior Met. What is the core thing that these miners are fighting for?
So 1,100 coal miners in Tuscaloosa County, Alabama, have been on strike over unfair labor practices since April 1st. Now we're in their 8th month on strike, and it has been grueling. They're trying essentially to get back what was taken from them that due to the contract that they signed 5 years ago when Warrior Met bought the mines and came in. It slashed a lot of the things that they needed and had fought for in previous contracts, like $6 an hour taken off their pay. It messed with their benefits, it messed with their overtime, their time off. It really is just a terrible contract. And so they've been trying to negotiate a new one and a better one, because now the company is in robust financial shape and they can afford to treat their workers properly. Apparently, Warrior Met has not seen it that way. Contract negotiations broke down, and they've been out on strike ever since.
And has there been any movement in terms of the company being willing to come back to the table whatsoever? And how are they moving forward? And we've covered here John Deere. They're using this insane idea of pulling the white collar workers in to do what the blue collar workers were doing. That doesn't seem to be going all that well for John Deere. But what sort of strategies has Warrior Met employed?
They've been using managers and putting them down on the long wall, which I've heard the miners describe as a pretty bad idea. If you can imagine taking somebody worse in office and sending them 2,000 feet underground into an underground coal mine, it's a little dicey, to say the least. And they've also brought in an army of scabs, replacement workers. They've had billboards up as far away as West Virginia and Kentucky trying to entice workers to come down and help break the strike. And they really, their production has fallen. They've lost about $7 million already on this strike. They're really shooting themselves in the foot, but they still refuse to come to the bargaining table and offer anything meaningful. And, they're trying to starve these people out. And over the past couple of months, they've ramped up efforts to actively break the strike by working with the sympathetic courts to get these injunctions and temporary restraining orders laid out. And they really, they're not playing fair, to say the least, and the miners are fed up about it.
Yeah. What is the end game here, Kim? How long do you think that Warrior Met Coal could try and hold out here?
It's hard to say. I know that the union isn't ready to give up. They've been out there 8 months. They're already making plans for Christmas. They're making plans for after that. They're dug in. The company wants to break the strike, and the company wants to break the union. Their ultimate goal is to decertify the union and not have to deal with them anymore. And we've seen this repeat over and over throughout the history of coal miners in this country. The company tries to break them. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This still isn't the longest coal mining strike we've seen in this country. I think Massey Coal has that honor, but it's a long one. And really, these miners need as much support as they can get at this point. So it's been a long haul, and it's turned violent on the company's part. So really, they're fighting for their lives out there.
Can you talk a little bit more about that, Kim? How can people support these miners if they're moved to? And also, what is the spirit like of the families who are involved here?
The best way to support them, besides donating directly to their strike fund, is to send material support to the Women's Auxiliary. That they've been doing incredible work. They've been putting together grocery bags and personal hygiene bags and baby bags for over 200 families every week, relying on donations from local community and from folks like you. They've been keeping these families fed, and they just actually sent out their first round of boxes for their Christmas toy drive. So these union kids are going to have a happy Christmas, even if their parents are still worried about what's going on. I know folks down there are tired. They want to go back to work. They want to be done with this, but they're not going to give up until they get what they need. They've put in way too much. Some of these folks have put in decades underground, sacrificed their youth so they can feed their family and, have a decent job in a place that doesn't have a lot of those on offer. Right. They're not going to give up, and they need as much solidarity and support as possible. One thing that is going to be fun for people watching from home is that the miners are, the MWA is going to be expanding its efforts, and its You're going to be paying more visits to more places that are enabling this to happen. So there's going to be more actions out there. And I would encourage folks to follow along with the UMWA's website and their social media pages for those announcements, because I think December is going to be pretty wild.
Awesome. Well, we'll have a link to the Stripe Fund and more in the description. Kim, really appreciate you joining us and giving us the update. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kim. And thanks for staying on top of this, guys. Follow Kim at GrimKim on Twitter for updates on everything that's going on. And we'll continue to keep you updated as well. Great to see you, Kim.
Thank you.
So much. Take care.
You too. Hey guys, thanks so much for watching.
That's right. Just as a reminder, you can become a premium subscriber today. Watch the full show completely uncut. Our reactions to each other's monologues. You get to listen to it. You get to ask us questions. All that good stuff. Link is right there in the description or at break. Motherboard obtained audio of Tucker Carlson. Yes, that Tucker Carlson, talking about fentanyl. Some background. Carlson had emergency back surgery last week and was injected with fentanyl. It made him feel some things that he just had to tell his staff.
It's like that was one of the most intense experiences of my life. They hit me up. Yeah. They told me this morning with such a huge dose of Dilaudid, which is more powerful than morphine. When I got there, that I had trouble breathing.
Wow.
And it didn't have any effect at all.
Well, that's what she said then.
And then all night, I lay there. The nurse finally upped my dosage of Dilaudid to the point where every 8 minutes I hit it, and it would be like getting shot. Just like, bam! Feel it hit me, and it didn't touch the pain. I didn't sleep literally 1 second last night. And I was on so many fucking drugs. It was just like more drugs.
Wow.
That I was like, I don't know. This is so interesting. Well, there was untreatable pain. They gave me fentanyl this morning. That did not cure it.
Wow.
They gave me an intravenous fentanyl. And they gave me all kinds of other shit. I was just like, fine, go for it. And then it only ended when they gave me propofol when I went out. Wow. And I woke up and I was like, I felt totally fine. And how about now? I haven't taken a single Advil. It was super deep. I haven't had feelings since I was in a plane crash 20 years ago this month. I never had those feelings.
How weird is that?
I'm always like, yeah, I'm gonna die. I don't care. And I mean it. But last night I was like, oh shit. Fear, just like anxiety. Like people say they have anxiety. That's what I felt. And it was from those drugs. And they make you, they extinguish the spirit within you. And they make you feel like you're running away. You're hiding. It's
that's
so
weird.
Fucking deep.
When asked about the audio, a Fox News spokesperson said Tucker Carlson had emergency back surgery and did the show anyway. He thanks all those who tuned in and watched closely. They also said Carlson would take a pass on discussing the topic with a reporter. I spoke about the tape with Motherboard's editor-in-chief, Jason Kobler. Okay, Jason, so Tucker Carlson is the most watched host of a cable news program in the country. So this kind of new insight he seems to be having, it's pretty important, isn't it?
You'd think so. I mean, this is a very serious medical condition, emergency back surgery. And what he described at some points was, being scared that he might die. And so he kind of came out of this and was talking before his show as though he had sort of this new perspective on the opioid epidemic. Which is a topic that he talks about quite regularly. And he often kind of talks about it in terms of blaming immigrants, blaming Joe Biden for somehow bringing people with drug abuse disorders into the country. But it is a topic that he's discussed a lot. And sometimes he gets close to sort of identifying the problem as, big pharmaceutical companies pushing pills on doctors or incentivizing doctors to push pills on patients. He had basically this intense medical experience, does the show a few hours later, and claims that it was a really profound moment.
Jason, I want to play some more of the sound that we have. He extrapolates from his individual experience.
I'm lying in bed, filthy, with dog toys on my pillow, and it doesn't bother me. And I'm not that way. I am a fucking, in real life, wash sheets every day. I'm that guy. That thing that makes you super uptight when you leave your house, you're like, there's no painting. Fuck. Maybe you painting, maybe you don't, but it bothers you because you have dignity. That's gone. You're like, oh, there's a half-chewed rawhide toy on my pillow? Okay. Lie there with it in your, I don't live like that. I mean, have you ever been to my house? We're not crazy, but, we're orderly people because we have self-respect. But I just thought that was the most interesting fucking thing that had ever happened to me.
Crazy. You realize it and you survived it. And now you get to talk about it. They can't get out of it.
It wasn't even that I survived. It wasn't even about me. It was about what it does to people. It's so fucking interesting. And thank you so much. And it explains so much of what we see around us. Just the lack of dignity. And that weird drive you have to no, that's not in the right order. It should be this way. It inculcates this, this not caring is good enough. Why do I care? This is a rawhide dog toy, half chewed. I don't eat in bed because I'm not a fucking animal, okay? The dog chews the ham and then regurgitates it onto my shirt. And I love the dog, but that's disgusting. And I had this spirit of fear within me, which I don't have. I'm not bragging. I don't have it. And I think you can feel it. I don't have it. That's why I'm successful, because I'm just not afraid. I felt afraid just of life or something.
So what do you make of these profound extrapolations that Tucker Carlson's making?
Right. I think the takeaway is a very stereotypical one. It's like people who use opioids are messy, or they don't care about their appearance or their lawn, or they're degenerates in some way. And we know that that's not the case always. It's like, drug users are not a monolith, and a lot of people in this scenario, like a lot of people who are addicted to opiates,
more OCD
have professional jobs and make a lot of money, and like you might not even know that they use drugs. And so I think it's important because Tucker Carlson talks about the opioid epidemic a lot, and he often generalizes as, it being this thing that has destroyed Appalachia or parts of Maine. And that definitely is the case. Like it has wrought a great deal of pain on this country and on the people who are addicted and sort of have found themselves in a bad situation. But it's not just the opioids. There's economic and political and family and trauma issues associated with addiction that are also causing these problems. And from saying like, hey, I did fentanyl once, or I had to do fentanyl once, and now I completely understand where these people are coming from, like it's just a little bit broad, and it's a little stereotypical, and it reads a little bit like I did drugs once and now I get it, Well,
thank you, Jason, for this reporting.
Because drugs are awesome. Everyone just needs to smoke a little bit more pot. I'll just get alone. So like fucking Xanax, Molly, those things are fucking terrible. It's fucking stupid.
Motherboard obtained audio of Tucker Carlson. Yes, that Tucker Carlson, talking about fentanyl. Some background. Carlson had emergency back surgery last week and was injected with fentanyl. It made him feel some things that he just had to tell his staff.
It's
like
That was one of the most intense experiences of my life. They hit me up. Yeah. They told me this morning.
Good evening. Over in Europe, the European Medicines Agency, which is their equivalent to our FDA, they have just confirmed that they are currently in the process of investigating a rare and serious blood condition which has arisen in people who have received the Moderna vaccine. And frankly, this is not the only challenge that Moderna is currently facing. That's because 4 days ago, the French Health Authority, they released a new public advisory recommending that anyone under the age of 30 should not get the Moderna vaccine since there is a heightened risk for heart inflammation. And then lastly, the FDA here in America, they have just announced a major recall of over 2 million at-home COVID tests because apparently they were producing false positives, meaning that the people who were taking them, they were being told that they were positive for COVID when they actually weren't. Let's go through it all together. This is your daily Facts Matter update, and I'm your host, Roman from the Epic Times. And now let's begin today's discussion by talking about Moderna. Just yesterday, on Thursday, the EMA, which is the European Medicines Agency, they are the large drug regulator for the European Union. Essentially, they are the European Union's version of the FDA, and they just confirmed that they are in the process of investigating reports of a rare and serious blood condition that has arisen for people who have taken the Moderna mRNA vaccine. Specifically, according to this bulletin right here that they posted over on the official EMA website, they said that they are currently in the process of reviewing 6 cases of this very rare disorder. Here is what the bulletin says in part, quote, "We have started a review of a safety signal to assess reports of capillary leak syndrome in people who were vaccinated with Spikevax." Now, just to pause here for a quick moment, I wanted to mention 2 things. First of all, this statement mentions something called Spikevax, and in case you're not aware of what that is the official name of the Moderna vaccine that's being used over in Europe at this moment. It's the name it's being sold under, Spikevax. And then secondly, in terms of what exactly capillary leak syndrome actually is, here's how the Mayo Clinic website describes it. A rare disorder characterized by repeated flares of massive leakage of plasma from blood vessels into neighboring body cavities and muscles. This results in a sharp drop in blood pressure that, if not treated, can lead to organ failure and death. And so obviously capillary leak syndrome is a very serious condition. So then this bulletin continues, quote,
6 cases of this very rare disorder, characterized by leakage of fluid from blood vessels causing tissue swelling and a fall in blood pressure, were reported in the UDRA Vigilance database. Now, to pause here for another quick moment, this UDRA Vigilance database that is mentioned here in the statement, that is essentially the European Union's equivalent to America's VERA system, which stands for the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. And so essentially, this is the database which collects all the reports of adverse reactions to the vaccine. And this bulletin states that the European Union equivalent of this database, they've been getting reports of this capillary leak syndrome in connection with the Moderna vaccine. And then this bulletin continues, quote, at this stage, it is not yet clear whether there is a causal association between vaccination and the reports of capillary leak syndrome. These reports point to a safety signal, information on new or changes in adverse events that may potentially be associated with a medicine or vaccine and that warrant further investigation. Furthermore, this report then goes on to say that if you go on over to the website for the UDRA Vigilance database and you make a search for COVID-19 mRNA vaccine with the specific serial number for the Moderna SX024414, if you actually go do that, then you can see all of these specific side effect cases that have been reported for Spikevax. And according to this database, as of October 28th, you have more than 61.6 million doses of Spikevax having been given to people in the EU, the European Union. And in terms of the adverse reactions, there is currently a total of 94,636 cases of suspected side effects that have been reported to this database, with 549 of them having a fatal outcome. However, it's worth noting that this bulletin that was released by the European Medicines Agency just a few days ago, it suggests that people should not look at that data and just jump to conclusions. Here's specifically what they said about these adverse reactions that were noted in the database. Quote, these reports describe suspected side effects in individuals, i.e. medical events observed following the use of a vaccine. The fact that someone has had a medical issue or died after vaccination does not necessarily mean that this was caused by the vaccine. This may have been caused, for example, by health problems not related to vaccination. Then this report then goes on to say that they are constantly investigating these reports from this database, which, as we mentioned earlier, now includes cases of capillary leak syndrome. And by the way, it is also worth noting that this, meaning the statement, is not the first time that capillary leak syndrome has been detected within those who have gotten vaccinated. That's because earlier this year, back in June, the same agency, this EMA agency, they actually officially added capillary leak syndrome as a potential side effect of the AstraZeneca vaccine, meaning that although they are currently investigating this in regards to the Moderna vaccine, they have already recognized that the AstraZeneca vaccine has the potential to cause capillary leak syndrome. And by the way, it's not just in the European Union either. That's because earlier this year, the Canadian Health Agency, they likewise updated their label for the AstraZeneca vaccine, and they added capillary leak syndrome as a possible side effect. Meaning that if you are either a European citizen or you're a citizen of Canada and you have a history of this particular ailment, then there's an actual label. There's a warning label that has been added by the government suggesting that you should not take the AstraZeneca vaccine because you can develop capillary leak syndrome and potentially die. And depending on how this investigation goes over in Europe, perhaps the Moderna vaccine will get a similar warning label as well. Only time will tell. However, regardless of this and any other potential side effects, the EMA released a statement just yesterday saying that the benefits of the Moderna vaccine outweigh any potential risks. Here's in fact what that statement said. Like all medicines, this vaccine can cause side effects, although not everybody will experience them. The most common side effects known for Moderna's vaccine are usually mild and moderate and get better within a few days after vaccination. Now, we here at the Epic Times, we did reach out to Moderna for comment on this case, but we have yet to hear back. Regardless, if you'd like to read more about this capillary leak syndrome as it relates to the Moderna vaccine, I'll throw several links to it into the description box below this video so you can check them out at your own leisure. And all I ask in return is that you take a quick moment to smash that like button for the YouTube algorithm. And now, before we move on over and discuss how the French Health Authority has just recommended that all young people, those who are under the age of 30, avoid taking the Moderna vaccine altogether, I would like to take a quick moment and introduce our sponsor for today's episode, which is an awesome company called Pfizer. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'll introduce our real sponsor quickly from the sound booth. That's right, Roman. The sponsor of today's episode is an awesome company called AMAC. That's AMAC, and it stands for the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now, what I learned earlier today, though, is that you don't actually need to be a mature American citizen yourself in order to join AMAC, because even though they're an organization that's geared towards people who are 50 years of age and above, you can actually join at any age as long as you're a American-loving patriot. And so what they say is that as our fundamental freedoms here in this country are being threatened by politicians who don't even necessarily know how to balance their own checking accounts, And as there is a concerted effort to censor conservatives by this woke ideology, one thing that you can do to fight back is to join the 2 million people who are already members of AMAC. And by joining, you'll have access to three main benefits. The first benefit is the money-saving benefit, because by joining, you'll have access to discounts on things like vitamins, restaurants, retail shops throughout the entire country. Second of all, you will gain access to the AMAC website, the AMAC app, as well as the AMAC magazine, which gives you something that the mainstream media doesn't, which is honest news that is grounded in facts. And third of all, and this is what a lot of people say is their favorite benefit, is that AMAC has your back over on Capitol Hill. Because with 2 million freedom-loving members, they are a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. And so if you are a person who considers themselves a constitutional conservative, then I would consider joining AMAC. You can do so over at amac.us. That's amac.us. So consider signing up, consider helping AMAC's effort, and getting access to these excellent membership benefits. So AMAC, thank you so much for sponsoring this episode. Now, Roman in the studio, back to you. Now, since we're on the topic of Moderna, let's move on over to the nation of France. 4 days ago, France's health authority, they released a new public advisory which recommends that young people, those under the age of 30, should not get the Moderna vaccine at all, and instead, they recommend that young people get the Pfizer vaccine instead. The reason for this particular recommendation is that according to newly released data, it shows that the risk of heart inflammation from the Moderna vaccine is around 5 times higher than from the Pfizer vaccine. Here's specifically what the French Health Authority published on their official website. Within the population aged under 30, this risk appears to be around 5 times lesser with Pfizer's Comirnaty jab compared to Moderna's Spikevax jab. And then, more specifically, according to the data that they cited in their opinion statement, cases of myocarditis, which is this particular type of heart inflammation, it usually manifests within 7 days of getting the shot, and typically it comes after the second dose has been administered. The data, it shows that most of the patients who experience it are men under the age of 30. Furthermore, this new guidance from the French Health Authority, it is not an isolated incident. Instead, it is the latest and similar pushback that the Moderna vaccine has been receiving from around the world. For instance, last month, the health officials in several Nordic countries, including in Finland, Norway, Sweden, and Iceland, they suspended the use of the Moderna vaccine for young people due to the risk of them developing myocarditis as a possible side effect. Now, last month, we did a more in-depth report about these 4 Nordic countries' decision. In fact, here is a short excerpt from that particular report. For instance, in both Denmark as well as Sweden, they paused the Moderna vaccine for anyone under the age of 30. Here's, in fact, a statement from the Swedish Health Agency which explains their reasoning. We've decided to pause the use of Moderna's vaccine, Spikevax, for everyone born in 1991 and later for precautionary reasons, given that there is an increased risk of side effects such as inflammation of the heart muscle or heart sac. Likewise, over in Finland, health officials there said that males under the age of 30 should not receive the shot. Here's a statement from the director of the Finnish Health Institute. A Nordic study involving Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark found that men under the age of 30 who received Moderna's Spikevax had a slightly higher risk than others of developing myocarditis. And then over in Iceland, well, they took a more hardline stance. That's because the health authorities over in Iceland, they suspended the use of the Moderna shot altogether for people of any age. Here's a statement from the Icelandic Director of Health. As the supply of the Pfizer vaccine is sufficient in the territory, the chief epidemiologist has decided not to use the Moderna vaccine in Iceland. This move was handed down due to the increased incidence of myocarditis and pericarditis after vaccination with the Moderna vaccine, as well as with vaccination using Pfizer or biotech. And so, as you can see by the statements that were given by these different Nordic countries, they have either partially or completely suspended the use of the Moderna vaccine due to the risk of developing heart inflammation that is especially present for young people. However, the irony of all this is that as these different countries are reining in the use of the Moderna vaccine in young people, Moderna itself, Moderna the company, is actually pushing for the European EMA to authorize their vaccine for kids between the ages of 6 to 11. Let me just repeat that. As the French Health Authority is suggesting that people under the age of 30 should not even take the Moderna vaccine, as Sweden has stopped providing the Moderna vaccine to anyone born after the year 1991, as Denmark has just stopped distributing it to anyone under the age of 18, Moderna, it's still pushing ahead. And they are requesting that the EMA authorize their vaccine to be marketed to children between the ages of 6 to 11 years old. Here's, in fact, a statement from Moderna's CEO on their authorization bid. We are pleased to announce the submission of this variation to the EMA for use of our COVID vaccine in children ages 6 to 11 in the European Union. This marks our first submission for the use of our vaccine in this age group. We are encouraged that the Moderna COVID vaccine at the 50 micrograms dose level help prevent SARS-CoV-2 infection in children. We plan to submit this data to other regulatory agencies around the world to protect this important younger age population with our COVID-19 vaccine. However, it's not exactly clear whether the EMA will actually authorize this application. Because for one, according to this earlier statement that we read about capillary leak syndrome, it has a whole other section about myocarditis and pericarditis, and they are requesting more data from Moderna in order to evaluate whether these two heart inflammation cases are in fact serious in teenagers. And then secondly, as the European Union is considering whether or not to authorize the Moderna vaccine for children, over here in America, the FDA is currently investigating whether the Moderna vaccine can cause heart problems in teenagers. Specifically, whether it can cause inflammation of the heart muscle, otherwise, as we mentioned earlier, known as myocarditis. And so we'll just have to wait and see what these different regulators, both in Europe as well as here in America, will decide to do. If you'd like to read more about either the French health authorities' recommendation or about Moderna's bid to get approval to vaccinate European children, I'll throw all that into the description box below this video for you to check out. And I'll ask again in return is that if you haven't already, take a quick moment to smash that like button for the YouTube algorithm. And now let's move on over and talk about COVID test kits. Now, imagine this scenario for a quick moment. For some reason, you need to take a COVID test. Maybe you need to travel somewhere or you have some kind of a gig lined up and you need to take a test, but it's not a big problem. You just go over to the pharmacy, you buy an at-home test kit, you give yourself a nasal swab, you wait 15 minutes, and then lo and behold, you test positive for COVID. You look at it and you think to yourself, that's weird. I don't really feel sick. I haven't really been anywhere within the last week or the last month. I haven't really been hanging out with people who are positive for COVID, and yet I'm tested positive. So therefore, you think to yourself, maybe this is a mistake. And in fact, if you were using the Illum brand COVID test, it very well might have been. That's because this company is now facing a major recall. Now, about a month ago, we already reported that about 200,000 Illum brand COVID tests, they were recalled because they were producing false positives. However, just earlier this week, just 2 days ago, the FDA came out and they revealed that they are now actually recalling over 2 million of these at-home Illum brand COVID tests because they were once again producing false positives. In their statement, the FDA identified this as what they refer to as a Class 1 recall, the most serious type of recall, as use of these tests may cause serious adverse health consequences or even death. In their statement, the FDA added that the reason this is so serious is because these false positives, they can lead to, for one, a delayed diagnosis or treatment of the actual cause of a person's illness, as well as potentially receiving unnecessary COVID treatments, which might lead to serious side effects. Now, the tests in this particular recall, they include those that were manufactured between February 24th and August 11th, and then they were distributed between April 13th and August 26th. Meaning that if you purchased an Illum brand COVID test sometime between April and August, then your test, the one that's sitting in your cupboard, is included in the recall. Now, to give you a bit of background on this particular case, this company, Illum, is actually an Australian manufacturer, and back in December of 2020, they were given emergency use authorization to sell at-home COVID tests here in America. And then, shortly after they were given that authorization, the Biden administration signed a $231 million deal with this company in order to produce over 633,000 tests every single day. However, it looks like out of the 3.5 million test kits that they shipped here to America, thus far, 2 million of them, or close to 60% of these tests, they are now being recalled. And in terms of how this all affects the COVID statistics in this country, meaning how many of these false positives have been added to the tally, well, that is not exactly clear. However, here's a statement from Illum's CEO. We understand that trust is central to fulfilling our purpose as a company. And we recognize that this incident may have shaken the confidence of some of those who trusted Illum to help them manage their health and to take back a bit of control of their lives during this pandemic. In that same statement, the CEO also mentioned that they have now corrected their manufacturing issues and they are being closely monitored by federal regulators. And along that line, here's a statement from the FDA. Right. The FDA is continuing to work with Illum to assess the company's corrective actions, such as additional manufacturing checks and other corrective steps to address the reason for the manufacturing issue and to help ensure that it is resolved and will not recur. And frankly, I can imagine that the executives over at this company, over at Illum, they are likely biting their nails. That's because just last month, the White House announced that they're going to be earmarking an additional $1 billion in order to get more at-home test kits to Americans. Meaning that if Illum is not able to fix their manufacturing issues, they will lose access to those sweet, sweet federal dollars. If you'd like to read more about this particular Illum recall, including a list of the serial numbers for the affected tests, that way, in case you have any of them at home, you can check to see whether they are on the recall list. I'll throw all that into the description box below this video for you to check out. And again, all I ask in return is that if you haven't already, take a quick moment to smash that like button. Now, lastly, since you've completed this episode of Facts Matter, I would highly recommend that you go on over to Epic TV and check out an awesome episode of Counterpunch with Trevor Loudon, where Trevor examines why bona fide security risks are leading the congressional investigation into the January 6th quote-unquote insurrection. Here's a trailer for that awesome episode.
In July this year, the US House of Representatives set up a special committee, the House Select Committee, to investigate the January the 6th attack. Is it going to be an honest assessment, or is it going to be used as an excuse to clamp down on conservatives, Trump supporters, etc.? Well, if you look at the composition, the leadership of this committee, one would have to have some suspicions. Schiff has worked closely with the Committee of 100. Now, that was set up in the early 90s by Henry Kissinger to serve as a lobby group for communist Chinese interests in this country. I think this select committee is being designed to give the Democrats, the left, the communists an excuse to crack down on their opposition. What do you think?
If you want to check out that phenomenal episode, as well as all the other great content over on Epic TV, I'll throw a link to it. It'll be right there at the very top of the description box. I hope you click on it. I hope you check it out. I hope you subscribe. And I hope that you join us on this journey of exploring this beautiful, beautiful world through honest journalism that is based in truth and tradition. Now, lastly, if you haven't already, smash that like button for the YouTube algorithm. Subscribe to this YouTube channel if you haven't already, in order to get this type of honest news content delivered directly to your YouTube feed while YouTube still allows it. Also, consider hitting that notification bell so you can actually be notified of any new videos as we release them. And lastly, if you have an Instagram account, consider following me at Epic Times Roman. I publish behind-the-scenes research as well as spicy memes. And then, until next time, I'm your host, Roman from the Epic Times. Stay informed and stay free.
Well, after Kamala Harris's approval ratings dipped to a new all-time low for any modern vice president, Jimmy Kimmel gave his take during a monologue on Tuesday night. Let's watch.
And if anything can get the American people fired up, it's infrastructure. So, and Biden is alone. Americans really aren't happy with this vice president, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has an approval rating of 28%, which makes no sense because she basically has nothing to do. I mean, it's like criticizing a backup quarterback. Tom Brady's okay. I don't love the way Blaine Gabbert has his legs folded on the bench. I have to be honest. Kamala's approval rating of 28% is even lower than the 30% who approved of Dick Cheney in 2008 after he shot a guy in the face. I think these people are forgetting that at least 10% of those polled approved of Dick Cheney because he shot a guy in the face. I think I know why Kamala's ratings are low, besides sexism and racism, which are the obvious ones. It's because whenever she's next to Joe, standing near him, behind him, she looks like an assassin. She looks like Nebula next to Thanos, ready to, right? Especially with a mask.
Here to give a reaction and discuss media coverage of the Biden administration overall is host of the Katie Halper Show and co-host of the Useful Idiots podcast, Katie Halper. Katie, welcome. Katie Halper, not Helper.
Oh,
You're helping us today.
I like to be helpful too. Yeah. How are you?
Hi. So you know we laugh about it, but the dreadful, the abysmal lack of approval the American public has, lack of faith in Kamala Harris, is actually going to be a huge problem for Democrats.
And therefore, they are in a state of constant frustration because.
Where are you? You may feel depressed. And what will you do about that? Well, there's nothing to do about it. Because you would have discovered at this point that the depression, when it's there, is the you of the time. And if you try to get out of it by some sort of distraction, you won't really do anything except cover up the dirt with white paint. So if you feel let down, meaningless, somewhat depressed by this whole thing, and you see at the same time you can't do anything about it, what happens? Why, you're simply watching what's happening. You don't know what's going to happen next. And it isn't just watching something that is formally identified as a depressed state. There's a lot of other things going on too. There's the world around you. There's your breath breathing still, your eyes looking still, your ears hearing still. All that's going on. And you don't know what to make of it anymore. You can't believe anything about it because you know that's all a hoax. So there's nothing left for you to do but watch it. And you have become inwardly rather quiet just because you're worn out. There's nothing to do. And you realize that all escapes lead back to the thing you were running away from. You can take a detour. Detours, but they always get shorter. Just because you're worn out. There's nothing to do. And you realize that all escapes lead back to the thing you were running away from. You can take a detour. Detours, but they always get shorter. And you get back to where you started. So, when this sort of defeat of all enterprises and ideals and aspirations occurs, you find yourself naturally, and not in an affected or forced way, in the contemplative state, where you're just watching what goes on. And even if you're automatically thinking about it, because you realize that those thoughts are futile so far as changing anything is concerned, you might as well try to sweep dust on the stairs with bamboo shadows. And so you watch your thoughts as if they were the ticking of a clock, or birds chattering outside the window, or water falling, or a leaky faucet. And they just chatter on. And life does its thing. And you watch. The thoughts, because they're just chatter, begin to go away. And the past has disappeared, because you know it's just memory. The future has disappeared because it hasn't happened. Never does, tomorrow never comes. There is no tomorrow. It feels as if when you put your foot, your psychic foot, upon what you hope to be firm ground, the ground immediately collapses, and you find yourself freely falling in space. And this is terrifying. You are afloat. You are in the floating world. You are in the relative universe, in which there is nothing to hang on to, because the only thing that might be hangable onto is you. In other words, suddenly, the eternal rock, the firm foundation upon which the saints of the Lord are supposed to build, the rock of ages in which you're supposed to be able to hide yourself, all that is gone. And it seems at first that there is nothing to cling to. And so the sweat can pour from you. Until You say, well, that's really the way it always was. When I was born, I was kicked off the edge of a precipice. And I've been consoling myself all this time by hugging to a big chunk of rock that fell off with me. But you know, there is no security. And if you go with it, you see, and you don't try to fight and to find something to cling to, it's all right. Then you discover that the void that you were so frightened of is the clear light. This thing. That it isn't empty in the ordinary sense of the word at all. But once you let go of your clinging, that's all you let go of. There's no you to let go of, really. All the thing to do is stop clinging. Because what that does is bunch you all up. Sort of totally paranoid, clinging. What's going to happen to me? Well, come on, loosen up. You can't do anything if your hands are tied up here all the time, holding on to yourself. You never get anywhere. But when you let go, then there's a possibility of doing something. And that you are alone. And therefore you begin to crave, to thirst. You develop an anxiety to survive. Only if you are entirely locked up in the illusion that you're only this, then you begin to be frightened and anxious. And that creates thirst. So if you can get rid of ignorance, and widen your mind out so as to see the other side of the picture, then you can stop craving. That doesn't mean to say you won't enjoy your dinner anymore and that it won't be nice to make love to girls or anything like that. It doesn't mean that at all. It means that enjoying your dinner and making love and generally enjoying the senses and all the experience, that only becomes an obstacle to you if you cling to that in order to save yourself. But if you don't need to save yourself, you can enjoy life just as much as ever. When we are myopic, that is to say, when we are working and living with a narrow view of what is going on, then we're anxious and depressed or fearful or whatever it may be, because we have lost contact with our full selves. Now, of course, we get into this way of looking at things because for many, many centuries, human beings have specialized in one certain aspect of their total mind activity, let's call it that. We've concentrated on our faculty for conscious attention. And this is, in a way, what might be called the fall of man. A person who thinks all the time has nothing to think about except thoughts. So, he loses touch with reality and lives in a world of illusions. By thoughts, I mean specifically chatter in the skull, perpetual and compulsive repetition of words, of reckoning and calculating. I'm not saying that thinking is bad. Like everything else, it's useful in moderation. A good servant, but a bad master. And all so-called civilized peoples
have increasingly become crazy and self-destructive because through excessive thinking they have lost touch with reality. That's to say, we confuse signs, words, numbers, symbols, and ideas with the real world. Most of us would have rather money than tangible wealth, and a great occasion is somehow spoiled for us unless photographed. And to read about it the next day in the newspaper is oddly more fun for us than the original event. This is a disaster. For as a result of confusing the real world of nature with mere signs, such as bank balances and contracts, we are destroying nature. We are so tied up in our minds that we've lost our senses. Time to wake up. What is reality? Obviously, no one can say because it isn't words. It isn't material, that's just an idea. It isn't spiritual. That's also an idea, a symbol. Reality is this. Realize that anybody whom you consider in matters spiritual, psychological, and so on, as an authority, has this authority because of your opinion that he has, or she has. How do you know? If you say, for example, like a Protestant fundamentalist, that you believe in the Bible, that the Bible is inspired, or you may say as a more liberal kind of Christian that Jesus Christ is the greatest being that ever lived on earth. How do you know? It's your opinion that that is so. Lots of people may have told you so, and you may be very impressed by those people, but you bought it. And so therefore, if you say, well, I would like to become like that, that's an expression of the way you are. You couldn't feel, I would like to become like that, like the authority, like the Christ, except as an expression of the way you are now. And the way you are now is the quaking mess. And therefore, your emulation, your desire, your idealism to become like Christ is merely one of the appetites of your quaking mess. It's an expression of you as you are. Don't fool yourselves. I'm not trying to put you down by talking about the quaking mess. The quaking mess may be, in fact, something very, very natural. The way we are, the state of affairs. And we shouldn't be ashamed of it. I'm not ashamed of it. I told you all the tractic. But it is important not to fool oneself about this. But there doesn't there, seem to remain a problem about existence, about being alive. Now let's go into what is that problem at the sort of nitty-gritty level. Very basic in our thinking is that we, as it say, one must live. We need to survive, to go on. We need, therefore, money for food, for this, that, and the other. We must go on. And we know that we're not going to get away with it for very long. That after a certain number of years, we're going to die. But the thing is going to end. The thing that we call I is going to be as it is in sleep. Deep sleep with no dreams. But that between now and that happening, there may be the most ghastly pains. Not only perhaps the pains of physical disease, or being wounded or hurt, but the pains of worrying about our failure of responsibility to people who depend on us.
If I get in trouble, who's fucking saying you said it was okay?
And we suffer other people's suffering simply because we're sensitive and have imagination and participate in their sufferings, and our adrenaline and our chemicals respond simply by imagination to the sufferings of other people. And what about that?
My pocket is so hot.
So we can look at these problems and say, now, quite obviously, all these problems cannot be solved in a physical way. That is to say, we do not expect in our lifetime that medical skill will make us exempt from death. We do not seriously expect that human beings will all learn to be nice to each other and will refrain from war and horrors of that kind, racial prejudice and so on. We don't seriously expect to find a method of being protected by taking some sort of drug against all possible disease and pain.
Oh my god, hot. Ow. Yahoo! Tom, guess what? I got my pizza popcorn for. I put that. Technically, I washed it twice because I went in both directions. Because the floors in his apartment are like gaping, so like an old used vagina. Mm. Get the fuck out of here.
Hello everyone, this is Dr. Michael Arashik of Neurogenomics, once again making an update video on the mRNA vaccines. And today I probably have one of the biggest and wildest news I can share with you when it comes to molecular biology impacted by either COVID-19 or vaccines. Definitely a game changer, so let's get started. Recently, just about a few weeks ago, this was in the first week of October, a research team from Sweden published information that showed in their human cells that they were studying that the spike protein can actually enter nucleus. And the reason why this is such a dramatic news and why it's such a game changer is the fact that obviously nucleus houses our genetic material, all of our DNA, almost all of our DNA. Mitochondria is the other place where you might find DNA. And what they also showed, normally entry into the nucleus is supposed to be verboten. You're not supposed to be going inside there, precisely because you could potentially be modulating how we're using our genetics. Now, what did they discover is that once the spike protein enters the nucleus, it actually inhibits proper fixing of broken, damaged DNA. And they're specifically damage of DNA where you introduce double-stranded break, meaning really you break both strands of the DNA, you shear the DNA in half, you break it in half. And the way it does negatively impact how the DNA is being fixed is by somehow, it's still unknown, somehow interfering with how BRCA1 protein is supposed to be used in fixing that DNA damage. Now, BRCA1, if you mutate that gene, it's one of the highest predispositional mutations for cancer development that you can have is mutations in this particular gene, precisely because BRCA genes code for proteins that are developed that are involved in fixing DNA damage, such as fixing DNA that's sheared in half. So this is clearly news of great significance, and it should not be taken lightly. It should be reinvestigated, reconfirmed, because this could not be real news. No offense to the authors. That's just how science works. There's very frequently information that is discovered and published in science will turn out to be not true. That actually is very, very common, and that's why you need validation and revalidation before something becomes considered to be of truth, scientific truth. You need a lot of studies. The other protein that is also somehow prevent it from taking its action and helping fix the DNA once the spike protein enters the nucleus is this mysterious protein called 53BP1. It's not fully really known what that protein yet does. That's common for many of the genes in the human genomes. We're still characterizing much of that information. But it's believed that potentially that protein might be involved in binding to the broken ends of the DNA to prevent their religating or reconnecting to DNA from other sources. So basically, making sure that two chromosomes that are not supposed to be linked together are not linked together. So why do the authors suspect this might be happening? They believe that potentially this is how the virus evolved this method in order to inhibit how our immune system responds in being able to combat infection. So keep in mind that when we produce antibodies or T cell receptors, they can recognize pretty much any pathogen. So how do we achieve that? Well, the cells that are actually responsible for producing either the antibodies or the T cell receptors, they can actually shuffle the genetic material that is responsible for production of these proteins, the antibodies or the T cell receptors. So it cuts the DNA apart and then splice it in a variety of different manners, and that's how you can literally produce any amount of these proteins being able to attack any pathogen. So by spike protein entering the nuclei and preventing this from happening, what it actually in essence would be doing is preventing the development of diversity of response to the infection. And I think this actually is a good example of our typical, very broad, oversimplistic view of viruses and vaccinations without the regard that we have to remember that these viruses, this family of viruses, have evolved with humans for literally thousands of years, and they have developed many specific tricks to be able to fight our own immune system in order to be able to effectively infect us and promote infections between ourselves, because that's all the virus wants to do, is it wants to spread, because that's the only way it can actually be produced, is once it infects one of us. So why is that potentially dangerous? Obviously, is that in theory, then the spike protein could be a mutagen because it prevents the fixing of our DNA. So this is why it's such an important information, especially in the context of the other recent information that was recently discovered that I discussed in the video number 16, I believe, where I talked about how spike protein post-vaccination can circulate in our blood for many months on end in the exosomes. And that means it could be circulating to any parts of our body, in theory, entering any cell. And then the question is, does it enter nuclei of any cell and lead to the damage of the DNA? Just to give you some context, how often DNA is damaged and why it's so important to be able to fix it rapidly is the fact that it's estimated that literally every single cell of your body experiences something like 70,000 lesions per day in the DNA per cell. Luckily, only approximately of those 70,000, maybe only 25 of those are the double-stranded breaks, meaning where the DNA is sheared in half. But those are the most dangerous ones. So it appears that the spike protein might be interfering with fixing some of the most dangerous damage to a DNA. And we need to be able to confirm this. This is very, very important. It's not something we want to be taking lightly and not something we want to dismiss easily. This is something we should be reconsidering because of the fact that we're obviously also considering doing boosters. And as I mentioned, BRCA gene mutations predispose you to the highest likelihood of cancer development if you have mutations in those genes. So how likely would it be that something like spike protein circulating in our blood, either due to vaccination or due to natural infection, could be predisposing us to cancer? Well, it might not be very likely at all. It just depends on how much of a damage occurs and to what degree can that promote cancer development. When you have mutations in cancer predisposition genes, it can take many, many years before clinical symptoms show up. And that actually brings me to another point, is the whole concept of mentioning that vaccines are safe. The actually more proper way of saying is the fact that we actually do not know what the vaccine spike proteins will do in our body post-vaccination, but on a short-term scale, they do not frequently produce clinical symptoms. That's the more real explanation. Not that they're safe, it's just that we don't know what they do, but they do not produce dangerous clinical symptoms in the first few months. But we don't know what it does on a very long-term basis. So could this be producing some serious problems later on? Now, another thing that I should mention is the fact that these authors mentioned that it requires a full-length protein, full-length spike, and that's exactly meaning entire protein. It's not a fragment of the protein; it's entire protein enters nuclei and causes this, and it facilitates or helps this damage to the DNA. Now, remember that the vaccines are indeed using full-length protein, and prior to vaccination even beginning, there were actually scientists mentioning that this is potentially too dangerous. And there's been publications warning that we should not make vaccines using full-length protein precisely because of potential adverse events that might be experienced. So one of the publications that I recall mentioned specifically that one of the dangers is the antibody-dependent enhancement. So what is that? That is when you can produce antibodies to the spike proteins, and instead of those antibodies helping you fight the infection, it can actually promote the infection. Unusual event, but it's very real. It does happen, luckily rarely. And now, in fact, in the process of this, in the duration of this pandemic, we're literally discovering new forms of this event as well. And I can also tell you that as a condition of the recent approval by the FDA of the BioNTech mRNA vaccine, that's one of the clinical studies that they have to perform, is to determine how likely vaccines themselves could be promoting disease development. So that's something that is still yet to be done, but it's suspected that it shouldn't be the case. Nevertheless, my point here is that the authors of that publication, when they were warning against using full-length spike protein in the formulation of the vaccine, that was their worry, and they were suggesting we should only be using fragment of the spike protein in our vaccines, specifically what is referred to as receptor binding domain. So where is receptor binding domain? That's it, at the very apex, the very top, the peak of the spike protein, if you will. And receptor binding domain is the area of the spike protein that is used by the spike protein to interact with the receptors, ACE2 receptors on human cells, and that's how the virus gains entry inside human cells. So they're saying it would be much safer to simply build vaccines using that tiny fragment, precisely so you can avoid other unknown effects, such as the antibody-dependent enhancement. Interestingly enough, the authors of this publication that I just mentioned from Sweden, they echoed that warning that we should really reconsider redeveloping the vaccines. We're not using full-length protein, but rather, again, just fragment of the protein, specifically, again, receptor binding domain, precisely to make them safer because of the potential danger that we might be discovering along the way. And finally, what that really means is that it shows you how still potentially these vaccines are still uncharacterized as to what they might be doing on a molecular level to us once they're injected. And that's very real. We obviously reacted as fast as we possibly could to a global health danger, but we still have to appreciate the fact that there's so many things that are uncharacterized about what is happening with the spike protein post-vaccination or post-infection. We're learning more about post-infection, but we still have to learn about what might be happening after. So that's it for now. I'll end it right there, and I will see you next time.
Okay. Oh my god. That was cool. Yeah, shit. Wait, I have the internet. At least 1 minute. Right. This stupid fucking goddamn shit.
Hello.
Hello, hang on.
Hi.
Hi. It's a good thing you can't afford a divorce.
What?
I get the Bad Husband of the Year award. I think we were supposed to do breakfast this morning.
Okay, I've fucking started my period, so I've been dying all day.
No, husband.
Oh my god, I'm fucking dead, dude.
I'm just trying to figure out how this bad. Oh, wait, right there. Wait. Is that rear? I want the front. Hello. I finally cleaned my room.
Where? In Verdun?
Yeah, my spare room. Wait, I can't even see. There we go. Look.
Oh yeah. Oh wow.
Okay, so I have a floor. Okay, well, there's like a little tiny pile of like laundry, but it's like for the most part clean laundry.
That's good.
It took like a lot of rage. It's a good thing Cameron now knows how to react. He just like sits there. He will be like, joined. I'll be like, no, and he'll just be like, okay, sorry, you're angry. And I'll be like, I'm leaving. He's like, okay, I hope you feel better when you get back. I hope you have a good time. I'm just gonna sit here and play video games. And then I feel like a big jerk. So yeah. We went to breakfast this morning though. That was fun.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Went to the Tim Hortons on Monk. Yeah, it was awesome.
That's cool.
You look really good for somebody who's like who's apparently dying.
Oh god, I am. Trust me. I
believe you.
I couldn't even like get up to like make my soup or anything. I was in the bathroom for so long. I was just like.
You and Cam do that, where you guys like to be left alone when you're sick.
I like to like be in a ball, curled up, and just like suffering. Like, just let me suffer in my little ball for a little bit. I'll be okay.
Me and Tony have that in common, where we're like, Cameron's sick, and I'm like, just what do I do? Can I help you? He'll just be like, no, go away. Stop asking me questions.
Concerned. He's just like, is this normal? Are you supposed to be active? I'm like, yes. This is
no,
normal for
actually,
me.
By all science, I'm supposed to die eventually, but I don't get that privilege.
Yeah, my body's just like, no, bitch, you sticking around, you're gonna suffer, but you'll be okay. And like,
but no babies.
That's it.
No babies ever. So it's all for naught.
Trade-off.
Why have you forsaken me? Okie dokie. I'm like procrastinating dyeing my hair. It's already all shaken up and everything.
I saw the glove on your hand too, and I figured that's what you were gonna do.
I'm pulling a Michael Jackson, where I'm just like, I'm fucking taking this COVID satire to an all new extreme level of being a douche. Okay, wait. I painted that cabinet.
The red one?
Yeah. Okay. So I actually found that in the garbage down the street. And I was like, Cameron, come get furniture with me. And he was just like, what do you want? I'm like, never mind. I'm gonna go do something. I'll be back. And I fucking dropped the fuck out of it. I almost dropped it on somebody's car. It's really heavy. Very, very heavy. Especially at the bottom. And there was like a bunch of shelves loose inside it that kept toppling around. And I stole Cameron's truck and went down the street. I was like, I'm gonna fucking do this myself. And then I dropped it, and it was fucking loud. And I'm pretty sure the neighbors the neighborhood came out and was just like, what the fuck is this? Let's see how this goes. And I almost literally dropped it on one of my neighbor's cars, but it's fine.
Oh, fuck, dude. Yeah, getting it upstairs must have been a bitch.
No, Cameron helped me because I almost literally died. Oh, fuck. Now I fucking put it in the fucking in his truck. I thought it was for one person, but apparently it's a harness that is for two people. And it's like two ends of a harness that you strap on to carry pieces of furniture.
Yep.
I thought it was for one person, but so
it is not.
Yeah, no. I'm just gonna strong man.
Strong.
Mr. Strong have beat. Okay. Well, so I guess you're gonna stay and watch movies all night.
Yeah, I have people coming over later, so I might go try to like nap and like
people coming over
curl up.
later.
Like I ate some soup and like that helped because like I was like shaking too much and like I had nothing in my system. So and I kind of felt like I had to throw up, but I was like, if I throw up, I'm not gonna have anything in my system, and it's just gonna be acid. So I tried to eat like crackers and shit.
Okay, so I'll have to add that to my list of things that I need to bring you. What did my doctor say? And even the pharmacist, I was like, my doctor told me to get these vitamins, and I'm like, I thought we already all figured out that vitamins are for the most part not necessary because you just piss them out. And she was like, well, no, that's not necessarily true. Like if you eat a bunch of vitamin C fucking kid tablets, so because she knows me because I eat fun store vitamins.
Those are so good though.
Well, like fucking, my mom was at the pharmacy getting my pills, and I was like, Mim, can I get the Flintstone vitamins? She was just like, just don't eat the whole bottle. And the pharmacist was like, they're for you. I was just like, yeah, well, I could eat a couple because they're kids' dose.
It just tastes so good.
They're so good. I just sit there and ate them. Except the orange ones. No one likes the fucking. What's the other guy?
Purple one and the
Barney?
pink one.
Is that his name?
Yes.
Nobody likes fucking orange Barneys.
I like the purple ones. Those ones were good.
Purple Dinos.
Yes. So good.
Okay, well, I'll let you go nap.
Okay.
Oh, right. So are you having like some weird, like, what do you call it? Swinger party?
No. What?
You're having people coming over? What does that mean? I don't know what
it's
that
just
is.
they're coming to play like video games.
I swear to God, you people, like, you're like fucking meth heads, fucking always on meth, like, and then you're just fucking more meth, but with games. You're tired of fucking playing video games?
Never. It's my life.
It's all you do every day.
Nope.
Fucking okay.
I separate it. That's what you have to do. That's why I'm able to do it. I just separate them.
Do I have to put a cover thing? I put my resume, but if I put there's a cover letter box. Do I put anything?
I did not put a cover letter. You can if you want. I don't really know how the fuck cover letters work still to this day.
I don't.
But you know.
I have previous experience with BMC.
Yeah.
So my standards are pretty low.
Yeah. You can whip up like a quick one, like maybe, I guess. Just like Google a format and follow the format that they use.
Apparently Google actually make one for you, so I'll check that out. Okay.
Yeah, because for me, cover letters are fucking dumb.
That's what I'm saying. They already don't want to read my CV.
Yeah, it's fucking...
Alright. Okay, well, have fun with your swinger party.
I will.
Tell Tony Baloney I say hi.
Anthony. Bye, Madison.
Bye, Tony Baloney. Okay, bye. Love you. Bye.
Bye. I love you too.
Oh, look at me. That was pretty once. Mm.
Most people will never be truly successful. The pull towards mediocrity is too strong. As David Schwartz once penned, all around you is an environment that is trying to pull you down to second-class street. Most people will never escape the pull. Much of the thinking around us is small-minded. Most people are overly concerned with beating the other guy, usually through manipulation and politics. As a result, they're left fighting for scraps with the other 99%. It doesn't have to be this way. A life of your deepest dreams, 100% financial independence, being your own boss, traveling the world with your family, whatever is available if you know where to start. But most people will never turn away from the safety and security of the crowd to realize this. Most people hate failure. They run from it. In their eyes, if they suck at something, it means they suck. Since their self-worth is tied directly to their performance, any failure is proof they aren't good enough. But this is exactly why they'll stay in mediocrity. If they aren't willing to fail, they aren't able to learn from their mistakes. If they never learn, they'll never grow and develop into something more. Would you like me to give you a formula for success? It's quite simple, really. Double your rate of failure. You are thinking of failure as the enemy of success, but it isn't at all. You can be discouraged by failure, or you can learn from it. So go ahead and make mistakes. Make all you can. Because remember, that's where you will find success. Thomas J. Watson. If you're not willing to fail, you guarantee you'll stay average at best. If you want to grow into an extraordinary version of yourself, you must be willing to fail. A lot. Failure brings humility. It develops your character. It helps you laugh at your mistakes and not take things so seriously. Like a plant placed from the shade into sunlight, your growth rate will accelerate 10 times. When I first started blogging, I was terrified of one thing in particular: negative feedback. I still remember to this day a comment from an early article that read, "This is the worst article I've ever read." I was broken up about it for months. After that, I made all my articles as vanilla and non-controversial as possible. Before I hit publish, I would ask myself, no one could criticize this, right? I was terrified of failure and rejection. As a result, my writing stayed mediocre and average for years, until I finally started to embrace the possibility of failure. Benjamin Hardy put it this way: don't seek praise, seek criticism. If you embrace the possibility of failure, you open yourself up to enormous success you've never seen before. Most people would choose entertainment and distraction instead of learning and growing. It's not surprising. Learning is hard. Going to counseling, becoming a student of your craft, and constantly failing aren't fun. In the words of Hal Elrod, repetition can be boring or tedious, which is why so few people ever master anything. This is great news for the rest of us, though. Uber successful entrepreneur Darren Hardy once remarked that he's always glad when something is difficult, because that means most people won't ever do it. The competition will always be low. Prioritizing learning and self-education may be new for you, but know this: for every day you read a book, millions of others didn't. For every morning you woke up early
to create and produce, millions of others slept in. For every day you kept going, millions of others quit. Ironically, the fiercest competition is for the second-class prizes. Once you prioritize learning, you become aware of the 1% of opportunities that are truly life-changing. More importantly, these opportunities have incredibly less competition. Most people will continue fighting for scraps with the mediocre majority. That's a game you don't want to win. Instead, quit the game entirely. Leave the crowd. Choose learning and self-education instead of entertainment and distraction. Deep down, most people don't think they have what it takes to be extraordinary. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Of course, if you don't believe you can, you surely won't. I blogged for 4 years and never got more than 200 subscribers. Looking back, I see now that I never really believed I could produce truly great writing. In the past couple months, I've gained more than 5,000 subscribers. This is because I started to take my writing seriously, started to take myself seriously. I began believing in myself. I started acting like a winner before I found any success. So what did I do? I bought a $500 writing course. I started waking up at 6 a.m. every day to write. I've spent hundreds of dollars on personal development books. I treat myself like someone who knows they're one of the best writers on the internet. Soon, I will be. No one is ready for a thing until he believes he can acquire it. Napoleon Hill. I found that once you tell your mind what to do, it will make it happen. Yeah. Right now, my sole goal is to gain 100,000 email subscribers over 6 months. What's crazy is I actually believe this can happen. As a result, my mind is always subconsciously finding solutions to make this happen. Most people will never experience the surge of excitement after beginning to truly believe enormous success is possible. Winners act like winners before they become winners. They believe they can succeed, and their mind starts working on how to get there. Back when I was 23, and all I had was a little blog with less than 50 views a day, I joined an entrepreneur networking group. These guys were intimidating. They wore suits and laughed at weird jokes and liked going to bars where a beer cost $11. They called themselves founders and CEOs and investors. I quit going after a few weeks. There were many great guys and girls in that group who were kind and passionate. But there were also many members who just liked talking about their title. Titles don't mean much anymore. Anyone can be an expert or a CEO of anything. If titles and money are what you chase, I guarantee you'll reach the end of that road feeling empty and sad. The most important goals you should have should be experiential learning and personal transformation. If you're always chasing success, it will constantly elude you. In the words of Viktor Frankl, for success, like happiness, cannot be pursued. It must ensue. But if you always prioritize incredible personal transformation and paradigm-shifting experiences, success will gravitate towards you as if you were a magnet. I've just finished reading Memoirs of a Geisha. It's an incredibly sad story of a girl sold into slavery of pleasing men. The saddest part is that the young geisha doesn't even realize she's spending her whole life chasing the wrong thing, trying to make a man love her. She believed if she could perform well enough, the affections of this man would finally give her the healing and fulfillment she always wanted. Most people spend their lives chasing the wrong things: money, sex, security, and recognition. These won't give you what you want. Forget about titles and impressing others. Focus on becoming a person you are incredibly proud to be. Every moment you spend being jealous is a moment wasted. We don't have much time in this world. The most successful and renowned individuals have often commented later in life how surprisingly fast it all went. You don't have time to be jealous.
If you constantly look to the actions of others, you rarely act like yourself. Your values and behavior have a harder time aligning, making you unhappy and empty. Personal incongruency is what causes so much of our pain. Not being you will destroy you. Tim Denning. Instead of wasting away in mediocrity, playing the comparison game, choose to spend that time working on yourself instead. I once heard being jealous and resentful is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. I thought that was an eerily accurate description. One of the best pieces of advice I've heard on this topic was 4 simple words. Stay in your lane. It doesn't matter how much faster they're going. It doesn't matter how much faster you're going. If you keep looking at other lanes, you're going to crash. Focus on you. Learn all you can. Experiment. Fail. Discover what works. Soon, you'll build momentum. And one day, you'll look around you and marvel at just how damn fast you're going. Cut out jealousy. Spend all your spare time learning and growing. Most people will stay in mediocrity. They'll continue fighting with the majority for average, subpar prizes. It doesn't have to be this way. The road that leads to an incredibly exciting...
Get off my computer.
A net gain for anybody for the non-financialized sector of the economy, Carl?
I know that it is. I mean, you look at what's going on like with John Deere right now. Okay, they've gone out on strike, and the company has said, well, we'll offer you a 5% increase. Well, 5% doesn't even cover the cost of living increase for this year in terms of consumer price index. Okay, and we know that's understated. We know that the cost of fuel, for example, is close to double over the last year. If you're a trucker and you're being paid by the mile, what's the largest input cost in running your truck? It's the cost of the diesel fuel that goes in the tank. Okay, so this is throughout the economy. And part of what happened in the 1970s is that labor got behind that ball. Then they pushed very, very hard to catch up. And by the time that Volcker did what he did and continued on for a while, everybody seems to forget that there's a 12 to 18 months time lag between when you do something and when it shows up in the price level generally. And that's always been the case. So by the time that labor, got what they wanted and kept getting what they wanted, they went another year and a half beyond that point and ended up bankrupting a bunch of companies because the cost inflation at that point was gone, yet the labor side of it continued to prosper from it. So that went too far. Then it snapped back. Now we've gone too far the other direction. And we're probably going to see the same sort of thing happen again because that's just the nature of humans, is that we don't look at things. We said, well, we have to do all of this monetary stimulus because of the pandemic. Well, the fact of the matter is that whether you think you had to do something because of the pandemic or not, 18 months later, here we are. Here's the inflation. But Trump caused it by putting all of that credit into the economy originally. Was it a price that we had to pay? That's a different debate.
But look at the finance side now. There's something going on there, too, because a speculative attack seems to be
launched by the financiers, the George Soroses and the hedge funds of the world, realize, as long as the Fed keeps rates near zero, they're going to borrow and keep piling into assets similar to what we saw in Weimar Germany. Part of the reason Weimar Germany got out of control was these speculative attacks. And so is it too late for a Volcker style intervention to start raising rates?
No, but I don't think that that's where it's going to come from. I think it's going to come from the fact that Congress is going to have an out-and-out revolt on their hands in the midterm elections if they're not careful. If you learned anything from the results in Virginia, it's that you could push things too far. You could think that you have a mandate when you really don't, and then you step over a line that doesn't appear to be all that important. Right? I mean, everyone. What this probably turned on was this whole situation with the schools there in Loudoun County. But that was, again, somebody stepped 1 inch too far over the line, and there was a political earthquake that came as a result of it. So I think we're going to see the same sort of thing. But remember that the Federal Reserve is to a large degree beholden to what Congress does. So everybody likes to talk about Paul Volcker raising rates, but the fact of the matter is that if Congress during that time had been printing up huge deficits in the hundreds of billions of dollars, Volcker could have never gotten away with that. Never would have happened. And so it's nice to point in one direction, but it's not that simple. It comes out of the confluence of both political and monetary policy, because the two are intertwined and there's no way to disconnect them.
But hasn't there been a slew of derivatives and pro-derivatives laws passed since Volcker that really handed the keys over to the financial sector in a way that, as you point out, the two are joined at the hip? But it seems that legally and pragmatically, there's no room to do a Volcker at this point, because you've just given all of the leverage to the financial sector, Carl.
Well, that's true, except that when you can't make people work, okay? I mean, at the end of the day, the people have all the leverage. That's been the lesson of every communist, every socialist government that has been attempted to operated forever. They've always collapsed, and they collapse for the same reason. You go too far down that road, you promise people things you can't deliver, and at the end of the day, what you end up with is people that pretend to go to work, and the government pretends to pay you. And productivity goes in the toilet, and ultimately you end up with the kind of problems that we're seeing now. The government at that point has two choices. It could try to put the accelerator down and continue to power through this thing. And what will happen is what has happened in all of those cases. The Soviet Union collapsed the same way, or they can come to their senses and say, all right, there has to be a balance. And that balance has to be restored. We've gone too far down this road. We have to stop. And yes, history is not full of examples of the politicians realizing that they have to stop. But, hope springs eternal.
If you take the conversation and, you move toward the political economy, and the two are overlap, the two are go to, you can't separate the two really at the end of the day. So you're building the case here that the United States has effectively become a socialist style economy. During the crash, people said, hey, we have capitalism for the gains. When people make money, they keep the gains. But when they lose money, they socialize the losses. That's the first time socialism really entered the lexicon, talking about how the economy is working. But now it seems just full blown out socialism / communism in the United States. They're not even paying lip service to anything capitalist at this point, Carl.
Well, that's true. And remember that OSHA, for example, was put into law in 1970, actually, signed by President Nixon. And the reason was that we are not a communist country. You own yourself. Your boss cannot tell you to run a punch press without guards on it, which has the risk of cutting off your hands in order to have a job. Okay, that's why OSHA exists. You wear a hard hat to protect yourself. You wear a seatbelt to protect yourself. All of a sudden, now we're going to change the rules. Now you have to do these things to protect others. Well, if you have to do things to protect others, what is the others? Because isn't that really the same thing as saying your boss has the right to make you use a punch press without guards because it will make him an extra $5 because the switches to have the guards there cost money. Okay? So now all of a sudden we're saying your body, your person belongs to someone else. That's what communism really is. And when you go too far down that road, you get a backlash. And one way or another, it stops. It either stops because people are intelligent about it and stop it, or it stops because the governmental form and the societal form that has been able to collapse it.
All right, we're going to carry this over to a second segment, but for now, thanks for being on Kaiser Report, Carl Denninger.
Nice to be here, Max. Thank you very much.
Okay, and that's going to do it for this edition of the Kaiser Report with me, Max Kaiser, and Stacey Herbert. I want to thank our guest, Carl Denninger of the fabulous market-ticker.org. Until next time, bye, y'all.
When old truths seem wrong, when old rules just don't hold, and a new world is yet to shape out, disdain becomes the etiquette, and engagement equals betrayal. When so many find themselves worlds apart, we choose to look for common ground.
As a career, professional sport is much tougher on some than others.
He was a hero. He was admired by everybody. So why would somebody believe me? I was just a little girl.
The price I paid to achieve that really was far too much.
I read in the paper this morning, USA swimming coach arrested, allegedly had sex with a 12-year-old girl. This happens almost every week. We get calls at the office. I get informed about it. One of my greatest fears is someone's going to start linking all this together. There's going to be a 60-minute documentary about youth coaches in sports like gymnastics and swimming.
Here is that documentary. See it on RT.
Russia says the migrant crisis on the EU's eastern border is the result of the bloc's military campaigns in the Middle East. Thousands remain stranded at the Poland-Belarus border.
We must not forget where the migrant crisis originated from. Is Belarus really the first country to deal with these problems? No, these are reasons that were created by Western countries themselves, including European ones.
The US appeals court once again rejects Joe Biden's national vaccine mandate for companies to get staff jabbed as service personnel and government workers join the backlash. And we look at how Western militaries are struggling to fight culture wars among their ranks as the US Marine Corps attempts to hire a diversity, equity, and inclusion advisor.
Hi.
Hello, it's good to have you with us. Just at midnight here in Moscow. My name is Colin, bringing you world news from RT this weekend. First is one story dominating from Eastern Europe as the migrant crisis on the Belarus-Poland border continues to unfold, with Warsaw now threatening to cut off railway traffic with its non-EU neighbour. That's as thousands of asylum seekers wait on the frontier in hopes of entering the European Union, which, as you can see from these latest pictures released by the Belarusian authorities, are grey.
It's not a movie.
This is Queen's Freddie Mercury on September 19th, 1980.
and next to him is lead guitarist Brian May, who in July 2021 returned home to find his Kensington, London home flooded.
Covered in black sewage, sludge.
He blamed the basement building that has been plaguing this area for the past 10 years. From 2008 to 2019, 7,328 basements were added to homes in London. Basements not just for the rich, but the super rich. All of these dots represent private underground swimming pools, and cinemas, and wine cellars. Click to London's top luxury realtors, sort by price, and you'll find underwater playgrounds and theaters. Homes like this £25 million one with 2 basement levels, including a bar and spa. London's elite are building underground layers.
It's an interesting kind of conflict between these different, very, very wealthy people. Or as we said, I think in one paper we say it's the conflict between the haves and the have-yots. I'm Professor Roger Burrows. I'm Professor of Cities in the School of Architecture, Planning and Landscape at Newcastle University. But I'm not an architect, nor am I a planner. I'm essentially a sociologist and a statistician.
Do you remember how y'all got the idea, though? Was it literally just you're walking down the street, you see a ton of construction trucks all the time, and you wonder, why is there always construction on this street? And then you say, oh, I bet they're making a basement.
Exactly. We were doing a case study of 4 or 5 different neighbourhoods in London, and we were interviewing residents about what was happening in the neighbourhood. We would notice as we were doing this, streets with 5 or 6 of these excavations going on at the same time, with lorries moving up and down. And indeed, the people that we're interviewing really just wanted to talk about it because they felt that their neighbourhood was being ruined.
Each borough in London has a planning commission where people have to submit renovation plans. Burrows and his co-authors searched every application and found all the basements and then mapped them.
But mostly it's concentrated around the great parks, around Hyde Park, Kensington, Chelsea, and Hammersmith and Fulham.
Brian May's house in Kensington had an original half-underground floor. Suddenly, his neighbors were all building basements of an entirely different scale. A well-off neighborhood became extremely well-off.
Transnational elites were literally burying millions and millions of dollars in the ground.
So this isn't as much of a thing in America. Do you have a sense why that is? Is it the historic codes in London?
You can't really change the outside appearance of a property. You can't fill the loft out and you can't extend at the back. But because of the freehold laws, you own all of the land under the property, so you can burrow down. A lot of it is also geological. What? New York is another kind of world city where you might expect these things to be occurring. They happen a little bit in Brooklyn. But you're literally trying to mine out rock. The great thing about London is, of course, it's clay, so it's very easy to dig down and generate these spaces.
Burrows and his co-authors mapped standard, large, and mega basements.
And what we call mega basements are 3 stories or more, or 2 stories, but which extend beyond the envelope. We find 118 of those, and they're on a ginormous scale.
This map shows their concentration in wealthy neighborhoods. The combination of incredible wealth and inflexible exteriors led to massive basement builds.
Wine cellars, gyms, art galleries, ballrooms, panic rooms, gun stores.
In the late 1800s, a ship owner named Charles Booth started tracking inequality in London, a gradient that he mapped from wealth to poverty, compiled through extensive surveys.
There is now a clear, what I would call, basement belt in London, and concentrated within particular neighbourhoods and particular streets. So I think it is a physical manifestation of gross wealth inequality.
In the mid-2010s, London boroughs began to curb permits for multi-level basements because of resident concerns, like those of Queen's Brian May. The consequences are more than just flooding. Deep digging can cause structural collapses, but basement construction hasn't stopped completely. Gianluca Vialli was one of the best Italian strikers in the 1980s and 90s. When he moved to London in 1996, his legend only grew as he moved into management. He helped lead Italy to win the Euro 2020 final. In 2020, he appeared in the lower right corner of a video conference stream, begging the Kensington and Chelsea Applications Committee not to let his neighbors expand their basements after he'd lived through earlier construction.
The noise pollution and the air pollution has been unbearable. I beg you not to give them permission to do that. No one can be successful unless they make the life of everyone else around them a nightmare.
Today, his neighbor's house is for sale. It's lavish. There's also one major selling point. The planning board has granted permission for a basement excavation.
Two, 1, 0.
Dear.
So I haven't actually started working yet, but what has been very clear early on is that whilst many states and obviously therefore many hospitals have been managing in a similar way to Canada with a real restriction on the drugs that people can prescribe and therefore the therapeutic regimens that you use for treating COVID.
Dakota Christensen for Rebel News. Allow me to ask you a question. If you had the chance right now to take your family and flee from Canada, would you?
Hell yeah.
As Canada becomes increasingly less free by the day, many individuals are taking significant measures to get out. Like this Canadian couple who was recently interviewed by my colleague Tamara Ugolini, who decided to sell everything and make their escape to Mexico.
Just to clarify, you're leaving Canada. Tell us where you're going. What's happening?
We're going to Mexico to start. I'm not sure we'll stay there. I mean, we're going with one suitcase and zero regrets.
Wow.
That's our motto. And we've whittled everything down here to a suitcase each, and which was hard to do, let me tell you. But we're that driven to get out of here. I've just had enough.
Yeah.
Another individual in this very same vein is my guest in this video, an emergency room physician who formerly worked the ER at a hospital in Ontario. I say formerly as this emergency room doctor also made the significant decision to leave Canada and to make his escape to the United States.
That's not really any better.
Now, this doctor needed to remain anonymous so that he could speak with me freely without fear of repercussions, because he, even though he's left Canada, still needs to maintain good relations with his former certification board, the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario, in order to qualify for board certification to work as a doctor in the United States. I had the opportunity to sit down with this doctor and ask him a few very important questions. I wanted to learn more about what made him decide to flee Canada and to get his thoughts as a doctor with years of experience working at a Canadian hospital on the vaccine mandates and the severe healthcare staff shortages that we're presently suffering with across our country. At Rebel News, we appreciate the bravery of anyone who has come forward with important information for the public. That's why we have created a special intake form for whistleblowers to come forward and expose important details about the lockdowns, restrictions, vaccines, healthcare, and more. If you are a pandemic whistleblower, Whether inside government, law enforcement, inside a business, a hospital, a care home, a pharmaceutical company, a laboratory, and you have information you think the public must know, then please go to pandemicwhistleblower.com and fill out our form. If we can verify your identity and substantiate your claims, we will give you a platform to come forward and to speak freely, and we will keep you completely anonymous.
The decision to make the move was really on multiple fronts. The geopolitical front was one big one. A rather big thing for me now a few years ago was the way the treatment of Sun News and the way that therefore there's been just a complete erosion subsequent to that of right-wing views and conservative media and conservative opinions in Canada. I've worked in England. I've seen what it's like there. The medical system there is very good in terms of the medicine, generally speaking, that it practices. It tries to divorce itself as much as possible from influences from pharmaceutical companies and so on. It will always be slightly influenced by that, but it tries to do it as much as possible. And obviously, based on the funding model and everything, there's a great deal more independence in the thoughts around how to write guidelines and therefore create treatment plans. And Canada, I have to admit, is somewhere in the middle between England and America. So I haven't actually started working yet, but what has been very clear early on is that whilst many states and obviously therefore many hospitals have been managing in a similar way to Canada with a real restriction on the drugs that people can prescribe and therefore the therapeutic regimens that you use for treating COVID.
Thank you so much for watching this video. Unfortunately, you are watching this on YouTube, and the censorship overlords on YouTube do not like what we have to say. I would love to show you this full video, so please click on the link in the description below to watch this full report.
Protests, lockdowns, facial recognition technology ushered in, then ushered out. What the hell is going on in Australia? Let's take a look at it. Hello, you 4 million miracles, and today a particular welcome to those of you in the Antipodes, and yet more specifically, Australia. I know there's a lot of weird stuff going on in your country, and we want to talk about it together because we know wherever you are, the United States of America, my country, England, Australia, all the Anglophonic countries, or countries where you speak different languages and have entirely different cultural origins, there's a rise in authoritarianism. There's a rise in surveillance. This is a peculiar time for power. But let's see how those ideas apply, in particular, to Australia today. Facial recognition firm Clearview AI has been ordered to cease collecting photos of Australians from the internet after it was revealed police in some states had trialled the technology. We did a story a little while ago about how the police were recording, using AI technology, images of people protesting in this country, in the UK. Of course, these kind of trends are transnational trends because really the world is. Let's face it, one of the key components of globalism is truly powerful interests stand astride conventional nationalistic power structures because they are the true global colossi, I think that's the right word to pluralize that, colossuses, that are able to trade and act with impunity wherever they are as long as it's in the pursuit of profit. On Wednesday, the Information and Privacy Commissioner determined Clearview AI had breached the privacy of Australians by collecting images of them online and ordered the company to delete all images of people in Australia within 90 days and not collect any more. Just to be clear, don't take any new ones. But Clearview AI has stood its ground, saying it operates legitimately in Australia and intends to appeal the decision. Clearview AI is a facial recognition service that claims to have built up enormous databases containing more than 3 billion labelled faces through the controversial practice of scraping photos from Facebook and other social media sites. We talked about this before. I remember being struck by the term scraping. It's not something I'm a fan of, but it does give you an indication of what's going on. It's somehow abrasive and invasive, and it's not got a good intention at its core. I suppose what interests me
is because I know there's been a lot of protests in Australia, that there's been a lot of controversy around lockdowns. And in fact, a guest on my podcast, Under the Skin, Luke Kemp, who's a research associate at the Centre for Study of Existential Risk at the University of Cambridge, spoke to us about how widespread this challenge is. He said, as the coronavirus has spread, many governments around the world have sought to tackle the pandemic by broadening their powers and abilities according to data collected from the COVID-19 Digital Rights Tracker and Civic Freedom Tracker. To monitor rule breakers, 22 countries have used surveillance drones, facial recognition programs have been expanded, internet censorship has occurred in 28 countries, and internet shutdowns in 13. At least 120 contact tracing apps are used across 71 states, and 60 other digital contact tracing measures have been used across 38 countries. You know, I ask you to put what you think in the comments all the time. I've seen loads of people talking about what's going on in Australia, saying that the measures are quite draconian, restrictive, and infringement on civil liberties. I'm not in a position to commentate on that directly, but I can certainly say that this type of surveillance is usually an indication, and certainly Luke Kemp thinks so, that power is shifting the way in which it seeks to control a population. Last year, it was revealed that the US-based company, we're talking about Clearview AI, had offered trial services to police in Australia, specifically Queensland Police, Victoria Police, and the Australian Federal Police. Reports suggested that more than 2,000 law enforcement agencies across the globe have been using Clearview's services in 2020. An indication as well of the reach and reality of certain tech powers and the model of power that we operate within. Clearview are a global organization. Perhaps the ideologies that underwrite them and perhaps the ideologies that truly govern the democracies within which we live are global too. You might get occasional elections, you might get cultural fluctuations here and there, but what you won't get are laws and regulations that seriously prohibit and impede the interests of powerful organizations. There may be a temporary revocation of the ability of Clearview, or whatever they're called, Clearview. We've got a clear view of your private life. We've got a clear view of your genitals. We've got a clear view of a future in which you've got no power at all. It's terrifying, I know, and here's 90 versions of it. Mark Love, who has a misleading name, a lawyer for BAL Lawyers acting for Clearview AI, said the company intends to appeal to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. Clearview AI operates legitimately according to the laws of its places of business, it says. We always look at the laws of our places of business, and then we do whatever we can within those laws to enact tyranny and create profit. I mean, that's one of the things that we continually point out, isn't it, on this channel? That often, within the law, it's possible to do things that feel, seem, and ultimately are wrong. If you look at all the insider trading stuff going on in America, look at the 2-job stuff going on in the UK. Yeah, all right, it's within the law, but that shows you that the law is set up to privilege and advance the interests of a particular set of people. That's no good. That's different from right, isn't it? Police forces in Australia have downplayed their use of the service. However, the OAIC report found officers in Australia had successfully searched for suspects, victims, and themselves in the Clearview databases. Look at that. Suspects. Oh, good work, mate. Look at that. Victims. Really good. Look, I'm a bit bored of this. Should we have a look for ourselves? I wondered when you was going to ask, mate. It's the second ruling that the OAIC has made against facial recognition technology this year, after a similar finding was made against convenience store giant 7-Eleven last month, after the collection of facial images of people filling out customer surveys across 700 stores. Up to 3.2 million facial images had been collected over a 10-month period. In June 2020, 7-Eleven rolled out tablets in its 700 stores across New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, and Western Australia to allow customers to fill in surveys. Each tablet had a built-in camera that took photos of customers both when they started and completed the survey. The photos were then uploaded to an Australian-hosted server where the facial image was converted to an encrypted algorithmic face print, and a person's approximate age and gender were recorded based on an assessment of the face print. That sounds somewhat terrifying, that something as innocuous as filling in a survey at 7-Eleven led to this rather esoteric technological process where people are speculating about your identity. Of course, at the moment, most of this information is used just to sort of sell you stuff, I suppose, is what they're doing. That seems to be the dominator ideology. All of your information that's being taken by social media platforms is ultimately being sold to advertisers. It's just creating bespoke advertisements. But when you look at it from the perspective of it dominating your attention, or when you look at it from the fact that you're increasingly being extracted from your own essence and being turned into like just a set of
Well, oh no. Ow. Mm. 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 Ow. My arm is so fucking burning. Oh my god. That's so stupid. What's the matter? What's the matter? Mr. Socko's face. Okay. Oh, God. Ugh. Back up, back up.
What should be here soon?
Everything exploded.
Really?
Oh, wait. Look at the wall. Hello.
Did you too? Oh my God.
That's because the bottle exploded. It's cool.
How?
I don't know.
You just went to open it and
Yeah, like a Coke bottle.
I guess because you were shaking it.
Well, I cut the top off. I guess I cut the hole too small. And then I let it sit for too long, so it started building. What is it down? It's cold. I'll pick up the lighter because it's got bleach on it. Here, there you go. Everywhere.
And I just put it back in the bleach. It's on your thing here too.
It's everywhere. It's fine. Oh, it's not on my computer. No! God damn!
Power that we operate within. Clearview are a global organisation. Perhaps the ideologies that underwrite them, and perhaps the ideologies that truly govern the democracies within which we live, are global too. You might get occasional elections, you might get cultural fluctuations here and there, but what you won't get are laws and regulations that seriously prohibit and impede the interests of powerful organisations. There may be a temporary revocation of the ability of Clearview, or whatever they're called, Clearview. We've got a clear view of your private life. We've got a clear view of your genitals. We've got a clear view of a future in which you've got no power at all. It's terrifying. I know. And here's 90 versions of it. Mark Love, who has a misleading name, a lawyer for BAL Lawyers acting for Clearview AI, said the company intends to appeal to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. Clearview AI operates legitimately according to the laws of its places of business, it says. We always look at the laws of our places of business, and then we do whatever we can within those laws to enact tyranny and create profit. I mean, that's one of the things that we continually point out, isn't it, on this channel? That often, within the law, it's possible to do things that seem, ultimately, are wrong. Look at all the insider trading stuff going on in America. Look at the two-job stuff going on in the UK. Yeah, all right, it's within the law, but that shows you that the law is set up to privilege and advance the interests of a particular set of people. That's no good. That's different from right, isn't it? Police forces in Australia have downplayed their use of the service. However, the OAIC report found officers in Australia had successfully searched suspects, victims, and themselves in the Clearview databases. Look at that. Suspects. Oh, good work, mate. Look at that. Victims. Really good. Look, I'm a bit bored of this. Shall we have a look for ourselves? I wondered when you was going to ask, mate. It's the second ruling that the OAIC has made against facial recognition technology this year, after a similar finding was made against convenience store giant 7-Eleven last month, after the collection of facial images of people filling out customer surveys across 700 stores. Up to 3.2 million facial images had been collected over a 10-month period. In June 2020, 7-Eleven rolled out tablets in its 700 stores across New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland and Western Australia to allow customers to fill in surveys. Each tablet had a built-in camera that took photos of customers both when they started and completed the survey. The photos were then uploaded to an Australian-hosted server where the facial image was converted to an encrypted algorithmic face print, and a person's approximate age and gender were recorded based on an assessment of the face print. That sounds somewhat terrifying, that something as innocuous as filling in a survey at 7-Eleven led to this rather esoteric technological process where people are speculating about your identity. Of course, at the moment, most of this information is used just to sort of sell you stuff, I suppose, is what they're doing. That seems to be the dominator ideology. All of your information that's being taken by social media platforms is ultimately being sold to advertisers. It's just creating bespoke advertisements. But when you look at it from the perspective of it dominating your attention, or when you look at it from the fact that you're increasingly being extracted from your own essence and being turned into like just a set of data, and that all that matters about you is your resale value, your ability to spend money, is chilling even more than the obvious possibility that this information will ultimately be used to control you, to prevent you operating freely. The government's existing alliance with big tech and big business could easily be used to enhance lockdowns. And given the nature of some of the complaints I've seen about the level of prohibition that people in Australia are currently experiencing, it certainly seems to be a concern of people in Australia. 7-Eleven initially tried to defend the practice. There's nothing wrong with it. Telling the commissioners the facial recognition technology was designed to prevent staff or others from completing multiple surveys in one day. Oh, can you imagine? Like, you know what people are like? They love a survey, don't they? People have been, oh, hang on, I've done one survey. Mate, you've already done one survey, that's enough. Get your hands off me. Unless they have facial recognition technology that can stare into my eyes and each individual freckle, I'm doing as many surveys as I like. The company also argued people had the option of not using We don't have to do it. That's the same with everything, isn't it? Every single, other than things that are mandated or you're obligated to do, that's the argument for it. Don't have to get in the car. That people had the option of not using the tablets, and that the company had posted signs in the store stating, by entering this store, you consent to facial recognition cameras capturing and storing your image. Oh yeah, how big was that sign? Who wrote it? A tiny little mouse down on the skirting board, a little mouse with clogs on. Also, if you're popping into 7-Eleven for some kind of necessity, possibly related to defecation, you're not going to think, oh, I came in here for some toilet roll, but I'm consenting to facial recognition. I'll have to just do a poo on the curb. So it's an interesting story about a unique nation, continent, about levels of regulation and surveillance that seem to be operating in alliance with the unique conditions brought about by the pandemic. I know many of you in Australia are concerned about what's happening there. There are particular details of that are difficult to discuss online, but this surveillance issue is already public domain, easy to discuss, and for me, cause for concern sufficient to warrant further investigation. But that's just what I think. What do you think, people in Australia, New Zealand, everywhere around the world? Our American brothers and sisters, people from my country, non-Anglophonic countries everywhere in the world, what do you think about the way the world is changing, the new regulations that are emerging, the ongoing surveillance, the capture of data? Do you think a global superstate is being constructed where ultimately we'll all be corralled off into little units where we have less and less control over our own lives, our freedom slowly eroded? Let me know in the comments below. Give me a thumbs up, share this video around, put it amongst your Australian buddies and friends so they can see it too. If you enjoyed this video, have a look at this one. Very, very similar video. You might consider listening to my Luminary podcast that you can subscribe to wherever you are in the world through Apple, where I talk to people like Edward Snowden and other experts on tech invasion and surveillance and the slow erosion of our powers. If you want to meditate now, have a look at this cheeky guy. And please sign up to my mailing list right here. Stay free.
Wait. Hey.
Major developments in the Kyle Rittenhouse murder trial just days before a jury decides his fate. The prosecution desperate to put Rittenhouse behind bars and save their crumbling case, asking the judge today to allow for lesser charges. The judge is considering the request before closing arguments on Monday. Liberals in the media proving they don't care about justice being fair and instead are turning this trial into a political football. Kyle Rittenhouse's mom defending her son after President Biden called the then 17-year-old a white supremacist.
I was angry. President Biden don't know my son whatsoever, and he's not a white supremacist. He's not a racist. And he did that for the votes. And I was so angry for a while at him.
I thought you needed the little
what he did to my son, he defamed him.
And as the case for self-defense gets stronger, the mainstream media is ramping up its smears. Kyle Rittenhouse tearfully testified at his murder trial in Wisconsin, like a mini Brett Kavanaugh.
What about the people on the right who are making Kyle Rittenhouse out to be a choir boy, that the black kid did that, killed two people, and injured another person? How would America feel about that?
If he is freed, it's a message to others like him that prison won't be in their future. And so I do wonder. If he's free, he'll end up in Congress probably. And he could end up in Congress.
The comment, Greg, I think it was Joy Reid who said that these were fake tears, just like Kavanaugh's tears were fake, just shows an inability of humanity to recognize real emotion in another human being.
Also, when you look at the face of his mother, all you see is the suffering that she's been going through. It's just interesting to listen to the media defend, what would they have done if a pedophile and a serial abuser, one of the pedophiles, one of the guys wanted to die, comes after you? What would they have wanted him to do? Rittenhouse? Don't shoot them. Let them beat you with the skateboard. I think the media is priming the outcome as a ratings payout. I think you mentioned this before, by injecting race into it. So even though it's a white kid who killed two white goons, there's something racial about it, but there isn't. The best part about this is how many people on Twitter thought the victims were black.
Oh. It's 3 white guys. What are you talking about? Come on.
So if you aren't going to save the planet for us, do it for them. The sociopaths who run our systems have known about climate change since at least the 1960s, and they have done less than nothing. We need a Manhattan Project, all hands on deck. Don't give a shit about anything else except this kind of approach to climate change. We did it for World War II. So why not do it for the end of humanity? Is that not a good cause? Is that not a good enough cause? Look, yes, I agree. Nazis sucked. But human extinction is in many ways even worse. Is that crazy to say? Too soon? Coming to you from Washington, D.C., the belly of the beast. This is Redacted tonight. Let's roll, never get their control. They got their money, but we got our soul. Let's roll, never get their control. They got their money, but we got our soul. Welcome, I'm Lee Camp. Now let's take the news from behind. We continue on the most important topic in the world for the next 100 years, maybe a little longer. Climate change. Oxfam has come forward and basically said, we need to dust off the guillotines. They didn't use those words, but you can tell they wanted to. A new study shows that billionaires across the globe are plundering the planet and placing the world in grave danger from climate change. By the end of this decade, the carbon footprints of the richest 1% of people on Earth are set to be 30 times greater than what is compatible with keeping global warming below 1.5 degrees. Just the billionaires alone will be sending us into a fiery hellhole future if they aren't stopped. So yes, we need to dust off the guillotines and use them until the blade is more dull than the safety scissors we give my 5-year-old cousin who drank the cleaning fluid. Although, if we do that, those billionaires will just be replaced by other sociopaths unless we actually change this horse system that only rewards people for seeking profit, not for sustaining a livable planet. But my therapist told me to decrease the number of items on my to-do list, so I'm going to put create new economic system. I'm going to move that to Tuesday. Next up, some good news. One of America's ongoing coup attempts failed this week. Very exciting. There were elections in Nicaragua, and the Sandinistas won by a landslide. America's dirty tricks failed to derail the Nicaraguan democracy. Besides the economic war the U.S. has been waging against Nicaragua's socialist government, our ruling elite also got Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter to suspend hundreds of influential pro-Sandinista journalists and activists just days before the November 7th elections, falsely claiming they were government trolls. Who made that call to interfere in another country's election? The 11-page Facebook report detailing the company's supposed evidence of inauthentic behavior has just two contributors, Luis Fernando Alonso and Ben Nimmo, individuals with deep and long-lasting ties to Western military intelligence. So the U.S. government / big tech empire shut down journalists in Nicaragua and then accused them of shutting down journalists in Nicaragua. But NBC News reported on something even bigger. Rigged! Criticism mounts of Nicaragua's sham elections under Ortega. Holy shit! This is horrible. Well, what kind of evidence do they have? I can't wait to see it. As far as that article says, the entirety of their evidence is Ernest Abiertas, a Citizens Electoral Observatory, registered more than 200 acts of political violence and coercion on Election Day. Holy shit! Ernest Abiertas! They're the most official, most objective, organized thing or play company stuff that, what are they again? Oh, their Twitter account that's been doing election monitoring for 50 years. Wait, no, 30 years. Okay, over 10 years. Well, half a year. My God, since April? That's even before Abraham Lincoln was born. Yeah, Ernest Abiertas is a few months old. They have 1,200 Twitter followers, and they have a website based in Lithuania. Literally. Everyone knows Lithuanians are the best election monitors for Nicaraguan elections. Something about eating buckets of chilled borscht just makes you really good at watching far-off elections. It's good. The borscht is good for the eyeballs, the borscht in the eyes, and the borscht in the eyeball. Not in the borscht. You wouldn't have eyeballs in the borscht. I mean, occasionally, but that's a problem they're working on. But yeah, borscht, good for seeing election. Everyone knows that. But the fact remains, this is a tiny, brand new Twitter account of Lithuanians, and they witnessed horrible violence at the Nicaraguan polls, such as, quoting from their website, volunteers from the majority party canvassing neighborhoods to see if people had voted yet and asking if citizens needed a ride to the polls. Holy shit! That's disgusting. I haven't seen anything that gross since Nightmare on Elm Street, when Freddy Krueger would pick up innocent teenagers who had just had sex and give them a ride to the polling stations. So, that Twitter account seems to be the extent of NBC News' evidence that there were hundreds of acts of political violence. I mean, they really broke some big news there. They really did. This sounds almost as reliable as Russiagate, or almost as big as that time that Fox News realized winter is cold even during climate change. Where would we be without the mainstream media? Motto: manufacturing consent for idiocy for over 70 years. We have to go to a quick break. But if you want exclusive Redacted Night content, extra content, just go grab portable.tv, the app at portable.tv/download. We have extra content every single day. I'll be right back with a lot more.
To those who keep preaching the temple of scientism are true believers, usually highly committed to this worldview. Some of them I would call scientific fundamentalists. They're not very interested in the evidence about psychic phenomena or about the value of spiritual practices because it goes against their worldview. But the evidence is very strong that spiritual practices and religious practices make people happier, healthier, and live longer.
Not true at all.
The world is driven by dreamers, shaped by thinkers and those with vision. Who dares, thinks. We dare to ask.
As a career, professional sport is much tougher on some than others. He was a hero. He was admired by everybody. So why would somebody believe me? I was just a little girl.
The price I paid to achieve that really was far too much.
I read in the paper this morning, USA swimming coach arrested, allegedly had sex with a 12-year-old girl. This happens almost every week. We get calls at the office. I get informed about it. One of my greatest fears is someone's going to start linking all this together. There's going to be a 60-minute documentary about youth coaches in sports like gymnastics and swimming.
Here is that documentary. See it on RT.
Welcome back. I'm still Lee Camp. After making a king's fortune several times over from COVID vaccines, Big Pharma is lobbying to stop Congress from lowering the insanely high prescription drug prices. For more, we go to our correspondent waiting for his prescriptions at a CVS, Andrews Lee. Hey, Andrews.
This line's not moving anytime soon. No, I got a minute. Just got passed by a 300-year-old woman with a walker and 2 fake hips.
Okay, so Democrats have been talking about getting seniors cheaper medication. Are they actually going to do that?
You're right, Lee. Letting Medicare negotiate prescription drug prices is at the top of the Democratic Party's agenda, right next to making President Bush forge a new direction in Iraq.
Wait, what?
I'm talking about the agenda that congressional Democrats campaigned on. They say right here that making... Oh, wait, okay. Yeah, this is from 2006. I guess that's why it says bring sexy back.
Yeah, they really succeeded with the Bush stuff. They did great.
Yeah, well, they only failed because they couldn't beat the filibuster back then, which also must be happening at the front of this line. How many prescriptions does this guy get?
And then in 2008, Democrats got a filibuster-proof majority and a Democratic president. So what happened then?
Funny that you ask, because people often think of Donald Trump as the deal's president, but forget that it was Barack Obama who cut the deal of the century with Big Pharma by promising not to push for drug price negotiations in exchange for the industry agreeing not to oppose reform and to cut $80 billion in costs over 10 years.
Well, it's been about 10 years since Obama bowed down to Big Pharma. How are those prescription drug costs looking now?
Still the world's highest, but they're working on it. Democrats ran on lowering prescription drug prices in 2018 and 2020, and 2008, 2010, 2012, 2014, but you get the idea. But a couple of them actually meant it this time. You see, letting Medicare actually negotiate the cost of drugs, the way the VA does, is an extremely popular idea. But groups like the Partnership to Fight Chronic Disease are worried.
Price setting will hurt seniors like me. Let's never let that happen here.
Wait, the Partnership to Fight Chronic Disease? That's got to be an AstroTurf name if I've ever heard one.
We don't know that. You don't think people who have chronic diseases hang out together? You don't think Judge Judy there is getting together with her chronic fatigue gals and starting a movement? That's really ignorant of you.
Yeah. That ad was 100% paid for by Big Pharma.
Look, they don't disclose their donors. The one rule of the Partnership to Fight Chronic Disease is that you don't talk about the Partnership to Fight Chronic Disease.
Sure. So will this bill finally allow Medicare as a program to negotiate the cost of prescriptions or not?
Well, thanks to Kirsten Sinema, senator from the great state of Moderna, a grand compromise on that score is in the works. Instead of the initial proposal to let Medicare negotiate the price of any drug it wants, the new plan would only allow Medicare to negotiate prices for 10 drugs by 2025 and 20 per year by 2028. Prices of drugs that are under exclusivity periods of 9 to 12 years would not be eligible for negotiation.
Great. So life-saving prescriptions will now be accessed at an affordable rate by how many people?
By the CBO's own calculations, about 16.3 people.
Sounds a little low. And what happens to the 0.3 person?
Well, the Democrats' new campaign strategy will be to up that to 18.7 people.
Great. Can't wait. Thanks, Anders. Moving on, we have a morbid trend, new trend, involving our government torturing Americans. For more on this, let's go to our conduit of truth, Jafar Khan.
Remember Baby Shark? The hit song that was a craze among toddlers? We're actually not allowed to play a clip of that song because here at Redacted Tonight, we do not sanction the use of torture. The same, however, could not be said for our government.
Former inmates have filed a federal lawsuit saying they were forced to listen to Baby Shark at the Oklahoma County Jail. You know the song? Do, 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 do. Civil rights liars filed a lawsuit this week against the Oklahoma County Commissioner, Sheriff Tommy Johnson, the jail trust, and 2 former jailers. Attorneys describe the discipline tactics as torture.
I guess they chose Baby Shark because that's like supposed to be funny, using a children's song for torture. Cool. I've always said the most urgently needed reform in our racist and murderous justice system is more laughs. And this story is full of them. As Mr. Foreman turned around, Officer Miles then spit into Mr. Foreman's face. Both Officer Miles and Officer Butler laughed at Mr. Foreman as they left the cell pod. Classic laughter. This is an infuriating story, but it's not an isolated incident. Here's a similar story in Florida, and pay attention to the overall tone in which this story is being delivered.
A debate raging over a Florida city playing children's music at a park pavilion at night to keep homeless people away. People say the music rotates between Baby Shark and this song.
Is this a fun story for people? Am I wrong for not finding this amusing? Is this just Southern Oklahoma, Florida comedy now? If you find it amusing to use Guantanamo Bay torture tactics on the most vulnerable parts of your community, you might be a sociopath. But yes, Guantanamo Bay. Our government has used music as a form of torture in Guantanamo Bay and Abu Ghraib, and now on American citizens. Because our horrific war on terror foreign policy eventually becomes our horrific war on Americans' domestic policy. Torture is one example, another is military occupation. Thanks to the Pentagon literally giving away surplus military equipment to local police departments, the images we saw in Fallujah started to feel eerily similar to what we were seeing in Ferguson. Thank you, the Pentagon, for the free new tanks. That's a new character I'm working on named Cop with a Tank. And let's not forget our massive foreign terrorist surveillance network that ended up including an illegal massive surveillance network on American citizens at home. Remember the NSA? Boy, am I glad they disbanded. What's that? They still exist and have almost 1 million Twitter followers for some reason? Yeah. And are apparently only following 165 people? That seems like an undercount. This is all part of what I call our foreign to domestic with brown people pipeline. We start with a foreign policy of military occupation, surveillance, torture, and drones, and just shove all that into the Middle East through the foreign to domestic with brown people pipeline. And from the other side comes out police tanks and Baby Shark torture. Also, the NYPD has drones now. The point is, the darkest parts of our foreign policy eventually become the darkest parts of our domestic policy. And if that can't be a rallying cry to rein in our military-industrial complex, I don't know what is. From Oklahoma, this is Jafar Khan with Redacted Tonight.
Here are your headlines from the future. In 1 week, you'll read: Facebook and Twitter banned Nicaragua's president for blatantly trying to influence Nicaraguan politics. Other countries always trying to meddle in their own governments. You notice that? Coming up in December. President Biden says he's not concerned about global temperature rise next year because he won't even be alive then. Smartest president ever. And this next headline we'll read in January. Congressional report. Best way to deal with climate change to move people in drought areas to flooded areas. And move the people in fiery areas to hurricane areas. Problem solved. That's our show. But check out my podcast, Government Secrets with Graham Elwood. Also, text the word redacted to 33777 to join our free email list. Until next time, good night and keep fighting.
Echo. Relax. Hey. Chill. Oi! Zach? Yes, I'm well aware.
Russia says the migrant crisis on the EU's eastern border is the result of the bloc's military campaigns in the Middle East.
Zach.
Thousands remain stranded at the Poland-Belarus frontier. We must not forget where the migrant crisis originated from. Is Belarus really the first country to deal with these problems? No, these are reasons that were created by Western countries themselves, including European ones. The US Appeals Court once again rejects Joe Biden's national vaccine mandate for companies to get staff jabbed, as service personnel and government workers joined the backlash. And we look at how Western militaries are struggling to fight culture wars among their ranks as the US Marine Corps attempts to hire a diversity, equity, and inclusion advisor.
All right, I'm here with another YouTube rebel, Dr. Sunil Dand, who has also recently been in YouTube, among other jails, right? So, Dr. Dand, do you mind just first introducing yourself to everybody? You have way more subscribers than I do, so I'm sure there are more people that know who you are than know who I am. But for those people who have not made it over to your channel, tell us who you are, please.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I am an internal medicine doctor, currently in the northeast of the United States in Massachusetts. I have worked up and down the East Coast. I grew up in the United Kingdom, went to medical school over there, then came over here for my residency. And since then, I have lived over here on this side of the pond. My interests, aside from internal medicine, which I practice in the hospital and as an outpatient, I am very much into lifestyle medicine health and well-being. I try to promote that a lot in my videos as well. And over the last 18 months, like a lot of us, my life has been completely consumed with COVID-19. I've been called upon to work at the front lines, treated hundreds of patients with COVID-19. And in my videos, I've been highlighting a lot of what I believe have been fundamental errors that have been made in our COVID-19 management, not just in the United States, but all over the world as well. All consuming right now. Hopefully the situation improves over the next few months, but still very much following the situation on a day-by-day, week-by-week basis.
Okay, so that brings us then, I guess, to what happened to you. Tell us a little bit about some of the videos that you've been doing that are related to COVID and what you just described, your specialty, that have been okay. Let's start with the easy stuff, because I will say to everybody, most people know that I do kind of like science light at the beginning for the YouTube crowd. And then for those who want the actual full story that's not sanitized to avoid censorship on YouTube, you got to go to my other platforms. And I should say you and I met because we're both on locals. So why don't you promote your locals real fast, as I will also promote mine.
Sure. Well, I joined locals about 3 weeks ago, and I did so because of my experience on other social media platforms. I found out about locals.com after doing my own research, and it was founded for the specific purpose of avoiding a big tech censorship. I've been very happy with my experience over the last few weeks. A lot of my supporters have come over to locals.com from other big platforms like YouTube, and I do believe that this is going to be very much the future of social media, and big tech is going to learn some lessons very soon when people start moving away from them.
Okay, what is your locals URL? Mine's AllisonMorrow.locals.com.
Mine is my name, Dr. DrSunilDan.locals.com.
Okay, great. All right, so yes, let's go to some of the videos that you've been doing, and I'm gonna, while you're talking, I'll pull up your YouTube channel. Give me some topics that have not been flagged, so we know what seems to pass on YouTube for you.
Sure. So my main interest, as I said, lifestyle medicine, and this is intrinsically linked to COVID-19. When I've talked about this issue, I haven't faced any censorship. When I've done other videos on aspects of lifestyle medicine, I haven't faced censorship. But as soon as I get onto COVID-19, and if I'm talking about any type of data at all that might be raising questions, which actually in terms of science and medicine is exactly what we should be talking about. That is the core fundamental of good medicine and science. Right. Those are the ones which have been flagged. And if I can draw a few repeated examples, when I'm talking about COVID-19 strategies in other countries, other Western countries like the United Kingdom, Israel, Ireland, it seems like the United States big tech institutions have major problems with that if it is not following what is being said here in the United States. And that to me is completely outrageous that they would take information from other countries. I can give you one specific example. I talked about how over the summer in the United Kingdom, top government advisors and scientists were hotly debating whether or not to vaccinate children. They were at first saying they didn't want to do this, and they were backing it up with strong data. If I'm ever in a coma, you better pluck my beard. It was not a strong recommendation. When I was presenting this word for word information from the UK government, those were the videos that were being pulled by social media companies. Can you believe that? Crazy.
Yes, because they won't even let our government officials talk on.
I was like, Mom, why does our family fucking have lady beards? Like, I'm sorry.
So I do.
That's all me.
You can't even cover history anymore. Like with my video with Dr. Aaron Cariotti, who's a director of medical ethics, who better to talk about medical ethics than a director of medical ethics? He's just trying to explain his court case against the University of California, citing his natural immunity. And that originally, though I was reinstated, that was originally stricken. Is that the right word? I don't know. Struck from the record, struck from YouTube. And I was suspended. And but you have to go to Twitter and then kick up dust. And I was watching your video about your deplatforming, and you were talking about kind of, it sounded like you felt the same way about it that I do, which is even if you get back in, to me, it's not a win, because if all it is just whoever can make the tech companies or the government or whoever else can control the most uncomfortable, then that's always going to be somebody or some organization, some special interest that has the most power. And how often can you and I rally enough noise to keep them at bay and keep ourselves talking. I feel like eventually we lose. It's just so far I haven't had a very strong special interest pushing back on me, but eventually if you get big enough, just whoever has the most power is going to win at the end of the day. So even though I was reinstated, I don't like the process of how that all goes down, because it's not because they go back and go, oh, you know what, actually Allison was talking science, and they give you all the reasons about why it wasn't misinformation, even though they call it misinformation.
What is it?
It's just because they don't want to look bad on Twitter, or they just want you off your back. But if that's the way these decisions are made, then it's always just going to be whoever can just be the squeakiest wheel, right? Gets the grease. And I feel like that's never going to be the little guy in the long term.
That's true, yes. And those of us who have more for platform can make a fuss, but hundreds of thousands of people can't. I gave the example on my video when I was kicked off LinkedIn
in Canada.
I actually deleted
Doesn't
my
it
whole
not even make
account.
fucking sense?
And
It's
to be honest, I was ready
$150
to
for a
leave
fucking
after making
a
my
test
video on other
in
platforms.
Canada.
But it was someone that was
And I
watching
think it's like,
that
so if
happened
you're
to have a
traveling, you have to
contact
get
that sounded
two.
like this person was in Europe, in
And it's a
Switzerland.
very
And
specific
they got
one.
in
You
touch
can't
with
get
me and
any
said,
other
listen,
kind.
you are
Of
not
course.
spreading misinformation.
Why
I
would
actually
there
know
be
somebody that's
alternatives
quite
that are
high up
cheaper?
at this social media company. Let me see what strings I
But
can pull. And then
per
literally within
person, it'll
hours, I
cost like
got a
$300
flood of apologetic emails.
just to
And
fucking
it's
get the
incredible that it would take
fucking
that sort of
PR
connection
test.
to make
And that's
things
like,
happen.
so like,
Whereas
what if you
without that, most people
genuinely
don't
like
have that
they're
level
saying
of
this
recourse.
When you actually have
now
the
for
data to
people
cite
who
it,
have like
you would think that would pass the bar more
previously had heart
easily
problems
because you
and
have
shit,
the data.
they
It just
should not be getting
seems
the
like from the
vaccine.
people I've interviewed and seen it on my
Especially
own
like I
channel,
think they said younger males or
the
something.
stronger the data
So
that
like,
points in
if
the
you actually
opposite direction of
have a
what they
genuine reason
allow,
why you can't get
the
vaccinated,
worse off you are,
why
which doesn't
is
seem
it
to
up
be
to
very
you to pay all
scientific
this
at all.
money to get the fucking
And
stupid
that's
ass
true.
fucking
Yeah,
test?
because you're
When
hitting
even
people
in like fucking
who,
America,
and these people,
Joe Biden
let's,
fucking made a
let's
mandate
not beat
being like
around the bush
all the
here.
people,
These
like
are
all the tests are free.
anti-science people. And I do not believe the majority of people in my
Yeah,
profession,
we're the ones with
which I can
healthcare.
speak for, are like this. But unfortunately, over the last 18
Basically,
months,
like
we've had these
50% of
small
white
but
people
vocal
are like, yo,
minorities. That
Canada's dope.
seems to be
Because
always
we
the
have
case
fucking
recently.
healthcare. And now
Who
fucking
is
even
ruining
fucking Joe
everything.
Biden's doing
But
better
they
at that.
accumulated positions of
Yeah,
power
fucking idiot.
in academics,
They're
in
taking
major
away optic
organizations,
care,
and they're able to do this, and nothing could
insurance,
be more
covered
anti-science.
optic care.
It's all going to come out in the end. These people
And like a bunch
have
of
to
fucking
answer
eye
for what
doctors
they've
are like,
done.
you can't just
These
do
people who
that.
are making these decisions, and
It's not
instead
like
of
I can
what
go
a good doctoral
market
scientist should
myself
do,
and
if
I'll
you see
get more
data that is
customers.
pointing in
It's
an
like
opposite direction to
the
what you
customers
think,
come a
you
thing.
should take a step back. You should
You
be
can't
thoughtful.
make
You
people
should
get
have
more
open,
fucking
rigorous
eye
debate.
problems.
These people are the opposite. They respond with extreme anger.
Or you
They
can't
want
like
to silence
upgrade
people
your
who
fucking
have data that they
eyewear
don't
in
like.
any
I mean,
way,
it's
like it's
just
like
awful
standard
and
practice.
an affront. And I'm embarrassed. I'm truly embarrassed. I consider myself a doctor
I'm
that
so
likes to
embarrassed.
follow the data and have open
Oh,
debate.
you mean
It's
it was
crazy
an
that this has
accident?
been happening over the last year and a half, and that we even need to be
God.
having this discussion.
It seems like your profession is facing the same reactivity that my profession of mainstream journalism did when everyone was yelling fake news at us. Instead of asking, why are these people saying fake news? Could we have possibly spread fake news? Why do they hate us so much? And did a little bit of self-reflection. We just looked at them and said, you're just crazy. We're not fake news. That was all started by Trump. You guys are nuts. We're fine. We're the bearers of all good things, informative. And now I see medical doctors acting the same way. Fauci, if you question me, you're questioning science. Instead of looking at the distrust and the discontent and saying, how can we possibly mishandle our profession or this public health response that has incited this kind of reaction from people? I've seen medical doctors now dig in the same way I saw journalists dig in. I'm curious if you've seen the same thing.
Yeah, like I see
I
exactly
wake
the same
up with
thing.
you in the morning, get you
Ultimately,
water
this
and
is a very
shit,
human
put your head
phenomenon.
up for
I made a
you.
video a couple of weeks ago on groupthink, and that's what we're dealing with. And
It's
unfortunately,
one
if you
of
look
my
at
major
history,
people,
Alison, you
so.
will see that some of the biggest perpetrators of groupthink and bashing down opposing views have been people who claim to be people of science. It's very sad, but it will exist in all fields because we are all human, no matter what the level of our education. It just has more consequences when it's happening with people in medicine and science because they're making very big decisions.
They're all right.
Yeah,
And
I've never
things
really
swing very quickly. That's
I mean, I was like,
that's the irony of it all in a way. I mean, if you take, for instance, a lab leak theory, I did not believe for a moment initially in March 2020 that this was a lab leak. I even made made videos and posts on how horrendous these wet markets were. And slowly, I started to hear it more and more. And I've had a number of specialty colleagues come up here.
It's just like,
recently, someone, she actually runs her own lab.
like,
She's highly intelligent, a professor. She said to me, she
because I have
thought
to
the
do it
whole
for like
time
consecutive
that
hours.
this was man-made,
So it'd
something
probably
very
be better
unusual
to
about how
start
it's
it off
spreading,
in the
the
morning on a
sequencing of the
weekday,
virus.
so that
And I'm sure
everybody
a
goes to
lot of
work and
people
shit,
thought that,
and then I
and
can
now
have
it's become
someone
a very
over
much a mainstream thought.
So are you saying
Actually,
that you changed your mind on that one?
Oh,
Because
yes.
okay.
I think now the overwhelming evidence is that it was man-made. We may never prove
I
it.
know,
That's
that's
my
what I'm
own
doing. I'm
thought,
gonna go
having
get
heard
my
everything I have over
bust.
the last few months.
Well, it's not a bust, it's a mannequin.
Yeah, it seems more and more like less of the question of that and more so what was the U.S. Involvement in gain of function research. It's a fascinating question, and sometimes I hear people say to me,
I don't know.
what we're allowed to debate is sometimes a smokescreen for what we're not allowed to debate that's past that. So, in other words, I hear from a lot of people kind of wondering if like we're all fixated on the division over the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated and the things we're allowed to argue about, eerily not talking about what our own government's roles may have been in even creating this problem in the first place. And that's something that our own government officials are arguing about right now. Obviously, we regularly seeing Rand Paul and Anthony Fauci go back and forth, which you'll have a hard time sometimes finding that stuff because that can be ripped off of the tech platforms. Before we get to the rest of this video, don't forget you can support my work by also checking out my sponsors and having a glass of wine or a cup of coffee in honor of free speech. First is AllisonWinePromo.com, Allison with 1L winepromo.com. You get 50% off of my favorite Argentinian Malbecs and 50% off of shipping. They have switched out the 3 bottles from the last pairing, so check them out. Many of these are high altitude wines. They're very robust. They use no flavoring, no filtering, no dyes, and no excess chemicals. But if you need something to wake you up, like a strong cup of coffee, check out twinenginecoffee.com/Allison, twinenginecoffee.com/Allison. They've got a wide variety of roasts. These are high altitude, shade grown Nicaraguan coffees that are also USDA certified organic. They also do a lot of great work to help prevent sea turtle nests from being poached. You can support their work by also going to twinenginecoffee.com/Allison and become a sponsor. And they'll even show you video of when the sea turtle nests that they're protecting are hatched. So check out my sponsors and support free speech wherever you are. What do you think, big picture, if we continue going down this road when it comes to the field of medicine? What would be your big concern?
My big concern in the short term is that what's going to happen is you're going to get a significant minority of doctors and scientists who will become very disillusioned with the profession and will kind of withdraw from it and turn a blind eye more and more to things and go into a cocoon, as it were, when they should be speaking out more. Over the long term, what I think will end up happening is when everything, all time plays itself out, we learn more and more, and we can look back and learn about what our mistakes were. It will be a big eye-opener. People may even have lost trust in the medical profession and the scientific profession by then, if we're finding out that on a large scale we were doing the wrong thing or hiding data, misrepresenting things. With regards to big tech, I think there's 2 ways that this could go. Either big technology realizes very fast that they're making a mistake, and this is the United States. We have a supposedly free country. We have to allow people to speak and put forward legitimate debate. Either they will quickly read that, they will learn that, and not be censoring on the scale they are. Or what will happen is we will find that the whole country, society will kind of branch off into 2 different extremes. We're already seeing this. And then we've already alluded to other social media platforms take off. And people will just migrate completely to other means of communicating, hearing things, and kind of go off into their own world. And even with regards to COVID management, you're already seeing that with regards to different states. they're doing completely different things. If you take Massachusetts, Florida, Texas, their attitudes are vastly different within the same country. So I don't think it's very healthy for the country in the short or the long term.
Okay, I want to ask you about stoicism because I'll show your YouTube channel one more time. Med Stoic Lifestyle Medicine. What does that mean exactly?
So that's the name of my company. Lifestyle medicine, as I've already mentioned, is the field of medicine I'm very much interested in. We don't talk about anywhere near enough in mainstream healthcare. So that's all about what can you do in your life to maximize your health and well-being, obviously focusing around nutrition, physical activity, but other factors come into that as well, de-stressing, sleep, a whole load of other things that will contribute to your wellness. Where the Stoic comes from is over the last couple of years, I've become a big follower of Stoicism. This is even pre-COVID, I started learning more about it. It's an ancient Greco-Roman philosophy, a few thousand years old. And it's all about, it's not a religion, it's more just a way of looking at the world and an underlying philosophy, acceptance of the reality of human nature and the way that the world works, the way society works, learning to take a step back. There's a common misconception that being Stoic means you're kind of detached and you're unemotional. It's not what it means at all. The original Stoics were very much people of action. You can only do your best, but you must understand certain realities of the world. And likening this now to our whole response over the last 18 months, I couldn't think of a more anti-Stoic way that we could have dealt with things than we have. The opposite of Stoicism is complete reactivity to situations, emotional responses as opposed to logical responses. This was already coming to the forefront in our culture for many reasons, including social media culture, but we've seen it very much explode over the last 18 months. I think had we had more Stoicism in the world and among our leaders, we would have dealt with COVID-19 very differently indeed.
I think it's really interesting because I have tried to ask myself, or I haven't tried to ask myself, I have asked myself many times when it comes to my old profession of journalism, mainstream media, why were some people more awake and critically thinking through some of this stuff and or even myself, why was there a point in time where I was kind of asleep and then what was it that woke me up? And one of the things that I think has made a big difference was that, and I didn't intend it to be this way, but I started hiking when I moved to Seattle, and I was spending a lot of time in quiet for the first time in my life, like hours and hours and hours of hiking by myself with my dog. She doesn't talk much, so I was also quiet. Yeah. So, but I believe that amount of time that I spent in silence helped me start becoming more self-aware and not reactive, not like immediately reacting to a stimulus, because I was aware of my own reactions. And I don't think until you spend significant time with yourself and just being aware of what gets you going, you know, what it is. And I'm sure everyone can hear the producer right now just dumped out an entire bag of pistachios on the floor. I call her my producer. So, wow. Okay. So anyway, she's like, wrap up the question. The point I was trying to make is that I wonder what the solution is. I think about that a lot. So I liked watching your video where you were talking about Stoicism, because I'm just trying to understand better what it is, because I would like to at some point get to solving some of this, right? Like if I were to get invited to a journalism conference and ask, like, what is it that we could do to help encourage critical thinking and self-awareness, all that stuff, what would it be? Right now, one of my first answers is just basic silence and figuring out who you are and what it is that makes you tick and all that stuff. And I'm just curious what you think about all of that. And is that part of the way you look at how somebody could become a better doctor, is having this whole other side to you where you're practicing something besides medicine that allows you to see who you are and how you think through things and not just being like a robot that just reacts emotionally or immediately to every stimulus that's around you?
Sure. I mean, you've hit on so many great points there, Alison, and I'm very glad to hear that you've been spending solitary time walking. I mean, nothing could be better for helping all those stress hormones settle down and work out problems in your own mind. It's important for all of us to do that. The problem with modern day culture is because it's the opposite of stoicism, everything kind of can escalate out of control very, very quickly. I'm not sure how you can get this awareness right now as the way the world stands to a large group of people all at once. It may just be on an individual basis, small things happening at once, or getting the message out as much as you can to as many people as you can. But I don't see any way that suddenly our whole culture will change, because everything right now is about being reactive. I mean, you look at Twitter, and sadly, one of the worst Twitter, if you go to different handles right now, one of the worst is med Twitter. For doctors who are supposed to be there, you will find an unbelievable amount of emotional reactivity and anger. And again, it's catering to a very basic human instinct. I don't have all the answers right now how we get out of this, apart from, as you said, us all learning one by one the best way to avoid being reactive. Because ultimately, Alison, what this is about, it's not just about finding solutions to complicated problems. It's also about our own happiness. And I am really of the belief that if we're all reactive like robots all the time, the way things are in the world, we'll keep finding unhappiness every day. And it's playing off the social media algorithms too. They are deliberately targeting us with whatever is going to trigger us, and we get into this escalating cascade of emotions. So I do my best in my videos to promote stoicism wherever I can, bring people that level of awareness, but ultimately we're all going to have to make our own choices and come to our own self-realization of what is it that triggers us, why are we unhappy, how do we get that level of calmness where we can think things through properly and hopefully come to the right solutions.
I don't have anything else unless is there anything else you'd like to add before we go?
Not really. I mean, we've covered a lot of the topics there. Thank you very much for having me on. I hope that's been helpful. And it's going to be a really tough few months ahead. With COVID-19, I know now the focus is on a booster program for the winter. We will see what happens with COVID numbers in terms of people getting hospitalized and deaths. And if you look at natural pandemic curves, it would suggest that we should very much be on the wane now with regards to severity of illness. I really do hope we can reach a point. This is my mission to say that COVID-19, yes, it's a serious illness in some people. We've had a lot of very, very sick people. We've had a lot of deaths over the last year and a half. I still do maintain, and I'm not going to budge from this belief, that despite that, we could have dealt with this all over the world in a much more calm, logical manner that would have had a lot less collateral damage.
All right, Dr. Sunil Dan, thank you so much for your time today.
Sure, thank you for having me.
Okay, well, today we're talking to Kyle, and where are you, Kyle, at the moment, actually?
I'm actually in Boise, Idaho.
Idaho, okay, so that's kind of getting top left-hand corner, is it?
Yeah, it is. It's like the last kind of Pacific Northwest state, I guess you could say, a little bit.
Washington State, yeah, okay. Right, now, we have to let people decide whether they want to watch this video or not. So what's kind of the bottom line on this video, Kyle? Why are we here?
So I'm a professional mountain bike racer, and I was vaccinated with the Pfizer vaccine in June of 2021. That was my second dose, and I had a pretty bad adverse reaction. We're just kind of going through the timeline, telling people what my experience was, and then also sharing some resources for other vaccine-injured people. I'm actually going to be heading to Washington, D.C. in November 2nd, to go speak in front of politicians and try to just make a little difference in the support level for vaccine-injured people, and then also speak about vaccine mandates, because I believe where there is risk, there needs to be choice.
Yes, good, excellent, and of course we're going to put links to all of that. So that's what this video is about. So take us back to the start of this, Carl. You're a famous mountain biker, aren't you? You've got a mountain. No, you are. You've got mountain bike websites and yeah. You and April do all sorts of mountain bike stuff. So you're a really fit guy, basically.
Yeah, I was actually a professional racer for many years. I'm 29 years old. and I've been a professional racer since I was 18. 3-time North American Enduro Tour champion. So like, you know, at a high level, that was my job for the past 10 plus years. And then it was really interesting because during COVID, all of the races got canceled in 2020. And so my girlfriend, April, she's like such a trooper. She loves learning new things. And she used to race motorcycles, motocross. And so we started a YouTube channel, and I just thought it'd be fun to upload some how-to videos to get people through the pandemic. And then it just took off. And so it grew from nothing to basically 250,000 in the past year. And so, yeah, now that's kind of our full-time thing, is making videos and help people learn.
No, that's great. I ride a bike about 2-3 times a week, but not as seriously as you. So it sounds like you're one of the fittest people on the planet before you had this difficulty. You're basically a professional athlete.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah. Anyway, so you had the first Pfizer vaccine. When was that, Kyle? What's the timeline there?
So that would have been the middle of May.
That would have been May.
Yeah, middle of May was my first dose, and everything went pretty normal. First dose, you know, I had a sore arm the next couple of days, no big deal. And then our second dose was June 10th. The reason we had got vaccinated was, you know, to be able to travel with our channel this year. We were going to try to travel internationally and just meet up with a bunch of different friends and sponsors along the way. So it's kind of a must-have to travel at that point. June 10th was my second dose. My girlfriend April got vaccinated at the same time. And she had, you know, same reaction as the first time with the sore arm. And then for me, it was a little bit interesting because as soon as they kind of injected it, I had a weird metallic or like saline taste in my mouth develop. And I kind of asked the guy, hey, is that normal? He's like, no, I don't really hear of that much. So it was really interesting. Like, I wonder what that was, you know? And then a day or two later, I didn't really develop the sore arm either. And so I was like, this one's no big deal. I guess the second dose is a lot easier than the first. And then about 2 weeks later, I started to have some weird, just kind of reactions with my heart. And so what was happening to me is throughout the day, I could just be standing there or sitting there, and I would just have these weird flushes of like really high heart rate and kind of almost like an anxiety attack.
How did you know your heart rate was high, Kyle? What happened?
I wear a Garmin watch. So I have like a Garmin watch. I track all of my sleep and everything. And so I was pretty on top of it. And I noticed my resting heart rate went from, you know, low 50s up to like 60-ish. And I was like, that's interesting. And then my heart rate throughout the day, when I would have those kind of moments, it was kind of in the 90s to 100, just sitting there. And that's not very normal for me. So I was pretty cognizant of it. And right away, I just cut out all stimulants. So no caffeine, no, you know, tried to reduce everything just to cut out stimulants because I thought maybe there's just something weird happening. And then I took 2 weeks off completely of like riding, doing anything because I felt kind of crappy. And then we went for a bike ride about 2 weeks after that. And on the bike ride, started out normal. I was feeling a little bit kind of iffy, just lightheaded a little bit. And I went on the bike ride and my heart rate kind of went up on the start of a climb. We climbed for maybe 5 minutes. My heart rate got up to like 160, and then it wouldn't come down no matter what I did. And it just felt like I was going to throw up, and I felt just really weak. And I was actually with a friend, his name's Bill, and he's in his 40s. And he just looked at me, he grabbed my shoulder. He's like, you're going to the hospital. You look like you're going to die. And so I was like, okay. So we were in Sun Valley, Idaho, which is 2 hours away from Boise. So we drove back to Boise. The whole time, those 2 hours, my heart rate never went below 135. And it just stayed up for 2 hours. Got home. I couldn't even really walk out of the car to like get dressed because we had biking clothes on. So I got dressed. I was at 150, 160 heart rate, just trying to walk around the house. And then I went to the hospital and I told them, hey, I know this is weird. I just read about the, you know, myocarditis, pericarditis with the mRNA vaccines. I think I might be having this reaction. And they basically just said, no, you're not. Like he literally said, no, you're not. That's very rare. You're having an anxiety attack. Like I'll admit you, but you're not a priority right now. So I sat in the waiting room for like 3.5 hours, just sitting there, like holding my heart, like, you know.
This was a doctor, Kyle, was it?
It was at the emergency room, a hospital in Boise called St. Alphonsus.
Yeah, so it was a doctor that told you you were having a panic attack.
Yeah, exactly. And then I told him, hey, I'm not, you know, like I know my body, this isn't normal. Something's happening. And all of the side effects I'm having are in correlation with the side effects I read about. Because I think the day prior to this big instance is when the World Health Organization did an official warning. So I was kind of just paying attention to that, you know, and then I told him, hey, this is what's happening. He said, no, you're not. I was in the hospital for a few hours. They actually gave me a big shot of Toradol, which is an anti-inflammatory because I was having like the reactive arthritis as well. And so he gave me a huge shot of Toradol and it brought everything down. And my heart rate went from like 130 to 110 And he pointed at the thing. He's like, look, you're doing better. I'm like, no, I'm not.
Still double your normal, isn't it? More than.
Yeah. I'm like, dude, my average heart rate is like 55 to 60. So this is double. I don't know what you're used to seeing, but this isn't normal for me. And yeah, he just told me, I'm going to recommend you to a psychiatrist. I think you're having a psychotic episode, and just sent me on my way.
Actually said it was psychotic.
Yeah, because he thought that I was imagining things and basically trying to be like anti-vax or conspiracy theorist because of the way that I just said, hey, I think this is vaccine related. And at that time, they hadn't seen any at that hospital yet, to my knowledge. And so they sent me home. I had a lot of people reach out to me because I had kind of shared, hey, this is what's going on with me. I got access to ivermectin, and I started to take that right away just because I heard a lot of people say, hey, this might kind of hold the spike proteins hostage and just arrest the reaction that you're having. So I started taking that. It helped a lot. It like basically stopped my symptoms from getting worse. I didn't get a lot better, but it just like put a placeholder on it. And then I ended up in the hospital 4 days later for a second time. I went to a different hospital this time. And I had a really, really strong squeeze on my heart. Like it just cramped and then just started burning kind of uncontrollably. And yeah.
Was it severe, quite severe pain you had?
Yeah, it was scary because we actually were trying to, it was the first time I'd been out of the house in a few days from that first ER visit. And we were at the grocery store and I was just trying to get a little bit of food. And I was like walking super slow and I grabbed some fruit and I was putting it in a bag. And then my heart cramped and I just like dropped everything and just grabbed it and just like talked to April, my girlfriend, and said, hey, this isn't good. Like we're going to the hospital again. And yeah, this time they actually believed me and said, hey, it could be this, this is possible, and let's investigate it as if it is this. And so they referred me to a cardiologist, and I was diagnosed with pericarditis. And also I developed POTS, which is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, as well as the reactive arthritis that I've been dealing with.
So the arthritis came on after the injection as well, did it?
Yeah, and it was weird because being a mountain biker, I've had a lot of injuries and crashes over the years. And so it almost felt like all of my old injuries were reactivated. So I broke my SI joint a long time ago. Both sides of my SI joint were like excruciating pain. I couldn't even get up out of bed in the morning. And then both my ankles, both my wrists, like my wrists were so bad I couldn't even put my seatbelt on. So I had to have April help me put my seatbelt on. And then it's gotten a little bit better over the past few weeks, but I'm been supplementing with like some black seed oil. And that's what people have been telling me to really use is the black seed oil kind of blocks the ACE2 receptors. So that's been helping a lot. And yeah, every time we just start throwing supplementation at it and try to really mitigate the spike protein reaction, which is what I believe is happening, then it really helps a lot. But I can overdo it so easy and just like relapse right away. So it's kind of scary.
So this started 10th of June, 2 weeks after that. So this is June, July, August, September, October. So 4 months now you've been really quite ill.
Yeah, 4 months. I haven't really been able to work as far as, even doing videos and whatnot, because it's really interesting. But even like mental energy, if I have too much mental energy, so sitting and doing emails and stuff, I can actually relapse my physical reaction. So I think there's been 3 or 4 times where I've felt really great. And I kind of told April in the morning, like, oh, I think I'm better. And, I get excited and then either I overdo it physically just by like running errands, or even if I try to like start editing a video or something, then the next day I'll just be kind of in pain for a few days and in bed again.
Are you kind of wiped out with the effort?
Yeah, and it sucks that it's mental effort as well, because it's like, no matter what I try to do, even if I like read and I read too much of a book or something, the next day I'll just be like so drained. So I feel like very, I don't know, I just feel so worthless. And I told April, like, I'm so sorry that this happened so many times because we had all these plans and then, this happened and I've basically just been kind of worthless for 4 months. But we are starting to get a little bit better, which I'm really excited about, especially once I started supplementing with the black seed oil. A woman from an organization called react19.org, she reached out to me after my video that I posted on YouTube. And she said, hey, thanks for sharing your story. These are the things that have been helping people that we know of so far. And that was one of the big ones. And that's been helping me a lot.
Of course, we'll post the links to this if it helps anyone else. Then that's great. So you're still you're not right now by any means, are you? I mean, what does the cardiologist think? Does he think you're going to get gradually better, or what?
Yeah,
prognosis?
So in August, I actually did a cardiac MRI, and my heart was cleared of all the pericarditis, so I didn't have any more swelling present in my heart. which was really good. That was a huge sign. But I was still struggling with all of the POTS symptoms. So like going from laying to standing, really high heart rate, and also like blacking out.
So your heart rate was going up to like 140 or something when you stood up?
Yeah, it was bad. Like I would even try to just cook, like scramble 2 eggs, and I'd be at 125, 130 heart rate, about to pass out. So they told me, I did a stress test in September where they looked at my heart and said, your heart looks great, but the POTS symptoms are going to last for a while. And he told me just to kind of hang in there, and it should get better in a year to like 12 to 18 months is what he told me.
It's a long time though for your line of work, isn't it?
Yeah, and then he did tell me that, there are some things you can do to try to help, which is like stay very hydrated, a lot of electrolytes, compression leggings to try to help basically just your body. And then also he told me to start exercising with like supine position. So leg press or rowing or swimming. So it's like I got like a little rowing machine over here. But so I'm starting, like I can do 10 minutes on the easiest setting on that now. And then
so you exercise actually lying back as if you're on a sort of recumbent bicycle?
Yeah, a little bit like that, because then you're not having to pump the blood so high. But if I try to like
4724090072518259.
Interesting is from a lot of the people that have reached out to me, I probably had around 50 to 60 injured people reach out to me over the past 4 months, like kind of 30 before my big YouTube video update and then about 30 after. And so it seems like most people at the 9-month mark, they really start to feel like drastically better for whatever reason. So a lot of people just been saying, hey, this happened to me early in 2021. It's about October now. So like people that got the shot January, February, they're telling me that it seems like I'm better now that it's been 8 or 9 months. And so that was really interesting. There's kind of this weird, like artificial time limit on this whole reaction from what I've seen so far.
Let's hope so. Now, we know that you were diagnosed with what you call a pericardial effusion, Carl, weren't you? Now, that is, the pericardium is the tough fibrous sac around the heart. Then there's the heart inside that, and you've got fluid in between the two. And that was a definite problem. Did you have to have that aspirated, or did that go away on its own?
No, I was very lucky. So because I was so in tune with my body, and we kind of got this all, we caught it very early. My cardiologist was kind of telling me, hey, you're really lucky because your troponin level, which is a marker of heart damage, I guess like you said, it's on the myocardium versus the pericardium. But the troponin level I had was like a 0.8. And they told me, anything above a 1 is considered damaged. And so I was right on the cusp of that. And he told me that he's had 5 or 6 guys come in with levels of 25 to 30, really high troponin levels and really severe heart damage. And they have all kind of gone through the same process of trying to get better. But he told me I was very lucky that I came in so early and caught it. So, yeah.
So it sounds like your condition is mostly the pericarditis. Maybe some minimal myocarditis, but not significant myocarditis in the actual muscle of the heart compared to some of these other guys who had troponins 30 times higher than yours were. And troponin comes from damage of the myocardium. So that indicates that I'm hoping your myocardium is in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I'm hoping so as well. And they did they originally did an EKG and a CKG on me to check if I had any weird arrhythmias or anything, and they couldn't find anything. Then they did an echocardiogram, and he was reluctant to order the echocardiogram because he's like, I don't think you're going to have anything. I don't believe that you're going through this reaction. They did the echocardiogram, found the pericarditis, and then I did a cardiac MRI, and I did a CT scan on my heart as well with radiation, with the radioactive fluid. And it was, so I've had it looked at a million different ways, and they all said it looks really good. So I was very lucky in that aspect, but now I'm just kind of trying to get back to normal with the POTS symptoms and then also the reactive arthritis.
Sure. I mean, how? Let's do those one at a time. And do you feel the POTS is getting a bit better?
Yeah,
gradually. And don't put words in your mouth. If it's not, tell me.
No, it's really interesting. So like I said, on the days where I wake up and I feel pretty good, maybe I'll go for 3 or 4 days where I'm bedridden and just kind of in and out of bed for most of the time. And then I'll have a breakthrough where I feel really good, and I don't really have any of the POTS symptoms during those good days. Like I'm pretty functional, but then like I said, if I just overdo it a little bit, then I get back into that system, and then I do experience the POTS symptoms quite a bit. So it's just this weird reaction where like it comes and goes in waves, and that's what's really difficult about it is I'm not sure how to manage it completely, and I'm trying so many different things. And originally we started with ivermectin, which seemed to help temporarily. But what's interesting with that is it kind of, as soon as you stop taking it, then all the symptoms just come back. And so I had a doctor explain to me that it seems like the ivermectin is kind of holding those spikes hostage and stopping them from interacting with your body, but it doesn't eliminate them. And so once the ivermectin's gone, then it just kind of lets the spikes free flow again. And so then the other thing that we started trying was ACE2 receptor blocking. Like pine needle tea and star anise and now this black seed oil. And those have been the most effective for me. And so, I started just drinking like a star anise tea. That's like a Chinese fruit from a pine tree. And I started making tea with that, and that helped a ton. And then like Thuja occidentalis, that's another kind of supplement that I would take, and that seemed to help quite a bit. So I'm trying to manage it, but then it's hard because you're taking so many things,
Yeah. I mean, and of course, your doctor could prescribe drugs that would do that more specifically as well. If you thought you needed those.
I've been asking pretty seriously for months, and what's hard is like my primary doctor, she told me, hey, my hands are kind of tied because there's not an official treatment for this. There's not a treatment protocol. So she told me basically I'm not going to prescribe anything that's not officially, the right thing to do. So it's hard. And then it's been interesting to see her, her name's Susan, but it's really interesting to see her perspective shift over the past 3 months, because when I first came in, she was kind of saying, hey, this is really rare. I haven't seen anybody with this. Then month number 2, when I did my checkup, she's like, I'm kind of seeing this a little bit more. It's really interesting. Please send me any information that you find. I'd love to read about it and learn more. And then month 3, she's like, this is a problem and we need to figure this out. And it's just the way that my insurance is structured. It's with the state. So it's really difficult for them to prescribe things that aren't
right.
approved.
Yeah. So your condition has evolved with the state of medical knowledge, it sounds like.
Yeah.
So that was the part. So secondly, the arthritis. What joints are affected most, Kyle?
For me personally, it's like the last 4 vertebrae in my kind of lumbar spine, and then both of my SI joints. So both sides of my hip, pelvis, both my wrists, both my ankles, and then sometimes my like right collarbone. But I've broken this several times, so it's not too surprising on that one.
So it is kind of old injuries then that have re-inflamed.
Yeah, and that's what's so weird is like I've broken my right wrist. I've really severely sprained my left wrist. I've torn the ligaments in both ankles. I've messed up my SI joint. I've had all these different injuries over the years, but it just brought all of them back. And it almost feels like when I wake up, I'm just re-broken. And I haven't, it's been years since that happened. So it's not like I'm in constant pain normally before this vaccine. No. I was totally normal, functional, and kind of a go-getter. And then just since this happened, I've just been, I just feel super weak and worthless, which is hard to feel because I'm one of those guys that wants to like do things and help and be active. And yeah.
Well, I can understand that, but of course your worth is not determined by what you can do. Your worth is determined by who you are. But I know how you feel. You want to get stuff done, don't you? I mean, that's...
Yeah. And I will say that this whole thing has been like such a great learning experience. For one, just understanding more about how the body works, and for 2, just really understanding how much there is a need for support groups. And that's been really interesting for me is I've had a lot of people message me, even after my last YouTube video. And one guy, he's like in his 20s, and he told me, hey, I have all the same symptoms. I've been dealing with this for 6 weeks, and I'm scared to tell my family because I don't want them to disown me because, they're very big believers in the vaccine. And that's kind of what was hard is like my mom was very pro-vaccine, and, we got it. And when I was telling her at first, she almost was kind of like, I don't really believe that this is happening to you. And then as it's developed, she's like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening to so many other people. So like I said, that's why I just kind of took a break and waited. So this happened. My big reaction was early July, and then I waited a few months to say anything really, just because I figured nothing was going to age well. And also the understanding of this being an issue has been getting more and more uncovered,
And the other thing I think is if there's any possibility of this inflammatory reaction, I think it's quite important not to exercise. And that's kind of one of the messages we want to get out. You only start exercising when a doctor tells you can, or preferably a cardiologist tells you can start exercising again, because until then, there's a greater risk if people are exercising when they have heart inflammation. We don't want to be doing that. Now, I want to talk about these support groups in a minute, Carl, but before we do that, you mentioned this metallic taste in the mouth. Now, how long after the vaccine was put in your arm did you get a metallic taste in your mouth?
So I had a slight metallic taste almost within 30 seconds of administration of the vaccine. And then they tell you to hang out around the store. We did at a pharmacy, and they told me to hang out for 15 minutes, and it was kind of present for that whole entire 15-minute period, and even later into the day. So about 2-3 hours later, I still had this lingering things, and I was actually trying to like chase it down with different drinks. I was like, oh man, this is so weird that I'm feeling this. But like I said, I asked them if this was normal. They said no. I haven't really heard of that much. And then now talking to a few other injured people, they've had similar experiences as well. And so like you said in your video about aspiration, I don't know if maybe that's a sign that they really did just hit a blood vessel or artery or vein and injected it into my circular system, you know?
I mean, the fact that a clinician doesn't realize that a metallic taste in the mouth could be a sign of an inadvertent intravascular administration concerns me.
Yeah.
Because what happens is if the vaccine goes into your muscle, then it stays in your muscle. And it's going to take, from an intramuscular injection, it's going to take half an hour to be systemically absorbed at all, or much longer than that. But if it goes into a vessel, you get a metallic taste straight away. Now, this has happened to me many times when I've been giving intravenous injections at work, when you mean to be giving intravenous injections, and people often say particular antibiotics, for example, or vitamin preparations, they can say, oh, I can taste that. And that happens, like, as you say, about 20 seconds after the injection. So the fact that you could taste that straight away, to me, is very suspicious of them inadvertently giving that into a blood vessel. The only other thing I can think of which will cause a reaction in the mouth straight away is an allergic reaction. But did you have any other features of an allergic reaction? Did you go red? Were you itchy? Did you go dizzy at the time?
No, I had no other features of it. And like I kind of said earlier, on the first dose, I developed a sore arm a couple days later, and I was like, oh man, this is kind of gnarly actually. And then the second time I was like, oh, I feel great. I'm totally fine. And April, my girlfriend, she had the sore arm and it's kind of like, oh man, it's really getting me the second time. And I was like, I don't feel it at all. So I thought I handled it really well, but maybe they just injected it into my vein.
Well, it's certainly possible. I mean, so basically you're having the inflammatory reaction in your heart and your joints instead of in your arm, which of course is where you prefer to have it. So I think that really is suspicious that part of the reason that you have this problem is that vaccine could have been given into a blood vessel.
Yeah, and I
don't think we'll ever know, but I think it's possible.
Yeah, I shared your video on aspiration on my Instagram page, and I had about 10 to 12 nurses kind of message me and go, oh my God, I've been taught this my whole life, and I don't know why we're not doing it. I didn't even think about that. And this is so helpful. Please, thank you so much for sharing this info. I'll pass it along. And so I had all these people reach out and go, yeah, I know to do this. Why am I not doing this? Why are they saying to not do this? So it was really interesting.
Yeah. But thank you for sharing your suffering with us, Kyle. It's a brave thing to do.
Yeah. And it was weird because one nurse told me, hey, I've never seen someone do an aspiration on intramuscular injection. He's like, it just doesn't really make sense. And I was like, well, have you ever given an mRNA injection before? This is the first time that these have been really around. So maybe it's a little more important this time.
That's right. These are microparticulates. Even the adenovirus vector vaccines and the messenger RNA vaccines. By definition, the messenger RNA vaccines have to be given in like a little droplet. So it gets into the cells, and that is a microparticulate, and that gets into the circulation. And we know that can cause inflammatory problems. So I really am suspicious that this was at least part of the reason that you've had this appalling problem.
Yeah.
Now, go ahead, Carl. Yeah.
Oh no, I was just about to listen.
Yeah. So tell us about this event that's coming up in Washington.
Yeah, so it was actually really a cool opportunity came out of sharing my story on YouTube, which, like you said, is very scary, especially in the time of censorship right now. And so I tried to be very neutral with my story and just say my personal facts of what happened to me.
Yes.
And a woman who is working with a group called react19.org, they are working directly with the FDA and the NIH on vaccine injury, and they've been working with them. She was actually, Brianne, the lady who runs this, she was injured in December or November of 2020. She was one of the first clinical trial patients. And so she was injured, and she was one of the first injured people in America. And so she's been working on this for, almost a full year now. And the FDA and NIH have had studies saying that this is possible reaction since December of 2020.
Eat too much or exercise too little or both. And therefore, it's your fault. And that's what we believe. And to this day, we still don't have insurance for obesity, although just today, that the AMA finally said obesity is a disease. This is funny because actually in 2004, HHS said obesity was a disease. It took the AMA 9 years to catch up with HHS, figure that out. So it's based on this dogma.
The dogma is that if you eat more than you burn, you'll gain weight. If you eat less than you burn, you'll lose weight because all calories are the same. A calorie is a calorie. This is the biggest pile of you know what there is. This is absolutely not true. But if
And I had a dream that someday I would just fly, fly away. And I always knew I couldn't stay. So I had a dream that I just fly away. I've been on my own for a minute. Is it only me out there? Searching for the place to begin it. Is it me? Is it you? Is it fear? Standing on the line I was given. People stare and ask me why I'm here. No one seems to think that I fit in. But I don't wanna be like them. No, 'cause I don't wanna be like them. 'Cause I know that I had a dream that someday I would just fly, fly away. And I always knew I couldn't stay. So I had a dream that I just fly away, away. Oh, 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 I fly away. No one knew how low I was feeling. I was scared to reach for it all. Knowing I was here for a reason. But I was scared that if I tried, I'd fall. So where do I go now that I'm in it? I never thought it'd be like this. Dreamed it all my life and I did it. Thought the grass was greener than it is. 'Cause I had a dream that someday I would just fly, fly away. And I always knew I couldn't stay. So I had a dream that I just fly away, away. Oh, 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 I fly away. Oh, I fly away. 'Cause I had a dream that someday I would just fly, fly away. And I always knew I couldn't stay. So I had a dream that I just fly away, away. Oh, I fly away. My family always said I was the bad child, throwing me away into the background. All my life been putting on a fake smile. Sitting on my own, feel like I'm exiled. Feeling like I always do the wrong things. Telling all their friends that I'm the bad kid. Now I'm on my own, I lost my magic. Dealing with your bullshit, now I'm over it. And you took a part of me, could live without me. 'Cause they will never understand my weakness. My weakness. I've never really been the one to reach out. Acting like my life was squeaky clean now. Like everything I do is just to let down. Feeling like I always do the wrong things. Telling all their friends that I'm the bad kid. Now I'm on my own, I lost my magic. Dealing with your bullshit, now I'm over it. And you took a part of me, left me with the memories of we were never a family. Now you're standing in front of my door. Like none of this happened at all. I guess I'm always gonna be the bad child. I guess I'm always gonna be the bad child. 'Cause you will never understand my weakness. My weakness. And to every single person here that doubts me, telling me that they could live without me. 'Cause they will never understand my weakness. My weakness. They lost my mind. They say I'm left of time. I think they're kind of right. In fact, they're kind of right. They say I've lost my mind. They say I'll never find it. I think they're kind of right. I guess I'm always gonna be the best child. I guess I'm always gonna be the best child. 'Cause you will never understand my weakness. My weakness. And to every single person here that doubts me, telling me that they could live without me. 'Cause they will never understand my weakness. My weakness. My family always said I was the bad child. Oh, you're like now. You couldn't be mad about it. You've been sitting, oh. You couldn't be sad about it. And it's been all this time. And you haven't lived without it. You are shining. It seems though that your life you find it. No, but you'll never see the rain. But you'll never see. And it gets you down, but that's okay. You've been pushed back, you feel the pain. And when you fall, just lean on me, 'cause you never know, never seen, never smelled, never felt the rain, never felt the rain. It's a cold, dark night, and no one's trying to find it. You're just coasting by, 'cause nothing seems to mind you. Oh, but you'll never see the rain.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Is it stuck in first gear? When will it all disappear? And time keeps passing by, but I'm too busy to reply. And as I close my eyes, I say that I won't go tonight. I'm looking for a sign.
Hey, no!
My only
Fucking cat!
friends have been online.
Phoebe.
And as I close my eyes, I tell myself I'm fine. And I don't wanna cry, but now it's hard to breathe. And now everybody's standing here, but no one seems to know me. And I'm alright tomorrow, I'll be fine. 'Cause you can't be happy, you can't be happy all the time. You can't be happy all the time. You can't be happy all the time. As I walk through the streets now, I realize I don't know where I'm going. I don't know why I'm here. And if I live just to please without showing, do I lose myself here? Am I living by fear? And time keeps passing by, but I'm too busy to reply. And as I close my eyes, I say that I won't go tonight. I'm looking for a sign. My only friends have been online. And as I close my eyes, I tell myself I'm fine. And I don't want to cry, but now it's hard to breathe. And now everybody's standing here, but no one seems to know me. And I'm alright tomorrow, I'll be fine. 'Cause you can't be happy, you can't be happy all the time. You can't be happy all the time. You can't be happy all the time.
Hey Montreal, Alex Buck reporting live for MTL Blog, coming to you from just outside Air Canada headquarters in Dorval, where the Société Saint-Jean-Baptiste is holding a demonstration against the company after CEO Michael Rousseau admitted to not being fluent in French and it not being a problem when he lived in Montreal for 14 years. The group is demanding Air Canada withdraw Rousseau from his position until he become more fluent.
Oh,
Le message que j'enverrais
wow.
peut-être pour les
Get
anglophones
the
qui nous
fuck outta
écoutent,
here.
c'est le suivant. Nous, on n'est pas du tout dans une
Enjoy
ambition
your
de vouloir
fucking
tout mettre les
flight,
anglophones dans le
man.
même panier, mais les patrons dans les entreprises, surtout des entreprises
Well,
internationales, des
fucking
entreprises
not go anywhere
canadiennes,
ever again.
des entreprises
Fine.
américaines qui ont des sièges sociaux ici, mais il faut qu'ils donnent l'exemple aussi, il faut qu'ils apprennent le français,
Everyone could
puis il
leave.
faut que ça soit quelque chose qui percole par la suite pour que l'ensemble des services dans une entreprise soient également disponibles en français, que l'ensemble des travailleurs d'une entreprise aient le droit de travailler en français.
So fucking retarded. You guys can't fucking find anyone else to pick on. Okay.
They didn't take my case serious when my life is in danger.
A year-long battle has left a Calgary man feeling police ignored and discriminated against him after he was the victim of a serious assault.
They say they are here to protect and serve us, but it's obvious to me that they only protect and serve only certain type of people.
Chris Jose says he was visiting a woman last Halloween when she let in a group of men he didn't know who beat him and stole his wallet, keys, and phone.
That's when they left me pretty much like a dead person. Until this day, when I see this, it gives me pain.
He says a neighbor called police, and when they arrived, they told him to get in the ambulance. He says he followed these instructions upon discharge, called police to file a report, wrote them a 9-page account of what happened, then went in for an interview.
I was hurt, I still had stitches. I came to meet them. I wrote that statement having a concussion. It took me 2 days. I remember crying. I remember because when you have a concussion, you look at the screen, it hurts like your eyes burning. Yeah. I remember crying, yet I forced myself to write it. I'm like, this is the right thing to do.
But we can see from these emails, police instead called Iroquois uncooperative, something he says they repeated to him throughout the investigation.
If you put it as I was a cooperative, now the police sees me as any other criminal as them.
In a statement, police say at the beginning of the investigation, there was limited information provided by those present on the day of the assault, which made it difficult for it to proceed. Iroquois says months later, one of the men who attacked him came to his home in an apparent attempt to intimidate him for going to police.
I could not believe what just happened, and obviously, my life was in danger.
When Iroquois called police, he said they again talked about his so-called uncooperative behavior.
Okay. I could see that they don't care from their face. I could see that the attitude they are giving me.
Iroquois says after they left, the man resurfaced in an area of his building covered by CCTV, called him a snitch, then left.
I actually regret to actually go into the police because now my life is in danger. The police is not going to protect me.
Yep. He says one officer told him to write another email after he reported police consistently not responding to his email requests for updates. And he says another officer refused to give him his ID back after police found it on a suspect. CPS said in a statement, "We acknowledge the experiences that racialized members of our community have shared about their interactions with officers, and we know we must work to strengthen these relationships." Further noting, they recently emailed Iroquois and welcomed the opportunity to hear from him. Meanwhile, the criminal justice graduate is left feeling like the very system he hoped to devote his life to is corrupt.
My experience from what I have had with the justice system, it's like when you are black, automatically in their eyes, you are a criminal. And that's not fair.
In Calgary, Stephanie Lasuk, City News.
Welcome back to the channel. I saw this tweet today by the CDC director that many people are talking about. I'm going to put it right up here. This is by Rochelle Walensky. It's the CDC director, the director of our CDC. And she makes the bold claim that wearing a mask reduces your risk of getting SARS-CoV-2 by 80%. 80%. It's quite a high number. It's quite a high number. And like many people, when I saw 80%, I was taken aback. Why didn't they just claim 95% or 99%? As long as you're claiming things that are not supported by any credible studies, to my knowledge. I think this is really a big problem, to be honest with you. It is one thing for public health leaders to earn credibility by being very honest about what is known and what is not known and the effect sizes of therapies. If I were to proffer an effect size for masking, I would probably pick the most reliable study to date, the cluster randomized control trial from Bangladesh. I would point out that cloth masks did not work in that study on the primary endpoint, but surgical masks did work, and it had an 11% relative risk reduction in that study. So I think that's the best number you could offer, an 11% relative risk reduction based on a study conducted in a place with 0% vaccination and essentially no pre-existing immunity, because the seroprevalence was very low at the end of the study, so it must have been even lower at the beginning of the study. And I think that's probably the best thing to say about policies that advocate for masking. What is the effect size of this strategy in a country that has varying vaccination rates, but in some places maybe as high as 80%, and topped off with some natural immunity? And the answer is this study really doesn't provide credible evidence. But I think no one would possibly think it is an 80% reduction. That would put it in the same ballpark as vaccination. It's not possible that it could be that good. It might even be better than J&J if that were the number. And I think, like many people who've commented about this, it's problematic not because it was just some random person on the internet who said it. It's problematic because this is the CDC director. And if the CDC director wants to earn the trust of Americans, how can they offer a point estimate that is just too ridiculously high that no one could possibly believe it's the point estimate? I really struggle with it. I also think it is really ironic to me that we're living in an age where people are more and more confident that we ought to censor what they consider misinformation, which very often means information that runs counter to their policy preferences or point of view. But here, when you have a clear-cut case of an erroneous statistic put forward, there is no institutional pressure to try to curtail this misinformation. There is none. I personally do not favor these platforms using these tools to decide what is truth and false because of situations like this, where they may curb legitimate dialogue, such as the lab leak hypothesis. Again, I don't know if it's true or not, but they did prevent you from talking about it. Meanwhile, they do nothing about a statistic that is probably totally, absolutely incorrect and not even possible to be true. This is a problem. If we hand over the authority to decide what's truth from fiction, what will prevent false statements from being declared truth and vice versa, truthful statements being declared false? I don't know. I find it problematic. I've also followed with interest this week the political story, and there is the big shift in politics in this country that runs counter to my preferences. Of course, I am somebody who is on the far political left on a number of issues, particularly drug regulation, drug policy regulation in the healthcare space, which I think can make healthcare work better. But I noticed a huge pendulum swing in the elections of this week. Now, many people have had many exit polls, and they offer many reasons why this might be happening. I do think there are 3 SARS-CoV-2 policies that may have contributed to public sentiment in a negative way. And some exit polls support this insofar as education is one of the top 3 or 4 things people cite as a reason they're voting. 1, keeping schools closed for so long. Now, some of us were telling you as early as the summer and fall of 2020 that it was a mistake to keep schools closed. This is purely from a scientific and policy point of view, not a political point of view, just for what's best for these children, for the families and societies around public schools. It is imperative that schools should be open. And that was clear, I think, in the fall of 2020. The places that kept it closed did a huge disservice to children. That harm will take decades to fully materialize and show itself, but it will be catastrophic. And I think it will be viewed as probably the greatest policy blunder.
Grow up.
That does not belong to them. They don't want parents speaking up. They don't want parents to do what they're supposed to do, which is protect, provide, and defend their children at all costs. There's a hidden agenda. They want these children to be indoctrinated with a particular worldview. And the only way that you're able to do that is if you can remove parental authority out of the equation. And one way you can do that is to shut down the conversation by using fear, and manipulation and intimidation to do so. And I do believe the legal authorities should get involved because this should not be done. It is wholly wicked and just unacceptable on various levels.
Well, thanks for joining us here on RT International. We'll be back at the top of the hour with the latest.
Today's episode of Make Everything Good Shit, we look at the CSIRO, your trusted science agency, which has earned a reputation for great inventions, Wi-Fi, space stuff, AeroGuard, unlike gas companies, which have earned a reputation for poisoning aquifers, ripping you off with high bills, and paying no fucking tax. So we thought, hey, what if we could let those gas companies use the CSIRO brand to regain your trust and keep making the ching-ching? Introducing Jazeera. Jazeera is an alliance between your beloved CSIRO and the five biggest companies in Australia's fracking industry. It's a great setup. They provide the money and the CSIRO provides the logo. Those gas companies are very modest, so whenever Jazeera publishes its research, they give CSIRO all the credit. No need to mention them. Of course, CSIRO scientists care deeply about their integrity. But don't worry, Jazeera fixed that problem by putting gas executives on all the committees that oversee its research. And just to be sure, we also cut hundreds of CSIRO climate scientist jobs and made the rest fear for their jobs if they speak out. We make everything good shit. Jazeera has made some terrific findings. Like that time they said this river being on fire is totes normal and has nothing to do with the thousands of fracking wells all around it. Turns out it does. Or that time Jazeera found our fracking emits less than the US. Sure, gas companies told it which wells to study, and sure, it only measured the well pads, ignoring all the other infrastructure and pipelines. But let's not get caught up in the details. And of course, that time Jazeera discovered fracking is safe for the environment by testing 6 out of Queensland's 19,000 gas wells. Sure, those 6 wells were chosen by Origin, who was so thoughtful they even paid for the tests, but that was good enough for us. So now we can tell you the CSIRO says fracking is safe for the environment. And that's how we've been letting your trusted science agency be infiltrated and hollowed out by these earth-fucking tumors. But don't worry, you still have your trusted Bureau of Meteorology. Hello, I'm from the bomb, and today's forecast is brought to you by our sponsors, who gave us millions to not mention climate change. We make everything good shit. In New South Wales, expect Santos to fuck the beautiful Pilliga Forest, with a high chance it'll also take a shit on surrounding farmlands unless you lock the gate. All approved as safe thanks to research by Jazeera. Moving to the NT, watch out for this new piece of shit on the block run by Liberal Party donors, which is ready to frack the outback now that the moratorium has been lifted, thanks to research by Jazeera. Speaking of moratoriums, Victoria's just lifted theirs, so watch out for gas companies lining up to drill the Great Ocean Road, unless you tell them to fuck off, which is how you saved Crib Point from AGL. You know, the wankers who'll sue you if you use their logo to expose how they're Australia's biggest climate polluter. And in WA, if allowed to proceed, this flaming shit comet will wipe out not just our climate targets, but also the Murujuga rock art, home to the oldest known depiction of the human face. How appropriate. We'd like to warn you that all this will lead to more extreme weather events, droughts, floods, and hotter, more frequent bushfires. But the very same guy who founded Jazeera and turned your CSIRO into a cheese squad for gas companies is now our boss. And he loves to remove all mention of climate from our public statements. Please send help. Back over to you at Bullshit HQ. Thank you, Bomb. What's that? How can we let your most trusted and beloved agencies be infiltrated and corrupted by these soulless fucking parasites? Oh, sweetie, that's what happens when your government's being captured by the fossil fuel industry. Join us next week for another episode of Make Everything Good Shit, as we take a look at universities, the NDIS, and your life in general. Authorised by the Department for the Gas-Led Shitfuckery.
But Julian, that's where bankers will be.
Yeah, of course, because the globe's done a hyperinflationary collapse against Bitcoin, and that applies to all fiat money, including the dollar. And they need to go exponential, continue to be exponential in the money printing. And the story to me is that they're hiding behind the climate change. When climate change became incredibly beyond the reach of fixing, they felt comfortable talking about it in terms of Fed policy. Just like the white population in America feels comfortable, we're talking about Black Lives Matter now because it's beyond the point of fixing. They're concerned about the Native American Indians because it's beyond the point of fixing. They're concerned about climate change because it's beyond the point of fixing. I mean, this is a standard trope of charlatans and crooks. And they just need another $100 trillion because they're drug-addled, desperate, disgusting people, and they need for middle-class taxpayers to pony it up. So they're going to scare everybody beyond the point where it can be fixed. We're beyond the point of fixing climate change because of the money printing. So they don't want to say, we're printing money and you're dead. They want to say, give us more money. It's so shameless. It's shocking.
Right, of course, and all of that money printing, all of the QE that Janet Yellen herself oversaw while she was at the Fed, and now the stimulus checks, untold amounts of it, and all the fraud around PPP and all those hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of loans that weren't actually needed, forgivable loans, i.e. never to be repaid back. All of that, of course, caused more climate change than she could possibly stop by printing another 150 trillion or
100 trillion or 100 trillion plus or whatever she's deciding.
Right, there's no risk of them stopping climate change. That's why they want to throw money at it. There's no risk of America exiting Afghanistan without a catastrophic exit strategy, leaving billions behind in war toys. That's why they spent another $1 trillion on that boondoggle. You just look at what's beyond the ability to repair, and that's what American policymakers will claim is a justification for more money printing. Because if it were possible to fix climate change, it would shrink the entire global economy down to the point where these bankers would stop getting bailouts, and they can't ever stop the Ponzi scheme. So that's the rhetoric behind it. That's the methodology behind it. That's the psychosis behind it.
And I might add, we still have yet to be able to even make a face mask. the thought that we could stop a complex system of feedback loops and positive and negative feedback loops, it's just an absurdity with a simple, digital dollars created on a balance sheet. But the same article, the guy goes on to talk about another thing that's kind of in the news, and that is that the President's Working Group, they recently issued a report on stable coins. So this is an interesting take on it. This is this guy's take on what he sees from what the President's Working Group on financial markets out of the U.S. Treasury, by the way, under Janet Yellen's auspices. So they looked at stable coins, and this is what they're saying. Their guidance on the future of stablecoin was published. It was a philosophical leap that makes the end game crystal clear. A pathway led by U.S. policy that invites private innovation into the existing financial regulatory architecture. Wildcat banking issues will not exist under the PWG guidelines, they suggest. U.S. dollar stablecoin will reside inside the insured banking system under the purview of the Federal Reserve. The central bank can play the role as lender of last resort against the collateral held by stablecoin liabilities. Financial stability risks vanish. The private sector, not a central bank, is going to lead the evolution to a digitalized U.S. dollar. America's government system deserves a standing ovation. He says, well, because compared to China's doing a centralized stablecoin that only the People's Bank of China and the Chinese government are going to issue their EU on. They control it. Whereas the U.S. has decided not to do a central controlled digital currency, but have private sector digital currencies, which, by the way, the stable coins is kind of similar to what we have now, because it's banks print most dollars, from issuing loans for mortgages and stuff like that. So it's kind of a replication of that.
It's identical.
Yeah.
It's a carbon copy of what they already have.
Yes. But apparently more. Now they can plead ignorance. We don't know. We don't know what's going on. We don't know how much money there is. It's not Bitcoin. These are, altcoins. These are the fiat currency system we have, but a digital form of it.
Right. They always plead ignorance. There's no accountability. They always pretend they don't know what they're doing. They always pretend that the Federal Reserve has no idea what they're doing. The Treasury has no idea what they're doing. The President clearly has no idea what they're doing, and no one has any accountability or responsibility whatsoever. All they do is cash checks. That's the only thing they know how to do. Steal money. That's it. So this entire paragraph of a word salad of gobbledygook means absolutely nothing. They're just going to recreate the exact same system they already have in place. And to say that they're going to separate the corporate private initiative from government is laughable. In a fascist state like America, there is no difference between the corporate state and the government. There's the state media, MSNBC, is the state media. I mean, this is just deplorable. This is disgusting. This is sickening. But it's also stupid. It's also why Bitcoin's going to 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, because people want to be free from this claptrap of syphilis.
So let's look at another headline about what the biggest of the fiat corporate bank system of the... Hello. What's up? What? You want food? Why are you so itchy? You want food?
Eat jar. Mm. Ja, mogę. Czy? Mm. Mm.
Is there an external reality? Of course, there's an external reality. The world exists. It's just that we don't see it as it is. We can never see it as it is. In fact, it's even useful to not see it as it is. And the reason is because we have no direct access to that physical world other than through our senses. And because our senses conflate multiple aspects of that world, we can never know whether our perceptions are in any way accurate. It's not so much do we see the world in the way that it really is, but do we actually even see it accurately? And the answer is no, we don't.
However paradoxical it sounds, if we think of what is visible as just what projects to the eyes, we see much more than is visible. Let me give you an example. I walk into a room and there's graffiti on the wall. And imagine this graffiti that I find really offensive. I look at it, I flush, my heart starts to race, I'm outraged, I'm taken aback. Of course, if I didn't know the language in which it was written, I could have had exactly the same retinal events and the same events in my early visual system without any corresponding reaction. Much more shows up for us than just what projects into our nervous system.
Our senses are also making up the tastes, odors, and colors that we experience. They're not properties of an objective reality. They're actually properties of our senses that they're fabricating. By objective reality, I mean what most physicists would mean. And that is that something is objectively real if it would continue to exist, even if there were no creatures to perceive it. Colors, odors, tastes, and so on are not real in that sense of objective reality. They are real in a different sense. They're real experiences. Your headache is a real experience, even though it could not exist without you perceiving it. So it exists in a different way than the objective reality that physicists talk about. We always assume that our senses are telling us the truth. So it was quite a stunning shock to me when I realized that it's not just tastes, odors, and colors that are the fabrications of our senses and are not objectively real. Space-time itself and everything within space-time, objects, electrons, quarks, the sun, the moon, their shapes, their masses, their velocities, all of these physical properties are also constructions. Sometimes it's really difficult for people to understand that the data that your brain is receiving is meaningless, because when they open their eyes, they look around, they say, well, I see everything. What do you mean it's meaningless? A really simple example is color. Scientific knowledge of what light is shows us that our natural perception leaves a lot on the table. The human perception of color is limited really by the principles of quantum mechanics. It's interesting to compare the human perception of color to the perception of sound. When you have two pure tones together, like a C and a G, a simple chord, that's a fifth. If you hear that, you can hear the separate tones even though they're played together, and you hear a chord, you can also sense the separate tones. Whereas with colors, if you have two different colors, say spectral green and spectral red, and mix them, what you see is not a chord where you can see the distinct identities preserved, but rather an intermediate color. In fact, you'll see something that looks like yellow. It's as if in music, when you play a C and a G together,
Instead of hearing a chord, you just heard the note E, the intermediate note. So at this most basic level, we don't represent even the information we're getting in any accurate way. And the reason is because it was useful to see it this way. So we're seeing the utility of the data, not the data. Evolution by natural selection has shaped us with perceptions that are designed to keep us alive. So if I see a snake, don't pick it up. If I see a cliff, don't jump off. If I see a train, don't step in front of it. We have to take our perceptions seriously, but that does not entitle us to take them literally. Perception itself, a perspective on something defined by perception, is inherently a reduction of the information of the thing. My total information than the actual thing is. An object from the east side, or the west side, or the top, or the north side, or the inside, microscopically, telescopically, they'll all give me different information. None will give me the entirety of the information about the situation. So there is no all-encompassing perspective that gives me all of the information about almost any situation. What this means is that reality itself is transperspectival. It can't be captured in any perspective. So multiple perspectives have to be taken, all of which will have some part of the reality, some signal. There may also be distortion. I may be looking at the thing through a fisheye lens or through a colored lens that creates some distortion. Why does this matter? The ability to take multiple perspectives, to see the partial truth in them, and then to be able to seam them together into something that isn't a perspective. It's a trans-perspective capacity to hold the relationships between many perspectives in a way that can inform our choice making is fundamental to navigating reality well.
How is it that we make claims of truth? And how would we begin to know if what we think is true is actually true? This is the beginning of the scientific method. Let us begin with observation, pose a question, figure out what the hypothesis would be that would answer a particular question, and then figure out how we would begin to address the hypothesis. That is a scientific approach to questions that could be addressed any number of ways.
There is a kind of whispering campaign against the value of objective truth. Science's belief in objective truth works. Engineering technology based upon the science of objective truth achieves results. It manages to build planes that get off the ground. It manages to send people to the moon and explore Mars with robotic vehicles on comets. Science works. Science produces antibiotics, vaccines that work. So anybody who chooses to say, there's no such thing as objective truth, it's all subjective, it's all socially constructed, tell that to a doctor, tell that to a space scientist. Manifestly, science works, and the view that there is no such thing as objective truth doesn't. When you write down the theory then becomes your teacher. It becomes smarter than you in a way. When Einstein wrote down the equations of general relativity, he did not know that they entailed the existence of black holes. In that sense, the equations were smarter than Einstein. Einstein didn't believe in black holes for decades. The equations were very clear that they could exist. Einstein said no. Turned out Einstein was wrong and the equations were right. So it's very interesting. We do these theories because we can learn from them. When you try to address the nature of things, you may find that asking different questions requires different ways of processing the underlying reality. For instance, in understanding the human mind, to understand it physically requires one kind of processing, and there's every reason to think that we already have fundamental physical laws that are adequate to that kind of treatment. But to understand how a person works, how thought processes, moods, and so forth add up to a personality and a human actor will require quite different ways of understanding and quite different ways of processing the underlying information structure. Get smarter faster with new videos every week from the world's biggest thinkers.
The Capitol building, our focus next. An important ally of former President Donald Trump faces a potential criminal prosecution for refusing to face questioning and say under oath what he knew about the attack on that building on January the 6th. Steve Bannon is the former White House advisor I'm referencing. He's been found in contempt of Congress by a committee investigating the violence. Susanna De Silva is in our Washington bureau on this story this morning. The contempt finding, it came down very late last night, Susanna. So let us know, what did lawmakers on that committee have to say about finding Bannon in contempt?
Well, they didn't hold back on their accusations of Bannon and Donald Trump and about the message that they were trying to send with what they were trying to do. We heard from the chair, Benny Thompson, a Democrat, who said that Bannon was standing alone in his complete defiance of the committee. Of course, he ignored a subpoena to appear before that committee last week. He said that it was a shame that they were put in this position, but that they would not be stopped. He also went on to say that this is a message to others they want to speak to.
Maybe he's willing to be a martyr to a disgraceful cause of whitewashing what happened on January 6th, or demonstrating his complete loyalty to the former president. So I want our witnesses to understand something very plainly. If you're thinking or following the path Mr. Bannon has gone down, you are on notice that this is what you'll face.
We also heard from one of only two Republicans on that committee, Vice Chair Liz Cheney. She appealed directly to Republicans. She said she believes that they know in their hearts what happened on January 6th was wrong, to stop repeating the lies of Donald Trump that the election was stolen. She also said that the argument being used by Bannon and Trump that executive privilege protects their conversations actually goes to prove that Donald Trump was personally involved in the planning and the attack on January the 6th.
Donald Trump, we know, Susanna, still holds tremendous sway over Republicans in the House and the Senate. So what do we watch for next?
Well, the next step in this process, of course, it is a process, as many things are in the United States. It will go before the House of Representatives for a vote. That's expected to happen tomorrow. It then goes to the Department of Justice, who will then make the final decision on that. Now, we spoke yesterday to the former chief counsel of then President Barack Obama. He now teaches at Harvard Law. He believes that the DOJ and the courts will move quickly on this. He also doesn't buy the argument of executive privilege, that Bannon was not an employee of the White House at the time, and that any conversations Donald Trump was having at that time was as candidate, not in his official presidential role. He also says executive privilege is not designed to cover up illegal wrongdoing.
I would say in the analysis, the need part of it is overwhelming. On the other hand, the desire or the need for confidentiality is really at its minimum, which is that when the communications go to the potential for wrongdoing, those are not the kinds of communications that the executive privilege intends to keep confidential.
He does also point out that this is more of a punitive measure than a compulsory measure, enforcing Bannon to actually provide any information. He does also point out that the maximum sentence for contempt of Congress is a year in prison, but that there is a minimum of 1 month in prison. Heather?
Susanna De Silva in Washington, thank you very much.
Sure.
What would you say is the Steve Bannon story since he left the White House?
Okay, that's a good way. Yeah, that's a good way in.
Because I wonder, one of the questions is where we start the clock.
Bringing Steve Bannon behind the walls of the headquarters of the opposition party, the New York Times. He's going to come in and sit down for an interview with me.
And why do you call the Times an opposition party?
That's what Steve has called it.
This is the question I get from Republicans. Are we going to break into two parties, right? I think somehow you have to get to that issue. It's like, is this going to end up, goal, right?
Yeah,
is that actually his goal?
Most Americans first heard the name Steve Bannon the morning that the news was announced that he had taken over the Trump campaign.
Stephen Bannon of conservative firebrand news site Breitbart, now campaign CEO.
You can't overemphasize how quickly Bannon went from being a completely anonymous figure to being central, not just in the White House, but to the American political system. I remember it very clearly because the news happened overnight and I immediately emailed Steve and I said, I never honestly thought I would see this day. This is not only the barbarians at the gate, they've crashed through the gate. Because that was really what Steve saw himself as, is this insurgent, this revolutionary who was seeking to take control of Washington's institutions of power.
If we could maybe break into what his main objective is, if everything that he's doing has a very specific motivation behind it, why is he talking to us?
He was widely seen as the man behind the curtain inside the Trump administration, and he was going to be responsible for tearing down the administrative state. Remember that first week in office?
The swift and dramatic remaking of policy by the new administration.
And then Trump stuns the nation with this travel ban, and it was so out of the blue. But behind the scenes, a lot of that was Steve Bannon. And then, after less than 8 months in the White House,
Steve Bannon is out tonight as President Trump's chief strategist.
Steve was pushed out.
Can they open the gate over here for us?
He returned to Breitbart and began building a shadow Republican party. In a major blow to the president's party this week,
Democrats all but wiped out the Republican majority in the Virginia State House.
Republicans lost across the country, including a bellwether governor's race in Virginia. 1 year after his greatest political triumph, is Bannon's movement now faltering?
We celebrated today in the Trump movement as MAGA Day, right? A high holy day. And we'll celebrate it like Bastille Day going forward. But a year later, the governor of Virginia lost. Now, it's a blue state and everything like that, but I keep telling people, every day is going to be a struggle. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some, but it's a process. It's a process. So the process now goes, why is Mitch McConnell? Because the Senate and Mitch McConnell have been the most outrageous in their lack of support of President Trump's agenda.
So that's his greatest offense, is not supporting the president enough.
The greatest offense is not supporting the president enough as of now. I think he showed his contempt for the grassroots movement. I think he showed his contempt for the Trump movement in those actions. And so, yes, Mitch McConnell has to go.
Do you think Mitch McConnell will be majority leader at this time next year?
I absolutely do not think it will be majority leader.
Is that your personal mission to make that not happen?
It's not my personal mission, but it is an objective that I have an objective that Mitch McConnell would not be majority leader, and I believe will be done before this time next year.
So I know you watched that Jeff Flake speech, and I wonder what you thought when you listened to him denounce the president and say, our children are watching.
It is often said that children are watching. Well, they are. And what are we going to do about that? When the next generation asks us, why didn't you do something? Why didn't you speak up? What are we going to say? Mr. President, I rise today to say enough.
Give me a break. Flake was one of the guys that looked the other way and allowed this country to start to lose its sovereignty by unlimited illegal immigration, and particularly in the state of Arizona. And so when Jeff Flake gets high and mighty like that, and I see what Donald Trump has said and how he represents working class people and how he's trying to make their lives better, Jeff Flake is a total, incomplete phony, okay? Everything he says, everything he does. I have absolutely zero respect for him. There's too much talk and not enough action. That's why we have to change the system. We have to go in and get these trade deals to start to take care of the American worker, not just the American company, the American worker.
So there's no doubt, though, that message of President Trump's has appeal with white nationalists.
Absolutely
is
not.
That's an unfortunate reality, an unintended consequence?
I think it's nonsense. I think it's nonsense.
You don't think he appeals to them at all?
I think these guys grab onto anything they can. No, the message is one of, this is the guy's the least racist guy I've ever met, and nothing in the campaign and nothing that he's done to date. That's all left wing. That's MSNBC nonsense. And by the way, these guys are marginalia to marginalia, right? So they'll grab onto anything. And by the way, every time they say Trump's name, MSNBC's got a camera on it, and the New York Times has an article on it, right? Because you're obsessed with it.
So you think it's a media fabrication?
Absolutely, 100%. It's 100% media fabrication. And by the way, because they realize that they think the only way they can run is by smearing you to be a nativist, a misogynist, a racist, a homophobe.
But they're chanting his name. They're saying Heil Trump.
You can't help it. They're doing that because they know the mainstream media. As soon as if they sit around and do their whatever they do, nobody covers them, right? Because nobody cares because they don't have any meaning or purpose. Okay, they're so tiny and irrelevant. As soon as they try to start bringing in the president, all of a sudden the cameras are there, CNN's there, the New York Times there's a front page story. They play the mainstream media to build it up, and it's irrelevant nonsense. It's just something that's got to be worked through. You see this in
This all bubbled over, as you know, in the most, I think, detrimental way for the president in Charlottesville. Did he handle that right?
I think the president handled it perfectly.
He also said that some of those folks were very fine people.
No. What he was trying to say, you guys are taking it out of context. There was two things that went on. There were peaceful protests of people that supported the monuments and people that thought the monuments should come down or be removed. Okay? And then there's thugs that are there looking for a fight. And I have said from day one, when those neo-Nazis and neo-Confederates, when guys show up in helmets and with baseball bats and Antifa shows up, Antifa being just as bad, when they show up, the cops should round those guys up, put them in the paddy wagon, and take them downtown. Because all they're there to do is cause chaos on both sides.
The Russia investigation, it sounded earlier like you said.
Oh, we're now going into fake news?
You don't think Mitch McConnell should be allowing these investigations to proceed? Do you agree with the president? Is the Russia thing just a hoax?
I think the collusion thing is, and I've said from day one, is a joke. I was there. We couldn't collude. We had a tough time colluding between the Trump campaign in Pennsylvania and the RNC, right? I mean, all of our stuff is a ground game. So I think look, have some marginal guys, and there were definitely some marginal people early on in the campaign. There was an island of misfit toys, right? Had some really good people. You can't staff a government. You needed the establishment. The campaign early on had some marginal guys, and you've seen them on TV. These guys have popped up.
Manafort wasn't marginal, though.
He'll have his day in court but it should not be lost on you that my first executive decision was to talk with Jared and the president about Manafort had to go.
You fired him.
Yeah.
From your perspective, what did happen between Russia and the Trump campaign?
I have no idea. And it's not relevant. It's irrelevant.
It's not relevant if crimes were committed by members of the campaign.
It's not relevant. A collusion of that it changed the outcome of the election. If anybody had contact, look, first off, I'm a former naval officer that was on a destroyer whose mission was hunting Russian submarines. I know the Russians are bad guys. Okay, I don't need to be told that they're bad guys. Okay, and not to be trusted.
But Trump doesn't seem to think the Russians are bad guys. He's talking about Putin being his buddy.
In life, you have to deal with not good guys, right? And you still have to make arrangements and relationships and treaties with them. Look, I'm a law and order guy. If they did something wrong, they should be prosecuted for it. My point's different. The media narrative is being different. It's not about guys. That's what they got. They're saying the election was turned by the Russian involvement. It's BS.
But your time in the White House, look, I mean, you are somebody who articulates a very clear vision for where this country should be going and the policies we need to implement to get us there. If you could have, would you have stayed for all 4 years of president's?
Oh my God, no, not more than one. I never intended to leave. I knew that at the time that Reince going.
You mean you never intended to stay?
Never intended to stay.
Why are you able to be more effective on the outside?
Because I get my hands on my weapons. I mean, come on. I'm much more effective. I can meet with all the grassroots groups and I can do everything I want. Remember, I've dedicated my life to build this populist nationalist movement, and it's just for me, it's so much better. I mean, look, you're gonna have good days, you're gonna have bad days, right? You're gonna have Virginias, and you're gonna have November 8th of 2016, and you're gonna have Virginias. You're gonna have gray skies, you're gonna have blue skies. But I absolutely am convinced that we're on the right track.
Chelsea, I do a quick just a clap or something. All right, this is take 7. Mark.
He's been called a street fighter and the most dangerous man in American politics.
You argue for your freedom, and they call you a xenophobe. You argue for your country, and they call you a racist. I like Mr. Bennett. He's a friend of mine. He's a good man. He is not a racist. I can tell you that. He's a good person.
Look at who he's put in charge of his campaign.
Stephen Bannon, the head of a right-wing website called Breitbart.com. Breitbart embraces ideas on the extremist fringe of the conservative right. Let them call you racist. Let them call you xenophobes. Let them call you nativist. Wear it as a badge of honor. We should shake hands again because I come from a polite country and that's what we do. Shake hands, look somebody in the eye. Look, is that back, Dan? Is that back door closed?
It is not fully closed.
Now I'm in a reality show.
You're just
Exactly.
This
Yeah.
is, now you know how the White. This is the well-honed.
The well-honed.
This is the
The White
campaign.
House. Yeah.
Now you know why the Clintons. By the way, now you know why Clinton didn't take it seriously, because you can't take it seriously.
Yeah.
Still rolling. Okay, set.
Critical midterm elections coming up. How high are the stakes for Donald Trump's presidency?
First off, I don't think they're midterms. I think that the opposition party media, the Democratic Party, the entire permanent political class aligned against President Trump in the campaign and then after he took office have won one big victory. And that is they're going to get a do-over. This is people that think about this as a midterm. It's one of the things that we're trying to pound into conservatives' heads. This is a reelect. It's all on the table here. Right? If they take the House, if the Time's Up movement, the resistance, this is as high a stakes as possible. If we lose the House, the Trump presidency will grind to a halt.
You just used the term pound, and today is actually the day that you've released the trailer for your new film. Now, it depicts the coming election as a violent battle. Why so extreme?
Well, I think if you look at what's happening in the streets with Antifa and these neo-Nazis, everything, that the country is really almost like the 1960s. To a degree, because of the two sides of what's arguing, you see the country is coming apart. And I think all these issues have to be put on the table. And so it is a time, it's a time that the country's quite divided. And that's why this midterm is so important. That's why the 2016 election is so important. You have to decide it at the ballot box.
You say yourself that you won the 2016 election. You were just talking about the chaos in the campaign, but you won that election with not a lot of money, as you say, and really with fear and anger. Do you think that you can rely on the deplorables to come out again this time?
I'm not sure as fear and anger as rationality. I think working class people and middle class people in this country realize that something's wrong. Is that, upon their shoulders rest the entire tax burden, and upon their shoulders really rest, this kind of liberal post-war international order, the kind of globalist system that's out there, right? They are quite rational. So now what you're going to see, I think, in this election is there's still a lot of anger out there. And I think that this anger can be harnessed. This anger can be harnessed to have another big victory for Trump. The one thing different in 2016, the Clinton campaign, as we were joking beforehand, we were fairly disorganized, except on the ground. We had a terrific ground game. In addition, Trump had this kind of powerful populist message, which she missed. She really went for identity politics. They also didn't take us very seriously. They saw a collection of kind of quasi-amateurs. We had a lot of people just kind of fill in the gaps there, and they didn't take us seriously. The difference in this election is that these groups are what I call fully woke. They understand exactly what's going on. They're looking at the right congressional district. So this one's going to have to go in kind of full consciousness. You're not going to sneak up on them like we did last time.
You mentioned the Time's Up movement. Now, just for the sake of our audience, that's the extension in America of the Me Too movement.
It's the high. Me Too is about sexual harassment. Time's Up is really about the power dynamics in society.
This is our time. This is our moment. The women that put themselves on the front line and accuse that man, Mr. Weinstein, and brought him down by using their voice. We need to do the same for Trump. You describe it as being primal.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's trying to upend 5,000 years of kind of the way civilization's been structured, whether that's Hindu, Islamic, or Judeo-Christian Western civilization, kind of the patriarchy. It's after that. And I'm not arguing whether it's right or wrong. What I'm saying is that this movement is much deeper than the sexual harassment. This Time's Up movement, if you listen to its leaders, if you listen to what its ideology is, I equate it kind of like the French Revolution. The French Revolution was very primal and tried to go to the core of society and upend it and restructure it. And so I don't agree with the ideology. I have a lot of respect for its latent power. I've seen it here in the United States since the day that Trump has been elected. It's one of the most powerful forces politically we have in the country today.
One of the things that's happening is that Donald Trump has lost some support, particularly amongst college-educated white women.
Yes.
Do you think that on the back of these movements like Time's Up and Me Too, do you think that, are you worried actually that now, this time around, women are going to punish Donald Trump for his behavior?
Not punish, but I'm very worried. Let's go back to 2016. I think one of the things that shocked people is we won white women 52-48. We won high school educated white women, I think 69-37 or something like that. These are extraordinary numbers. There's definitely been a softening. My argument about this re-election that's going to take place on November 6th, or the midterms, is that there's not time right now, okay, to go out and do a lot of outreach on either policy or tone, because I think a lot of this is tone. A lot of these people just see Trump as a disruptor, and they just don't like the style. I don't know if it's punished, but one of the realities that I keep telling people is that we have to be very focused on the fact that the numbers we had in 2016 among college-educated women, both Republican and independent, are not going to be
not coming back. Now, you've really challenged the Democrats to make the midterms an election about impeachment.
Well, they have. So here's what I think. If you look at the grassroots of the Democratic left are doing exactly what the Tea Party movement did in 2010, and I admire the fact they have enthusiasm of what they believe. I don't believe it. But I believe in democracy, and what they're doing is going out and getting votes. They're ringing doorbells and knocking on doors. I said, hey, they have made this a referendum on Donald Trump. I'm just saying we got to face reality and not sit there and go, oh, well, let's lose, and then we can run against the House.
So if you lose, though, if it doesn't go the way you want, and that referendum goes against you, is that the end of your?
Oh, no.
Agenda?
Come on, we're gonna have good days and bad days. We're gonna win and lose.
Well, so it can't be a referendum on President Trump, and you lose, and then you just move on.
I think the accomplishments he's made in 18 months are extraordinary. The other thing you have to remember, too, which I say is a strategic major advantage of this, by early October, if it looks like it's not going to be a blue wave, I believe that the left and the Democratic Party is going to turn on its establishment. Remember, I've been at civil war with the Republican establishment for about 10 years. The Democrats have not had their civil war. There's been no Breitbart. There's been no guys like Bannon that want to take on the establishment. I believe if they do not deliver a resounding victory on November 6th, and that victory is tied to impeaching Donald Trump and stopping his program, you're going to see an internecine war start in the Democratic Party that will take years to go through. It's something that should have happened years ago. It should have definitely happened when Clinton lost in 2016. How could they have $2 billion, have a candidate like Clinton, that entire apparatus? Here you got Donald Trump and a collection of clowns around him, and you lose. They weren't held accountable because, guess what? The Russians stole it from us, okay? That was their cover. If they lose this November, the civil war inside the Democratic Party is going to consume them for years. It's going to make Donald Trump's re-election in 2020 a foregone conclusion.
You're different from quite a lot of your colleagues in that you respect Robert Mueller.
Yes.
You're not asking for him to be sacked, are you?
No.
What's the difference? Why not?
Well, first off, Mueller is a combat Marine. I mean, he's got a tremendous record in the FBI, etc. I was one as a public record. I was quite opposed to firing Comey. And the reason is I don't think there's any collusion. I think it's very imperative for Bob Mueller to finish the investigation, but I think the reports got to be issued before the November election. I think the American people got to weigh in here.
Presumably, Robert Mueller's just going to finish that report when he sees fit. And if there is evidence of crime, either of obstruction of justice or a crime that effectively is collusion, then impeachment is a natural course. You accept that?
Well, here's what I think is going to happen is I think Mueller are already dealing out for people in Australia, whether it was Cohen, whether it's Manafort, as he sees potential crimes already, he's dealing those out to prosecutors to take those to trial. If the American people back Trump, I think the Mueller thing will fade away over time unless there's real evidence of specific crimes that have to go to prosecutors.
And which presumably you can't really know what happened. You can't really know whether there was collusion in the inner circle of Trump's campaign at times when you weren't there.
look, as the CEO of the campaign in the 88 days when we were down, I don't know, 12 or 16 points the day we won, we couldn't collude between the RNC and the Trump camp ground game in Pennsylvania. I've said from day one, there's no collusion. If they think obstruction of justice comes around firing Comey or what happened on Air Force One or with Jeff Sessions, then he ought to put it in a report and he ought to bring it before Congress, and let's see how the chips fall. I'm a big boy and I've got a lot of respect for Mueller. I've also said, and I was one of the guys around when Rosenstein got picked, I have said from day one on this issue of Crossfire Hurricane. A Crossfire Hurricane is the code word for the investigation that the FBI counterterrorism started about the Trump campaign.
Started with an Australian.
Well, how that Australian got into it is going to be quite interesting because there are subpoenas. Not from Trump. There's subpoenas from Capitol Hill from 5 different committees. Okay,
Are you suggesting that our former Foreign Minister Alexander Downer, who was at the center of the information about the emails that came from Russia, which became the FBI investigation, are you saying that he did something wrong?
I am saying what I want to see is I want to see those subpoenas executed. I want to see the information. At the end of the day, the intelligence apparatus works like the post office. And what I mean by that, there's a chain of command and there's an approval for everything that went on.
Let me cycle back.
No, but it's to the heart of what Trump's fighting every day.
I understand.
People call it the deep state. It is not the deep state. This is in your face. Okay, and this Crossfire Hurricane goes to the beating heart of this kind of what I call the nullification project of President Trump. It is outrageous.
Trying to shut him down. So
but by the way, they were trying to shut him down even before he got into office. That's the key thing. This Crossfire Hurricane with the Australians, the British, all started in the summer of 2016. People just have to keep this in mind.
The only problem with this is it's so interesting that we could spend our whole time talking about it. So we'll put it aside. We'll come back to it because I'm kind of into it too, right? I just want to tease out a little bit of the relationship with Donald Trump. Now, you've already mentioned that you said that the sacking of James Comey was a terrible mistake, the worst mistake in modern political history. You also
very subtle,
very subtle.
Nuanced.
I think I got what you were getting at there. I think I got it. You went on to say that Don Jr. was treasonous and unpatriotic for attending the Trump Tower meeting.
By the way, I did correct that.
Well, this is the thing. This is my question.
Yeah.
Your philosophy is never apologize, never back down, never explain. What is it about your relationship with the Trumps that made you break your rules?
It's not because I thought in that regard, it's the professionals I was really taught. It was Manafort.
How can you make a distinction between Paul Manafort? It was Don Jr. who answered in a breathlessly enthusiastic way that he wanted to set up the meeting when he heard there was information coming from Putin.
But Don Jr. and Jared are family. They're not, in that regard.
But they were part of the campaign. They're not idiots.
I know, but they were volunteers. Okay, I mean, this is part of the family. They're well-intentioned and they're very smart. But these are volunteers. Paul Manafort's a professional.
Yeah. Now look, but back to the relationship with Trump, because what happened at that time is you know exactly how volatile Donald Trump is. You know him well enough. He turned on you. And that's what he does. He attacks people very personally when he gets angry.
By the way, I come from an Irish family. I got 2 brothers.
Sure.
This goes off my back like wars off the duck.
Does it mean it's for show? Is it real or is it for show? Is that anger real or is it show?
Well, I think he's like me. He runs a little hot sometimes, right? With President Trump, look, he's one of the best guys I've ever met. He did not need to run for this office. And what drives people crazy, when I say in this town, and this is among Republicans, when I say he's a historic figure, he's a historic president, he's a transformational president, and you see it every day, drives them nuts.
Yeah.
Okay? So you got to separate the signal from the noise.
Yes.
All the tweets and the attacks are the noise.
Yeah.
The signal is what he stands for and what he does every day. So I come from an Irish Catholic family that around the table I've gotten 100 times worse than what.
But we accept that the President of the United States is different to what you get around the Bannon family dinner table. This is not a Catholic family tearing each other.
No, but he's got a different. The reason he's president. Listen, we have gone into what I call the McLuhan-esque age of politics. In the future, you're not going to see, I think, leaders in this country, and particularly people running for president, that will become president, that actually work on city council, go to the state legislature, run in Congress. I think we're in a media age. That's what I've said when they asked me about the Time's Up movement and 2020 candidates. I said I think Oprah Winfrey's the number one potential, and I think people like The Rock or Mark Cuban are people, or Avignetti. I think these people have real opportunities, and people in this town roll their eyes.
Yeah.
Just like when I used to say, hey, Donald Trump is going to be the guy who's won the Republican nomination, people left.
It does sound sometimes like it's someone who's not fully in control of their emotions. Is that really what you want inside the White House?
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Everybody said in the campaign, this guy, and one of the things we talked about, giving people permission to vote for him about commander-in-chief. There has never been somebody that's been less trigger happy and more prudent about decisions. It took us 7 or 8 months to make the Afghanistan decision. Okay, it took us so many months even to come up with the Korea situation and to get engaged in the negotiation there. Donald Trump is very prudent about how he goes about things. You got to separate the signal from the noise.
But
the Twitter account, the Twitter feed, and some of the comments, and I've taken it as bad as anybody.
Yeah.
I just tell people, hey, you just got to, that comes with the territory.
There's never a moment when you look at it and think that it's denigrating the office.
I think the office has changed over time, right? It just has. Is this the way that the founders ran it in the 1760s? Although politics then was just as brutal. Mm-hmm. If we had a better understanding of history, we understand. That's why I kept telling President Trump about Andrew Jackson, of how the East Coast establishment, John Quincy Adams, that crowd stole the election from him as a populist. And so we've had bare knuckle history before. I think President Trump's just got a different style, and I think people are getting accustomed to that style. So but you're just going to have to accept it. This is the whole thing about Republican women, independent women. What I keep telling people, the style is the style and the tone is the tone.
But if you lose them, if they don't like it and you lose them, you lose.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure about that. I think that you have to expand out that kind of working class base today, right? That will vote for Trump in middle class. I think people are understanding. I've got an economy growing at 4%. I've got historic lows in Black and Hispanic unemployment. People are seeing the benefits of this economic nationalism. And you're going to have to, some people love his style and some people are turned off by it. But if you look at the results, one of the reasons I started this group is say, hey, there's a much deeper narrative here of what this guy's accomplishing. And that affects you.
And that's all about economic nationalism. And obviously that agenda that you teamed up with him is still going. The economy is clearly in good shape, but that economy was already improving under Obama. The trajectory of jobs growth for Hispanics and Blacks was already happening under Obama. Okay. It's continuing.
This is the mainstream media's Kool-Aid. President Obama, the growth on President Obama was 1.9%. It was 1.9%.
Coming out of the global financial crisis.
Well, okay.
Totally different
circumstances. Let's talk about the global financial crisis.
Yeah.
In 2008, we're coming to the 10th year anniversary. We have a complete implosion of the world's capital markets, brought on by the elites. President Obama comes in, and he's the most progressive president we've had in the history of the country. He would admit that. He was proud of that. The permanent political class and the elites in this country literally just created money. We have a fancy term called quantitative easing. They just created liquidity. So if you're an asset holder of real estate or stocks or intellectual property, you've had the greatest 10-year run in history. If you're a working person who's President Obama's supposed to be worried about, you've paid the bills. You've been stiffed. You haven't had a raise. Average family in this country can't put together $400 in cash. If you take away the equity in your house, average person in this country, I think, has got $10,000 in the bank for retirement. And that's why the Republican establishment hates us. Because what we've done with President Trump is turned this more into a workers' party. So he's fundamentally, that's why these trade deals are so important right now. And who's he getting the most grief from? The Republican establishment and Wall Street. What he's doing, these trade deals are much deeper than just tariffs and trade. This is about bringing jobs back and high value added jobs that bring worth and dignity to workers, and they can actually have one income that maybe will support a family.
It's interesting when you talk about the global financial crisis, as we call it, you do sound, in fact, during the campaign, you sounded a lot more like Bernie Sanders.
We share a lot. One of the things I do all the time in this house is have meetings with Bernie's people. I think there's 25% of the Bernie movement that can be taken over to the Trump movement. So you say, were you going to replace Republican suburban women who are maybe turned off by some of this stuff? There's a larger worker base of Black and Hispanic working class and some of Bernie's people that are economic nationalists, and they see the benefits.
So right now, a trade war has begun, and as we've just discussed,
you're wrong there. You're just dead wrong.
Why that?
Because the trade war has not just begun. This is not a trade war. And Australia sees this. Australia is at the front lines of this. We're in an economic war with China. Okay, not a trade war. China's been economic war with the West, and they are not authoritarian. They're a totalitarian mercantilist system. They always talk about this international rules-based order. The Chinese don't play by any rules. They don't have any internal rules. It's a completely totalitarian regime, not the Chinese people, the regime. Okay, what Donald Trump has said, he's the first president, because the elites in our country, just like the elites in Australia said, the rise of China is inexorable. It's the second law of thermodynamics.
Because we can't continue to allow China to rape our country, and that's what they're doing. It's the greatest theft in the history of the world. I have to say, we've developed a great relationship with China, other than the fact that they've been killing us on trade for the last long period of time. Killing us, absolutely killing the United States on trade.
Do you know what Trump said? I don't think so. Trump has been arguing this for 30 and 40 years. What Donald Trump has done is taken the United States government and said, hey, we're just not going to be a punching bag anymore. And that's why I keep saying Australia is the canary in the mine shaft. Australia can show you when good and decent people kind of play by the rules, and the next thing they look around and many of the economic resources and economic assets of a country are owned by another country, and all of a sudden you start seeing influence operations on their politicians.
Well,
that's what's happening.
Let's just pull those pieces apart.
What Donald Trump did is to say, what the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take on trade at a scale that's never been done before.
How far do you think Donald Trump is prepared to go with $500 billion at stake?
All the way.
You know, the losers, if this trade war continues, and if you don't want to call it a trade war, that's up to you, but the rest of the world is calling it a trade war. And if it does...
No. Can I say something? The globalist and the globalist media propaganda machines are calling it a trade war. Okay? It's been economic war. First off, please stop.
If there's a recession, who is it who loses their job?
But by the way, recessions come and go. Okay? Recessions come and go.
Yes, but if you lose your job, you lose the dignity of work, which is central to your agenda.
I think workers understand, and particularly people that back Donald Trump, that what he's trying to do is bring manufacturing jobs back to the United States and trying to reset this economy to the economy that we've had since the American system came up in the 19th century. They understand there could be some speed bumps on this, and that's what leadership's about. I mean, Donald Trump's actually gone to some of the states he won and said, hey, on the agricultural side, it could be some hits. Remember, China thinks of the United States and Australia in the same way. They think we're tributary states. Okay? We're essentially Jamestown to their Great Britain. We send very few finished manufacturing goods and no high value-added manufacturing goods, right? We essentially send natural resources, agricultural products, copper and tin, what's extracted from the earth. And all Donald Trump is saying is that that's not the natural law of physics. That was human action. Human agency that did that. Wall Street in our country were the guys that shipped those jobs over there. And what Donald Trump's saying is have a vibrant, robust economy. You have to make things. You have to make high value-added things.
And you're prepared to go through a recession in order to achieve that? Is that what you just said?
I think the country's prepared to do what the country has to do. I'm not trying to dismiss recessions. Certainly don't want it, but recessions are part of the business cycle. We've had recessions come and go for the last two years.
I'm actually shocked to hear you say that, because what we know happens in recessions is that particularly older members of the workforce lose a job that they never get back again. That for someone who's for the working man, for the hobbits,
I would love to have a system. I would love to have a system in capitalism that didn't have business cycles. So far, we haven't.
But you don't have to have a recession.
But look, by divine providence, we are now in a 10-year recovery, right? Now, part of that's because we infused the system with trillions of dollars of capital and lifted up the elites. The working guys haven't gotten that benefit. President Trump's economic policies, nobody's talking about a recession. In fact, today, the economists came out and they don't see any recession on the horizon, given his monetary, but the dollar's the strongest it's ever been, or versus strongest it's ever been.
I think the governor of the Bank of England said that the current trade policies that the United States has in play, and if they continue in this way, you could be looking at taking 1% off global growth, 2.5% off U.S. growth.
Okay, 2% off U.S. growth is now U.S. growth is projected at 5% or 4%.
So if you lose
2% is 3%.
You're prepared for that to happen in order to reset.
I think what economic nationalism, what President Trump is prepared for, is that in the reordering of the global supply chain, and that's what you're saying. Put tariffs aside for a second. Look what's really happening. What you're having is a reordering of the global supply chain away from just solely of China being the manufacturer of the high value annual manufacturer of everything. President Trump, who everybody dismissed as a rube, everybody dismissed as a guy on Twitter that's so crude, okay? He's actually taking the long view. Okay, the Chinese look at this in hundreds of years, and we in the Judeo-Christian West, of which Australia happens to be at the tip of the spear in the Pacific, have to start thinking in generational cycles. What you should view, I think, China as, in a large extent, particularly what they're doing in South Asia, what they're doing in Sub-Saharan Africa, they're equivalent of the East India Company.
Yeah.
What they're trying to do is predatory.
When I say yes, I'm not agreeing. I'm nodding that I know what the East India Company is.
What it was, classic, predatory lending. What it tries to do is go to smaller countries or weaker countries, lend them money that they know they can't pay back.
Why wouldn't Australia, whose economy has benefited so much from its proximity to and deals with China, why wouldn't Australia seek to take advantage of what's going to become available through Belt and Road? They will do it if it meets our standards Australia will look to
I
participate.
think the whole point is like the United States. We want a relationship with China. We will have a great relationship with China, but we want it on terms that we have our sovereignty and that people in our country, like people in Australia, make their decisions. And look, I'm a hawk. I'm a hawk on China. I'm a hawk on China because eventually I believe that this regime is not confronted. If this regime is not confronted, bad things are going to happen. And I think they have to be confronted now. I think they absolutely have to be confronted now. I think Turnbull has been way too much of an appeaser, and I think that's not going to turn out well. But here's the good news. Right now, you have a much more vibrant debate in Australia. And this is why I say you're a canary in the mine shaft. You have a much more robust debate in Australia than we're having here in the United States. In the United States, we're just starting that. And that's why I keep pointing to Australia. I say, look, these guys played by the rules. Look where the situation they are today. And many of the people who are comfortable with that are not comfortable today. And here's the beauty of it. It doesn't really deal with political ideology. You have many progressives down there saying, hey, we're quite upset about this. So I think it's going to play out very interestingly. And I think Australia's at the tip of the spear of this.
You spent some time over the last months in different places in the world trying to link up right-wing movements. Let's look at how Australia looks through Steve Bannon's eyes. Do you have any interest or connections with Australian politicians?
Well, first off, we got our hands full here because of this populist nationalist revolt. Clearly, this November, we've got another massive election that's going to really determine the future and direction of the Trump administration and this movement. I have announced that the movement's going to be a global operation, helping be in connective tissue for ideas, communication, polling, analytics. I absolutely see Australia is going to be a hotbed of populism, just knowing the cussedness and grit of the Australian people. Remember, one thing is about populism, it's about getting decision-making away from a set of kind of global elites, the Goldman Sachses of the world, the party at Davos, and get it back to working-class people and middle-class people.
Davos is the international meeting of economists and world leaders held in a very swanky Swiss city every year in the mountains, ski town, just so everyone's clear about your labels. You're used to them, we're not. Now, let's just talk about that economic nationalism. You say that there's potential for that to take root in Australia. How do you stop economic nationalism morphing into something that is essentially racist?
I don't think economic nationalism has anything to do with race. In fact, what I keep saying here, it doesn't matter. Remember, it doesn't matter if you're about your religion. It doesn't matter your ethnicity, your color. It doesn't matter your gender. It doesn't matter your sexual preference. All of that's totally irrelevant.
You say that, and I've watched lots of interviews, and I've watched people ask you or accuse you in various ways of being a racist, and there's no evidence that that's what you are. But do you understand what that group of people, the particularly disenfranchised white workers in America,
the white workers are not racist.
How that turns into racism?
This is another thing. The white workers in this country are not racist. Do we have an element like tried to march here the other day? And how many guys showed up? 6. Well, my point is that such an infinitesimal. I come from the American South. Okay, it's such an infinitesimal, small percentage of people, and they're only made important because the left media gives them a microphone. The other day, we had thousands of police officers and hundreds of media, and 6 guys showed up, 20 guys showed up. It was nothing. It's a joke.
What happened a year ago was not a joke.
Well, what happened a year ago, and I've said this from day one, the neo-Confederates, the neo-Nazis, the KKK have no place in American society.
We condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides.
You know what an unambiguous declaration against people wielding swastikas sounds like, and that's not what we heard.
President Trump has been adamant about that. He has condemned the neo-Nazis, condemned the KKK. He has condemned the neo-Confederates. You're hearing what your mainstream media hears what they want to hear. They're never going to let Trump off the hook on this. They're just not going to do it. They're going to continue to pound that. But I got to tell you, as long as you don't take responsibility, the 2 things the mainstream media have done. Number 1, they've given a bunch of marginal, dangerous people a platform.
But you know how to harness their anger too, don't you? You've worked out a way to try and separate yourself and your views from them, but at the same time, their comments filled the Breitbart website.
You missed the point. That anger is about economic. That anger is about the $880 billion to the $4.5 trillion. It's about the wealth. What it's about is a set of elites that took care of themselves and basically screwed over the American worker and the American middle class. The anger comes because people are rational. They look out there and they say, hey, it's my pension fund and my insurance company, my insurance policy that's the underpinning.
Do you understand
underpinnings
what
of Wall Street.
transforms that into racism when it happens? Because it does.
You know,
We've seen people expressing racism.
you can beat this dog all day.
What you have seen is people with racist views cleave to your economic nationalist movement.
But it doesn't cleave. This is my point. It's such a de minimis. What the media always says, and you always go back to the same thing. Aren't you worried about this 0.1% that when we put the cameras on them, say, oh yeah, we support that, versus the basics of the argument? Here's the argument. The Republican Party is being turned into a workers' party. The workers in this country are finally standing up for themselves. This movement's not going to stop. And it doesn't matter how many liberal journalists come in here and say, oh, this is a bunch of fascists, this is a bunch of Nazis, this is a bunch of racists. And this is why you've lost so much credibility. This is why the mainstream media in this country has lost so much credibility.
Don't put me in that crowd.
By the way, you're completely arguing the point over and over again. That's why I said in France, let them call you racist.
Laissez-vous appeler raciste.
Let them call you xenophobes.
Mais laissez-vous appeler xénophobes.
Let them call you nativist.
Laissez-vous les appeler nativistes.
Wear it as a badge of honor.
Portez-le comme un badge d'honneur.
When they can't beat you on the facts, what they're always going to go back and do is the same parlor trick they've always had. And that parlor trick's very simple. They're going to call you racist.
Okay,
they're going to call you a xenophobe. They're going to call you that. And I said that accusation, wear that accusation as a badge of pride, because the accusation cannot be, they can't debate you on the facts, and they'll never debate you on the facts.
Let's be very clear about that. So what you're talking about is what people said in response to what you said at the Le Pen rally in Lille, which is to, if they call you a racist, wear it as a badge of pride. So I know
look,
you're going.
Look at the predicate.
Look at this.
Look at the predicate.
You make a speech, but
Look at the predicate.
it's my turn to ask a question. You're standing there in a
second.
party
Look at the
that
predicate.
is steeped in a history of anti-Semitism.
Look at the predicate. Look at the predicate in that speech.
Yes, I
said when they can't beat you on the facts, because what Donald Trump has done has the lowest unemployment in the history of African Americans in our country, the lowest unemployment in Hispanics in our country. We now have wages rising.
17 years for the Hispanics.
17. By the way, I think the other day it actually went to the lowest ever. But we'll double check that. I'm sure you'll fact check me later. And I said, when they can't beat you on the facts, what they're going to do is go back to the old trick of xenophobe, nativist, racist. Wear that accusation as a badge of pride, because then in the argument, you know you've got them.
You understand perfectly well the history of that party that is steeped in virulent anti-Semitism. So when you say those supporters,
hang on a second.
That is the context for you using the word racist.
But no, look at that. Look how that party's evolved over time.
Yes,
look how they've cut. Look how they've cut loose. In fact, the fathers cut them loose. Look at the evolution, and look at that audience. That's what. By the way, they left behind. They were started, and they had certain taints of anti-Semitism, and they left that
very
behind.
strong taints. Let's be clear. Let's just call
but then let's be clear. Let's call a spade today. When people went to the polls in France, and particularly, I think she split the youth vote. She got a third, and Macron got a third. When people went to the polls in France, and young people under 35 went to the polls, they were not voting for anti-Semitism. Okay, they're not even close. And for you guys to keep harkening back to that shows you're afraid of dealing with what they are trying to deal with there. This is about economic nationalism. This is about populism. But to smear them all the time with racism, I think is a great disservice. The Front National should be beaten. They should be argued and either win or beaten on the facts as they.
I think it's not a smear. It's a question about how the party has evolved and what it stands for and what its history means to the party now. Obviously, these are the choices that you make that cause people to ask questions to understand where it is
I'm proud of those
that you're
choices.
coming from.
I'm proud of those choices. I'm proud of these. I'm proud of Salvini. Look what happened in Italy. What happened in Italy is and that's why I said in the world stage today, the two most important places politically to look is Australia because of the situation with China, and on your reset, and Italy. In Italy, you had a party ran that was a left-wing party and a right-wing party. One was a populist and one was nationalist. Who knows if it's going to be successful? I think it is, but it's going to be messy, like democracy is messy.
So this was preceded by your involvement in Brexit with UKIP and Nigel Farage.
We've got our country back. The sun has risen
on an independent, united kingdom. The EU's failing, the EU's dying. I hope we've knocked the first brick out of the wall. I hope this is the first step towards a Europe of sovereign nation states.
You described Brexit and Trump as an inflection point. What does that mean?
Well, I said, first of all, the inextricably linked. And what links them, people didn't, I think, put together that's what we started covering and setting up an operation in England many years ago. Because we saw, really, it was China. I think what you saw is the deindustrialization of Western Europe and the deindustrialization of the United States. And you could see what drove Brexit, what surprised all the pundits, the geniuses, was the labor vote. It was the Midlands labor vote that voted for Brexit. You know, Boris Johnson and those guys kind of ran, they were the official Leave party, and they ran that, hey, Brussels is too much control, they control our courts. A very intellectual argument I agree with, but it wasn't the emotional argument of the immigration argument that Nigel Farage. What Nigel Farage said, hey, because the immigration policies we have, your jobs are going to be replaced by lower cost labor that can come into the country, and we've exported all the high value added manufacturing jobs out of here. Kind of the same argument, a different in degree but not in kind of the argument we made several months later in the United States, and won on that. I think it's a winning argument. That's what you're seeing in Europe right now.
And do you think you have any chance of bringing those right-wing movements in Europe together?
I think what we'll do is be a connective tissue. Right there, we're not trying to actually knit them together in one massive movement. But this revolution is global. It's coming to Australia. So I will be in Australia sometime this fall after our November elections.
See you then.
Thank you very much.
Cool.
You're good.
I got messy. I've got 15 other, obviously, but we'll take that up in the fall.
Yeah. I love it. That's fantastic. You're fantastic. That was great.
No. There's nothing in there. Okay. What? Alright. Stop. Go get your stick. Where's your bone? Go get the bone. Where's your bone? Go get it.
So that's the rhetoric behind it. That's the methodology behind it. That's the psychosis behind it.
Russia says the migrant crisis on the EU's eastern border is a result of the bloc's military campaigns in the Middle East. Thousands remain stranded at the Poland-Belarus frontier.
We must not forget where the migrant crisis originated from. Is Belarus really the first country to deal with these problems? No, these are reasons that were created by Western countries themselves, including European ones.
A US appeals court once again rejects Joe Biden's national vaccine mandate for companies to get staff jabbed, as service personnel and government workers join the backlash. And we look at how Western militaries are struggling to fight culture wars among their ranks, as the US Marine Corps attempts to hire a diversity, equity, and inclusion advisor. A very warm welcome to you. You're watching RT International with me, Nikki Aaron. Our first one story dominating from Eastern Europe as the migrant crisis on the Belarus-Poland border continues to unfold, with Warsaw now threatening to cut off railway traffic with its non-EU neighbour. That's as thousands of asylum seekers wait on the frontier in the hope of entering the European Union. Well, meanwhile, the British Army has sent 10 engineering specialists to the Polish side of the border to assess the barbed wire barrier that's been put up. And in an effort to prevent any further influx, Turkey and Iraq have banned direct flights to Belarus for Syrian, Yemeni and Iraqi citizens. Belarus is continuing to supply migrants at the border with humanitarian aid, as Poland remains relentless in its decision to not let anyone in. President Putin has stressed that the EU's reaction to the crisis has been inhumane.
Humanitarian issues should be at the forefront, but when at the border the Polish military beat migrants, shoot over their heads with military weapons, turn sirens and lights on at night in those places where children and women, including pregnant women, are, how can this fit with the ideas of humanism, which supposedly form the basis of the policy of our Western colleagues?
We are in the very heart of the migrant camp here on the border between Belarus and Poland. The conditions are very, very harsh here. At night, temperatures drop below 0 Celsius. And, well, lighting a fire is one of the very few ways people here can keep themselves warm. So, and one of the biggest impressions so far, and one of the biggest shocks, at least in my personal opinion, is the amount of children cries we had as the camp was waking up, with all the baby cries, toddler cries, because apparently there's way more children here than you can imagine, and more children than I could imagine. What you can see right now is the Belarusian border patrol bringing food and handing out food to the migrants, because they have been trying to help out as much as they could, distributing the food by different organizations, by different charity organizations and such. They have been also trying to do that in an orderly fashion because, well, frankly, some people have been trying to scuffle to get more resources and more food. And the Belarusian border patrol has been, well, very clear that it will not happen on their watch. So far, the situation here is at an absolute stalemate because all these people here, they do not want to be stuck in Belarus. They want to get further into Europe to countries like Germany or France. But Poland, on the other side of the border, has been very adamant that they will not be letting people through or in. In fact, you can make out the silhouettes of some equipment and some, well, border patrol forces over there standing right behind a barbed wire fence, which is on its own is sending a very clear message. And as Belarus, Poland, and the rest of the world, frankly, is seeking solutions as to how this whole situation can be resolved, Russia has chimed in, has expressed its opinion as to how people here and the whole situation should be treated.
We must not forget where the migrant crisis originated from. Is Belarus really the first country to deal with these problems? No, these are reasons that were created by Western countries themselves, including European ones.
Now, Russia has been facing allegations that, at least in part, it helped organize and orchestrate this whole crisis. A claim that Russia has been, vehemently denying, pointing out that, this whole thing is unfolding on the soil of a completely different and, sovereign nation. Europe is also tense, watching Russia conduct military drills literally within a 40-minute driving time from here, very, very close to here. Drills yesterday ended up in tragedy as two of Russia's paratroopers fell to their death due to a gust of wind. They collided in the air. Right now, Belarus and Poland are trying to figure out as to where this will move, because, again, right now it is at a stalemate. Here's how officials of both nations view the situation.
The situation at the border is tense, and we are still dealing with hybrid attacks. They take place all the time. Migrants are being used by the regime of Alexander Lukashenko to attack Poland and therefore the European Union, because we all know perfectly well that the border of Poland is the border of the European Union.
We haven't violated a single international rule or law. We give visas for the applicants according to the rules. All accusations that Belarus is deliberately organizing the influx of migrants to Poland and the Baltic states are baseless.
Well, if there's anything clear about the situation here, is that it can't go on like this for much longer, because it is already very hard to simply survive here. People came barely prepared. Yes, indeed, some people have tents, but they are helping so far, but it is only going to get colder. I mean, winter is only on its approach into these lands, so it will get colder. It is bound to start snowing sometime. It is bound to get very wet. It is bound to get very muddy as well. So one thing is for certain, something has to be done. Either people have to be brought to a shelter, or to be flown back home, or to be let in, or there has to be some other solution to this.
Well, thousands of asylum seekers have been camping at the border for almost a week. And as we heard, despite the aid provided by Belarusian humanitarian organizations, the situation is still dire, with migrants, including children, enduring. Tonight, the trucking industry is facing some major challenges, but is it really a shortage or just a shortage of pay? Our very own Farron Frontex shares a personal take on what's happening nationwide. Plus, cancel culture hitting the fashion industry, and one major designer is speaking out against it. And oxygen on the moon to sustain 8 billion people will explain. All that and more right here on RT America.
Welcome to Redacted Tonight. This is the show where Americans in America covering American news are called foreign agents. I don't have to tell you all that our country and our world need a lot of fixing right now. We need peace, we need clean water, clean air, free health care for all, and most importantly, we need more videos of baby hedgehogs. I dare you to tell me that's not adorable! And if you had one of those, I promise you. Welcome to Redacted Tonight. This is the show where Americans in America covering American news are called foreign agents. If you're like me, you probably never want to hear another stupid word about stupid Russiagate ever stupid again. But unfortunately, that can't happen because I can't avoid scratching at bullshit until it reveals the truth. I'm not sure that analogy holds up, but I'm going with it. I scratch and I scratch, and if there's still bullshit there, I'll keep scratching. No, it really doesn't hold up at all. In this case, the scandal that was Russiagate helped lead to a new round of McCarthyism in this country. It put us very close to nuclear war, according to atomic scientists, and it destroyed countless careers and some lives. So, I'll keep covering its collapse until we know everything. And a very interesting update happened recently. A little over a month ago, special counsel for the Justice Department, John Durham, indicted lawyer Michael Sussman, who pleaded not guilty. Sussman is accused of lying to FBI General Counsel James Baker in 2016. The Justice Department alleges Sussman said he was not working for any client, but the private practice lawyer was in fact working for a tech industry executive and the Clinton campaign. But let's go through a quick refresher here. Let's take a step back. This so-called Russiagate scandal consisted of really three scandals put together into one. One was the Steele dossier, showing Donald Trump had all these Russian ties and liked to urinate on people in hotel rooms, etc. The Steele dossier has been completely debunked. Even the AP reported the Steele dossier, once celebrated by liberal Washington politicians and journalists, is officially debunked, according to a review of special counsel Robert Mueller's 448-page investigative report. Which is no surprise, considering the dossier creator, Christopher Steele, was paid with money from the Hillary campaign and the DNC. The second scandal was that Russia supposedly paid for Facebook ads to help Trump get elected, also been debunked. The clickbait company that they accused was not connected to the Russian government. Over half of the ads were only shown after the election was over. And most of the ones that were shown before the election did not clearly promote Donald Trump. So quietly, when no one was looking, Robert Mueller dropped the charges against the Russian internet firms due to lack of evidence. So that leaves only the third tentpole of Russiagate, the internal emails that were leaked through WikiLeaks and revealed all kinds of corruption in the DNC and the Clinton campaign. The emails were real, absolutely real, never proven to be anything but authentic. So when this happens in 2016, the Democratic Party blames Russia. They say Russia hacked their servers and got the emails. But who actually proved that? You can't just say it's Russian hackers. You have to prove it's Russian hackers. So who proved it? The FBI, right? The moment the DNC called and said, "Oh my goodness, sweet Jesus, Mary and Joseph, we've been hacked." The FBI came down on those Mission Impossible ropes right into the DNC headquarters. And they secured the perimeter and other expressions used by law enforcement. And then they proved that the hacking was done by the dirty Russians. And they proved this by examining the DNC's computer servers, the actual scene of the crime. Right, FBI Chief James Comey? Right?
Right? Right? When did the DNC provide access to the FBI for your technical folks to review what happened?
We never got direct access to the machines themselves. The DNC in the spring of 2016 hired a firm that ultimately shared with us their forensics from their review of the system.
And the FBI, in this case, unlike other cases that you might investigate, did you ever have access to the actual hardware that was hacked? Or did you have to rely on a third party to provide you the data that they had collected?
In the case of the DNC, and I believe the DCCC, but I'm sure the DNC, we did not have access to the devices themselves. We got relevant forensic information from a private party, a high-class entity that had done the work.
You're the FBI! The FBI! You couldn't have said to the DNC, yeah, whatever little horse company you got looking over the crime scene, we're going to take it from here. Thank you. Imagine if this were a different kind of crime. Imagine if a diplomat had been murdered, God forbid, and the FBI came in to check out the body and figure out who did it. And the DNC said, we've decided to give the body over to our friend Earl to look over. He's a real top-notch fellow. Never worked on human bodies per se, but he's taxidermied some raccoons before. He's going to let you know what he thinks about all this, and that'll be that. Okay, so the DNC servers are hacked. They go to CrowdStrike to tell them who did it, and they hide the servers from the FBI. Does that mean the DNC is paying CrowdStrike? Yeah. The DNC's law firm Perkins Coie had a contract with CrowdStrike. As journalist Aaron Mate, who's done great work on this, wrote, in April of 2016, Sussman, while with Perkins Coie, hired CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity firm that publicly triggered the Russiagate saga. So the DNC is paying CrowdStrike millions of dollars. Do you think they want to find what the DNC wants them to find? You give me $1 million, I'll find whatever the you want. I'll find you a leprechaun riding on the Loch Ness Monster. I don't care. Or at least I'll paint a baby green and strap him to the back of a large dog in a seahorse costume. Close enough. Former head of the DNC, Donna Brazil, said after the hacking, the DNC replicated the servers for the FBI, then destroyed the machines. They destroyed the machines? So cryptic outfit CrowdStrike does the forensic analysis of the servers, says the Russians did it, and then gives that report to the FBI. Case closed. Oh, wait. As former CIA officer Ray McGovern covered for Consortium News, the FBI never saw CrowdStrike's unredacted or final report on the alleged Russian hacking because none was produced. So to recap, an unknown cybersecurity firm is paid millions by the DNC to say they found the Russians did it. They never show the machines to the FBI, and they never even show them the full forensic analysis. But even so, at least CrowdStrike does make it clear they concluded Russia stole or exfiltrated, as the nerds call it, data, information from the DNC computers. Oh, wait! In his testimony under oath to Congress, CrowdStrike's CEO Sean Henry said, "My counsel just reminded me that as it relates to the DNC, we have indicators that data was exfiltrated. We did not have concrete evidence that data was exfiltrated from the DNC. It appears it was set up to be exfiltrated, but we just don't have the evidence that says it actually left." Do you get it now? Each tentpole scandal in Russiagate has completely and utterly fallen to shreds. And just last month, the Clinton campaign lawyer who helped facilitate the whole thing was indicted by the Justice Department. Yet most of this is hardly mentioned on your mainstream media because it doesn't serve the xenophobic, nationalistic show they want to propagate.
Coming to you from Washington, D.C., the belly of the beast. This is Redacted tonight.
Let's roll, never get their control. They got their money, but we got our soul. Let's roll, never get their control. They got their money, but we got our soul.
Welcome, I'm Lee Camp. Now let's take the news from behind. We start with a serial murder mystery. But let me back up. As many of you know, I have a long-standing issue with the most evil, the most dastardly, the most unforgiving of all plants. My hatred and distrust is directed squarely at lavender, okay? I don't know what the f***'s going on with that plant, but it's in everything nowadays. It's in drinks and candles and soaps. It's permeated our lives. We've all been there. Everyone understands my point. But just last week, my suspicions were confirmed. The CDC had a breakthrough in a string of poisonings involving a rare bacteria that can cause a life-threatening but difficult-to-diagnose infection called melioidosis. The first case was identified in March in Kansas adult and was fatal. On June 30th, the CDC released a health alert after officials identified 2 additional melioidosis cases that were not travel-related, an adult in Minnesota and a 4-year-old in Texas. After a lot of work, the CDC finally found out the deaths were caused by a contaminated aromatherapy spray sold at Walmart. The Better Homes and Gardens Lavender and Camp. Yeah, I had our law firm do it so that it's protected, so that we can get the information. Both Greenberg and his father were linked to the Google Drive document, with Greenberg denying any involvement in the scandal.
I categorically deny having anything to do with any of this. If you're going to claim in a story right now that I had anything to do with this, I would argue that crosses the line.
The school district went into damage control mode, assuring parents their data was safe. But this isn't the only incident of school authorities embroiled in controversy. Another Arizona school district allegedly worked with police officials to clamp down parents who pushed undesirable views on mask mandates for children or critical race theory in the school curriculum.
Here are some sites for you to pass along to the Intel unit and Lieutenant Salazar, so whomever is coordinating and running this operation can continue to monitor and prepare for this one. If someone doesn't comply and you want them removed from the property, let us know. If they fail to leave, let us know that you want them trespassed, and we can do that.
Everyone has the right to feel safe from harassment, threats, and intimidation, whether pupils or teachers, parents or board members, regardless of any creed or political leanings. But these developments have been interpreted by many as a confrontational step in the wrong direction, and under the guise of protecting debate and improving safety, have made many feel quite the opposite.
Rights activist April Chapman believes this reported dossier is part of a drive to indoctrinate children with a particular worldview.
These local school boards are going above and beyond and doing anything and everything that they can do to discredit parents and to exert authority that does not belong to them. They don't want parents speaking up. They don't want parents to do what they're supposed to do, which is protect, provide, and defend their children at all costs. There's a hidden agenda. They want these children to be indoctrinated with a particular worldview. And the only way that you're able to do that is if you can remove parental authority out of the equation. And one way you can do that is to shut down the conversation by using fear, and manipulation and intimidation to do so. And I do believe the legal authorities should get involved because this should not be done. It is wholly wicked and just unacceptable on various levels.
Many thanks for joining us here on RT International. We'll be back at the top of the hour with the latest headlines.
Just look at what's beyond the ability to repair, and that's what American policymakers will claim as a justification for more money printing. Because if it were possible to fix climate change, it would shrink the entire global economy down to the point where these bankers would stop getting bailouts, and they can't ever stop the Ponzi scheme. So that's the rhetoric behind it. That's the methodology behind it. That's the psychosis behind it.
Welcome to Redacted Tonight. This is the show where Americans in America covering American news are called foreign agents. So COP26 just wrapped up, as I covered on the last episode, and the nations of the world got together to agree to essentially let the planet fry. And I will admit, most fried things are good. Chicken, onions, shrimp, the French. But fried planet is bad. I cannot stress that enough. Most people with half a brain cell now understand that human-made climate change is wreaking havoc on the world, and it's only getting worse. But most people do not understand just how long oil and gas, the entire oil and gas industry, has known that we are destroying the planet with fossil fuels. Look, right now, you're probably thinking 1980s, right? You were, weren't you? 1980s. Well, you're wrong, and I would appreciate it if there were no more interruptions, okay? 1959! That's right. Eisenhower was president, and JFK was only on his third affair when the oil titans found out they were heating up the planet. Desmog.com did some great work on this. They put together a list of the top 12 earliest documents proving the fossil fuel industry knew about global warming and did all about it. And the earliest one is from an American Petroleum Institute conference in 1959, where physicist Edward Teller warns oil executives about rising levels of carbon dioxide and the likelihood of global warming and sea level rise by the end of the century. Wow, I'm sure that was a lovely conference. Do you think they gave out inflatable armbands with the Petroleum Institute printed on the side to help the attendees float once their homes were underwater? And the armbands could also be half full of flame retardant so that if it turns out you're on fire instead of underwater, they can just pop those and pour the sweet safety fluid all over their stupid ass faces. But of course, it was not just one warning. At the American Petroleum Institute's 1965 meeting, President Frank Ickard announces to industry leaders that President Lyndon Johnson's Council of Scientific Advisors has found that continued fossil fuel use would cause climate change by the year 2000, resulting in serious global impacts. The report says the pollution from internal combustion engines is so serious and is growing so fast that an alternative non-polluting means of powering automobiles, buses, and trucks is likely to become a national necessity. Oh, is it? Is it? Ha! Maybe we could have powered everything with the bullshit spraying out of big oil executives' faces. I mean, it's kind of hydroelectric, isn't it? Maybe they just strap a generator to each one of their mouths. Maybe it would have the added effect of burning their faces off. 2 birds, 1 stone. Moving on to 1968, the Petroleum Institute commissioned a private study on pollution, and it finds man is now engaged in a vast geophysical experiment with his environment, the Earth. Significant temperature changes are almost certain to occur by the year 2000, and these could bring about climatic changes. A vast geophysical experiment on a little petri dish called Earth. Well, is there any chance we could move it to another petri dish, like some sort of experiment mover system? Maybe we could do the experiment on, what's the thing in the sky? Carl, no, not birds, you idiot, the moon. can we maybe do this climate experiment on the moon? Because I do believe it's getting hotter than a pancake griddle in July down here. I had to mow my lawn pantsless yesterday. But it doesn't stop there. In 1979, an Exxon employee writes an internal report saying limiting CO2 requires immediate action. That was 79. I wasn't even born yet. Now I have gray nose hairs. And in 1980, the American Petroleum Institute's internal CO2 and climate task force meets, and scientist John Lerman reports in 2005, there'll be a 1 degree Celsius rise in temperatures that would be barely noticeable. By 2038, 2.5 degrees Celsius rise with major economic consequences. 2067, a 5 degrees Celsius rise with globally catastrophic effects. Wow, if only someone had listened to him, or I don't know, told the general public. This is still, what we're talking about is still 2 decades before George W. Bush was making fun of Al Gore for acting like climate change was real. Also in 1980, the American Petroleum Institute publishes 2 Energy Futures, a policy booklet that advocates expanding coal, oil, and gas production for decades. In the whole booklet, they don't mention their understanding of the harms of climate change. So this marks the first known public climate disinformation. Then in 1981, Exxon concludes a CO2 study and internally says, indirect control measures such as energy conservation or shifting to renewable sources represent the only options that might make sense. Yet even as they're saying that internally in their own goddamn offices, outside they're telling everyone else, everything's fine. What are you talking about? Heating planet. No, just don't look outside. No, it's not 80 degrees in February. It's cold. Brr. I'm cold. I need to find my scarf. No, I'm not sweating profusely. No, those are face icicles. Drippy facicles. Also in 1981, Exxon's manager of strategic planning and programs, Roger Cohen, reviews the company's long-term plans until 2030 and reports that it is distinctly possible that they will indeed be catastrophic, at least for a substantial fraction of the Earth's population. Oh, I thought you were talking about something bad happening. It's just catastrophic for a substantial fraction. Let me ask you this. Will the remaining people still be able to buy gasoline? Because that would help our third quarter earnings a lot if they could keep buying. The ones that are still with us, that are still around. The others, I imagine they probably aren't filling up their cars much. Unless we could think of a way that they could. Maybe gas-filled coffins. Huh? Is that crazy? Could we start advertising around that a little? Work on a campaign there? Next, Shell Oil held an internal 5-year-long study from 1981 to 1986. The report predicts that global warming could lead to changes the greatest in recorded history, imposing costly adaptations and a slew of damages, including destructive floods, abandonment of entire countries, and forced migration. Then in 1989, Exxon's manager of science and strategy, Dwayne Levine, gives a presentation to the board of directors. Levine recommended emphasizing scientific uncertainty, the costs of climate action, and deflections that included energy efficiency, reforestation, and natural gas. So as early as 1989, they're already honing their propaganda that they're still using today. Also in 1989, the fossil fuel industry forms the Global Climate Coalition, which promotes the same talking points envisioned by Levine at Exxon. The membership list includes a huge swath of the U.S. economy, including companies in oil and gas, coal, petrochemicals, rail, and other sectors. A long list of corporations have made sure that this planet is dying. And look, I don't care if the humans die. Let's be honest. Humans they kind of suck. I ran into one at a movie theater last week, and let's just say would be a polite description. So no one cares about humans. We can agree on that. But what about the small dogs? Huh, folks? Those adorable little guys won't be able to take care of themselves if we're gone. So are you really going to let this happen to them? It's not their fault. We destroyed the planet. They were just sitting there in their little hats, minding their business and licking their So if you aren't going to save the planet for us, do it for them. The sociopaths who run our systems have known about climate change since at least the 1960s, and they have done less than nothing. We need a Manhattan Project, all hands on deck. Don't give a shit about anything else except this kind of approach to climate change. We did it for World War II, so why not do it for the end of humanity? Is that not a good cause? Is that not a good enough cause? Look, yes, I agree. Nazis sucked. But human extinction is in many ways even worse. Is that crazy to say? Too soon? Coming to you from Washington, D.C., the belly of the beast. This is Redacted tonight.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. Very pleased today to be welcoming Professor Fenton. And he's been doing a lot of work on the COVID statistics, particularly the subject we wanted to look at today was the evidence about all-cause mortality. And by way of introduction, Professor Fenton is Professor of Risk Information Management at Queen Mary College London, if I've got that right. And has a training in maths and a specialization in quantifying uncertainty. And I guess, well, it's the Bayesian maths is your specialization, if I've got that right.
Yeah, Bayesian probabilistic causal reasoning, actually, yeah.
And I think you've been a pioneer in bringing that methodology into the sort of legal field in using statistics and Bayesian logic and maths in court cases and in the legal process.
Yep.
And have also you're author of 7 books and 300 refereed papers. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So. In fact, because so much of the COVID narrative from the beginning was driven by statistics and investment, I and some of my colleagues were active from the start of the crisis in analysing publicly available data. And initially what we were doing and getting published were analyses such as more accurate predictions of infection fatality rates. And that work wasn't considered in any way controversial because it didn't sort of seriously challenge any of the, what I call the sort of the official narrative at the time. But it became clear to us that when the large-scale PCR testing started in the summer of 2020, especially testing of asymptomatic people, there was a really fundamental flaw in the data that was driving the narrative. And when we started to analyse the impact of this, our work suddenly became sort of shunned by mainstream academia and media. Now, the flaw was that a COVID case was simply defined as a person testing positive, irrespective of whether that person ever developed the disease symptoms. And most asymptomatic positives turn out to be false positives. And that means that any data based on the notion of a COVID case was massively compromised. And this also applies to hospitalizations and deaths attributed to COVID. So, for example, a COVID death, as most people now realize.
This week's Honest Trailer is brought to you by D&D Beyond. D&D is for everyone. D&D Beyond makes it easy to play. Register for free at dndbeyond.com to start your adventure. Angelina Jolie is in a new movie this week, and that's all the excuse we need to crack open the Honest Trailer vault to rewatch her very first film. Tron took us inside the computer. War Games showed us how powerful they could be. But now, one film will show us what the bleeding edge of today's tech is all about. One-on-one cartoon techno virus fighting.
That all you got, huh? Come on, let's see what else you can do.
Is that what Windows 95 is going to be like? Because I am so in.
Oh boy, an entire gallery of cats owners' photos.
Do they have an audio tour with this?
Hackers. Meet Dave Murphy, who grew from a boy who looks too young to play 12 to a man who looks too old to play 17. He's the only teenager to ever get bummed about moving to New York.
I'm sorry we had to move in your senior year.
Wow, that's a lot of suds. But this man baby's got a secret. He's secretly not cool.
And I'm still a virgin.
Also, he's secretly zero cool. A hacker who crashed 1,507 computer systems at once. A fact they'll remind you of about 1,507 times.
His computer virus crashed 1,507 systems.
Crashed 1,507 systems in one day.
1,500 systems in one day.
1,507.
And when he moves to the Big Apple, he'll join a secret society of computer hackers, where everyone goes by a cool hacker name.
My name is the Plague.
I'm the freak. The Phantom Freak.
Meet serial killer. Your acid burn.
Lord Nikon, this is
Crash override.
And gets together to watch cool hacker TV shows. Hangs out at hacker clubs that might as well be the Foot Clan hideout from Ninja Turtles. And pulls off their hacks in public while dressed like techno clowns. Hey, wait a minute. They aren't keeping this hacking stuff secret at all. No wonder they get caught about 1,507 times.
Secret Service! Go move! Secret Service!
get out of here.
Watch a film where everyone dresses like a Spice Girl f***ed a Radio Shack. Those pagers are the bomb, yo. But no one pulls off a rash guard, slacks, and combat boots like John Voight's daughter. Newcomer Angelina Jolie stars as Acid Burn, a girl who combines the riot girl attitude of the 90s with the human sex trophy role of an 80s movie. But man, I think I'm in love. I am so glad Katherine Heigl turned this dial to do Under Siege 2, Dark Territory. Rounding out this crew of unrealistically hot nerds is Serial, who I'm pretty sure is homeless.
Can I crash your place tonight? Again? So what do you think? Can I crash your place tonight?
Freak, the guy you call when you want to make a call.
Please deposit $5 for the first minute. Thank you.
Little Joey, who can hack 2 cigarettes at the same time. And Lord Nikon, who uses his photographic memory in the creepiest ways possible.
Lisa Blair, 26 East 7th Street, apartment 16, 555-4817.
Watch Fisher Stevens chew the scenery, and also some bizarre green candy as the Plague, an evil version of his character from Short Circuit. He'll be hacking the hackers, as this hacker who hacked his way to a big corporation runs a big hack that he can blame on our hero's small hack, or something like that. And if that computer talk gets too confusing, don't worry, half the characters are just as dumb as you are.
You know anything about computers?
Could you read me the number on the modem?
What's happening?
A rabbit is in the administration system.
Send a flu shot.
Rabbit, flu shot, someone talk to me.
They're going for the Colonel.
Colonel who?
The system command processor. It's the brain.
Cancer, brain cancer.
What's going on?
We got an uncorrupted hard drive. In English, please.
And even then, don't worry, because hacking is either like doing math on shrooms or playing a flight sim on the brand new Sony PlayStation, now available at Circuit City. Damn, this makes me want to crank some Chemical Brothers and slam a 6er of Jolt. Now where's that AOL trial disc? Daddy needs some more hours. So experience a film with an exciting new vision of the future, because these kids aren't just committing petty crimes that probably hurt a lot of people. And they almost set a cop on fire? No, these hackers are showing us the way to a new era of freedom, because when we go online, we free ourselves from consumerism, racism and get to express ourselves however we want without it getting back to our school or employer. So laugh all you want, but this movie has 2 predictions guaranteed to come true. 1, the internet is going to bring about a society where everyone is equal.
We exist without nationality, skin color, or religious bias.
That's cool. And 2, everyone is going to rollerblade everywhere. I mean, how could we not? It's so much faster than feet. Starring Dazed and Confused, 28.8 modem, Retaining Order, Cereal and Milk, Earthquake, Narc Anthony, Hype Beast 1.0, Business in the front, Land Party in the back. Oh, sick. Is that a power glove? Radical. Hi, I'm Ben. This is my partner, Hacker. Floppy disks. And Hack the Planet! 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 Netscape Navigators.
I hope you don't screw like your type.
Wow, she's a ventriloquist too.
I hope you don't screw like your type.
This week's Honest Trailer is brought to you by D&D Beyond. D&D Beyond makes it...
Well, a Morris County couple thought they found their dream come true when they bought a 10-acre farm that had been in foreclosure. They wanted to start programs to teach kids how to ride horses. As News 12's Brian Donahue reports, they're fighting a shutdown now from the town and a social media rumor mill that cannot be corralled.
Jacobs Road in Rockaway Township winds and narrows as the landscape shifts from suburban to rural and bucolic amid views of mountains, valleys, and Timberbrook Lake. But in recent months, residents have grown alarmed over concerns like those voiced in this anonymous flyer dropped in residents' mailboxes that the area's, quote, peace and tranquility and beauty is now under threat. Not from a proposed mall, office complex, or subdivision, but from this place.
I invite kids to come for riding lessons and camps and stuff like that, so they learn all about animals.
It's called Beautiful Farm, a formerly downtrodden farm Brian Kane and Christine Kane Sammy bought in 2019. She's a full-time nanny from Boonton. He's a music teacher and volunteer firefighter from Mountain Lakes. They fixed up the old house and began raising chickens and honeybees and giving riding lessons and equestrian camps for kids last year, until they were shut down by the town in response to complaints from neighbors about crowds and noise and traffic. There's been stacks of violations, including 14 for dog at large.
Like we would get 3 and 4 at a time in a clique.
The couple says the largest gathering they've had has been a child's birthday party with 15 people.
We have a little fairy forest that I built back there so they can go into nature and play.
They're headed to the zoning board for a variance that would allow them to reopen. In the meantime, this classic New Jersey zoning flare-up is being fueled by the gasoline of social media gossip, where the flyer was also posted. Some commenters accuse the couple of just wanting a farm tax break. Others describe the potential for wild, drunken parties, and some, like Angelo Pizzino, speculate that they really want to start a marijuana farm.
I'm going to do agriculture, and then we're going to turn it into a pot farm later on. I mean,
Well, where are you getting the pot farm from? Did they tell you that?
Well, they didn't tell me that, but it's on everyone's mind.
Pizzino, who has criticized the plan on Facebook, conceded some of his own comments are hyperbole. But he says this place, which has been a farm since at least the 1930s, is no place for a commercial farm today.
They could sell their property tomorrow and buy a farm in Sussex County, no problem. That's the place for a farm.
This is your dream and this is what you want to do,
Don't move into a rural, wooded residential area and then build it up, make noise, increase traffic.
Another neighbor, Heather Teeter, has a husband who builds telescopes. She's worried about lights from the parking area blocking out the stars. Where are the lights?
Wait, what? On top of the well.
On top of the well. That's the light. That's the light.
Shut the fuck up.
Here's the thing. Amid all the Facebook posts and rumors and anonymous flyers, a number of people that have spoken with them face to face about their plans for the property, zero.
I don't know what to say, and it's one of those things where you see the rumor mill start, and then you go, okay, but no one's actually asked us anything.
You don't want to build anything else. Nope.
Nope.
You don't want to pave the parking lot.
Nope.
When neighbors stop talking to neighbors and instead just talk about them on social media, that, more than anything, may be the true threat to the peace and tranquility, not just on Jacobs Road, but in all of our neighborhoods. I'm Brian Donahue. That's Positively New Jersey.
News 12 did reach out to Rockaway Township officials for comment. We have not heard back.
When's the last time you shared a hug with a friend, or maybe even held a door open for a stranger? News 12 Connecticut's Angelica Taruno takes us to Norwalk, where one local group found a very unique way to spread some kindness.
Skies may have been gray, but smiles were bright today. Some were at doctor's appointments and at work, but came out with more.
Got flowers and I got a gift card.
United Way of Coastal Fairfield County visited 3 locations today, delivering kindness.
I got dressed in the T-Rex costume to be COVID safe, and we surprised some kids and some families by giving them gift cards and hugs.
In efforts to incentivize a domino effect.
When you're kind to somebody, quite often it's reciprocal. So if I do something kind for you, you're more likely to go out and do something kind for somebody else.
The core message: there's always room for a little kindness, and don't think too hard. Delivering an act of kindness can be as easy as sharing a smile, saying hi, or even a thank you. Thank you so much. Right? Those laughs now with a broader meaning.
Pay it forward to the next person.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
World Kindness Day may be Saturday, but United Way wants everyone to know every day can be Kindness Day.
And everybody go out there and just try to do one kind thing today. Just one thing.
In Norwalk, Angelica Taruno, News 12 Connecticut.
Again, tomorrow is World Kindness Day. You can share how you deliver acts of kindness through social media with the hashtag United for Kindness.
And video on social media going viral today of a woman at the Bronx Zoo. She appears to jump the barrier of the lion exhibit, all to get an extra close view of the animals. And if this sounds familiar, well, it's because it wasn't her first time. Back in 2019, the Bronx Zoo dealt with a similar encounter when a woman then
Europe has once again become the epicenter of the COVID pandemic. The WHO is warning of 500,000 more deaths by February. The vaccines are readily available, so what's gone wrong? And will Europeans have to spend another winter in lockdown? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Rob Matheson. Now, in the warm months of July and August, much of Europe gave the impression the worst of the pandemic was over. Countries lifted their COVID-19 restrictions. People traveled for holidays again, gathered in large numbers, and you didn't need to wear masks in many places. But infections are now rising to record levels. The World Health Organization says the region is once again the center of the pandemic. It's urging governments to reimpose restrictions and step up vaccination campaigns. Now, vaccines are readily available, but many people still refuse to take them. We're going to bring in our guests in a moment, but first, this report by Jonah Hull.
While many people are out and about as if the COVID-19 threat has passed, the World Health Organization says the wider European region is once more at the pandemic's epicenter. Across 53 countries, including parts of Central Asia, there are 78 million current infections. That's more than the cumulative total of Southeast Asia, the Eastern Mediterranean, and all of Africa. And it's a figure rising by 250,000 new infections daily, with 3,600 deaths every day.
According to one reliable projection, if we stay on this trajectory, we could see another 500,000 COVID-19 deaths in Europe and Central Asia by the 1st of February next year.
Why is it happening in a region with generally good access to vaccines? The WHO points to waning immunity among those vaccinated 6 months or more ago, and vaccine hesitancy in countries like Russia, where misinformation on social media has contributed to more than 1,000 virus deaths a day. There's also the relaxation of public health measures. England, for example, where mandatory restrictions were lifted in July, is now responsible for around 1 in 10 of all new infections worldwide. Efforts to distribute booster jabs are being hampered by public apathy. Yet the government is resisting calls from scientists to reintroduce precautions or risk an even more deadly winter. There is a glimmer of good news. The UK has become the first country in the world to license a new treatment for COVID-19. Described as potentially game-changing, the antiviral pill made by US pharmaceutical company Merck has been shown to halve the chances of dying or being hospitalized for those most at risk of severe symptoms of the disease.
This pill interferes with the virus's replication mechanisms, and by interfering with how it reproduces, it makes it make many mistakes, and by making many mistakes, it stops it from being able to reproduce properly, and that's how it works.
But new treatments alone won't be enough to slow the renewed spread of the virus across Europe, among countries, some of whom believed until recently that it was all over. Jonah Hull, Al Jazeera.
Well, the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control says nearly 76% of people above the age of 18 are fully vaccinated. But this map shows huge differences between Western and Eastern Europe. Iceland, Ireland, and Portugal, in the dark green, have immunized more than 90% of adults. That figure is just 39% in Romania and 26% in Bulgaria. Some countries have announced new measures. Latvia was the first EU nation to reimpose a lockdown last month. All public and most private gatherings have been banned, and people can only shop for essential goods. Estonia has cancelled all public events and stopped gatherings for non-vaccinated people. Those who've been fully vaccinated must wear masks indoors. And from Saturday, people in the Netherlands have been to wear masks in public areas and show vaccination passes to enter museums and gyms. Belgium has also reimposed mask wearing and encouraged people to work remotely after infections there hit their highest level in a year. Okay, let's bring in our guests in Lucerne in Switzerland. We have Annelies Wilder-Smith. She's Professor of Emerging Infectious Diseases at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. In Birmingham in the UK, Lawrence Young, he's an infectious diseases specialist at Warwick University. And for Zielona in Poland, Maria Gonciuk, she's head of the Department of Infectious Diseases at the University of Zielona Góra. A warm welcome to each of you. Annelies, I'm going to start with you. How different, if at all, is this scenario that we're seeing in Europe compared to the scenarios we saw in the early days of the pandemic?
The situation is similar, but also quite different. Last year, there was a rapid upsurge already starting in October, at a time when nobody was vaccinated. This time round, many have been vaccinated, not enough. But what we now see is, although we have a high number of infections, the number of deaths are lower than last year with the same number of infections. So the good news is we have vaccines, and these vaccines do prevent deaths and severe disease. These vaccines do not prevent as successfully, though, mild infections. So you may still get mild infection, but the message is you are protected against severe disease and death.
Lawrence, is this just about low vaccination rates linked to higher levels of infection, or is there a wider question to this?
Yeah, I think it's a perfect storm, really. It's a combination of insufficient vaccine uptake and the easing of restrictions. And I think less mask wearing, more mixing indoors as the weather declines and gets colder, and waning immunity, actually, to vaccinations, particularly those that were vaccinated more than 6 months ago. So I think these are important factors. But I think it's the mix and the easing of restriction measures that are really contributing alongside low levels of vaccination in certain countries.
Maria, Germany's got a high rate of vaccinations. There was nearly about 80%, and yet its health minister is saying it's entering a fourth wave. Now, I know that Poland has a fairly high vaccination rate, and yet figures are rising there. What do you think is contributing to that?
Well, I don't think that the vaccination rate in Poland is high. It's about 53%. So we can do much better. But still, there are many hesitant individuals in the population. And I think this is one of the main drivers of this upsurge of cases in Poland at the moment. But also school opening, children are back in schools and students are back at the universities. These places are not having much regarding or doing much regarding implementing infection control measures, so people are very close to each other, and this is another factor which drives this surge in case.
According to the latest poll on the topic, the majority of Americans, regardless of their political affiliation, believe that cancel culture has gone too far. Now, this poll was done by The Hill and Harris, and here are the details. Here's what they found. 71% of registered voters said that they strongly or somewhat believe that cancel culture has gone too far. By contrast, only 29% of respondents said that they believe a little or not at all. Now, I think that this is a fascinating survey, specifically because of the fact that this is a hotly contested topic, right? You have one group that says cancel culture is completely made up. The opposing group says, no, cancel culture is absolutely real. I've been pretty clear about where I stand on the issue. I think that cancel culture is certainly made up when it comes to individuals like Barry Weiss or people who are public figures who seem to get promoted the more they complain about cancel culture. But there are just normal, ordinary people who do end up being the worst victims of cancel culture, right? So we had shared a story about a video that had been taken out of context, and the video was taken out of context to make it seem as though two people were mocking the murder of George Floyd. But it turns out that that's not what they were doing at all. The longer video in context just showed two individuals like play fighting with each other. And so the people involved in that video got fired from their jobs. They suffered some pretty serious consequences. So when you look at ordinary people, I do think that there is some truth to the issue of cancel culture, right? But if Dave Chappelle, for instance, gets some backlash, but he's able to keep putting out more specials on Netflix, no, I don't think that that's an example of cancel culture. Let me give you some more details. If you break it down by party lines, 76% of Republicans, unsurprisingly, but also 70% of Democrats and 68% of independents said that they either strongly or somewhat agree that cancel culture has gone too far. Now, Waz, you talk about this quite a bit. I've seen you discuss it on your Twitch stream and in other contexts. And, I wanted you to kind of weigh in on your thoughts in response to this poll.
I mean, all it shows is that, and I hate to both sides this, but both sides want to cancel people, right? We want to cancel Dave because he's saying mean things about the genitals of trans people on his comedy special. And, we want to cancel my man, Mark Lamont Hill, for being anti-Israeli regime, right? Like anti-Bibi Netanyahu and their policy towards the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, right? Like both are true. You know what I mean? And then, I remember the young lady from Teen Vogue getting fired outright for tweets that were 10 years old. Like, it's true. It's rampant on both ends of the spectrum, and it's ridiculous. Again, for the 3 millionth time, my general rule of thumb is that people probably shouldn't be fired from their jobs just for things that they say on the internet, right? Save for being like, yo, everybody go kill this person, or everybody go harm this person and causing bodily harm or financial harm or some type of actual tangible harm to people. I think it's ridiculous, and then of course when right wingers try to do it for the various reasons that they do it, it's equally ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I do think, I don't think it's both sidesing it when it's absolutely true, right? So we shared an example on the show today of a principal in Texas whose contract was not renewed because the board of trustees unanimously voted against renewing his contract because they're convinced that he's like teaching critical race theory or allowing that curriculum within the high school. So in essence, the right wing has basically destroyed someone's livelihood over a manufactured culture war. They have canceled him because of this made up nonsense, right? And then, on the other hand, I shared that example earlier of people who just immediately react to a video they see online that purports to show one thing, but then you come to find out that it was taken out of context and people suffered very serious consequences because of that, right? And I think part of the issue, well, there are a lot of different things at play. I don't know if this was always true in America or if this is a relatively new phenomenon, but we need to be willing to have difficult conversations, and we need to provide space for people to make mistakes, but also to progress and get better, right? I think that right now what we're seeing is absolutely no incentives to improve as a person. And, like recently I corrected errors that I had made in reporting the Kyle Rittenhouse story, not because I'm looking to gain favor toward anyone, but because I actually care about the audience knowing the truth about the trial. And if I messed up, I'm going to admit that I messed up. That's what I did. And the reaction that you get from people, it's like, no, you're worried about a lawsuit, or I'm not worried about a lawsuit at all. I was going off of reported news that was inaccurate. We didn't do original reporting on that story, and I messed up and I corrected the record. But it's like this, there's this environment that just really does not incentivize people to do better, to have difficult conversations, or to admit when they're wrong. So people end up kind of digging their heels and refusing to change, because if you ever admit guilt, or if you ever apologize, instead of saying, hey, it takes a big person to do that, everyone on the other side is like, you're a bad person and you intentionally lied and you should be fired. That kind of stuff drives me nuts, especially when it comes to getting people fired. I think there's some context where it makes sense. Like if we're talking about, let's say, a teacher who has a history of saying awful racist things, we're talking about an educator who needs to educate students from all different backgrounds, But in other situations, what good is it going to do for society if Dave Chappelle is blacklisted completely? Is your life really going to get better? I don't think so.
Yeah, and there was another recent example where a young white lady yelled at this black dude at a dog park in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and she told him to go back to his hood, and they took it as a racial thing and all of this, and then the dude got on Twitter and was like, this white woman was racist. Let's tag her employer. Let's get her fired right now. We shouldn't be rewarding that type of look at me behavior. I'm sorry. We shouldn't reward that. What that dude was doing unacceptable, super freaking corny. Nobody deserves to get fired because they yelled at some guy at a dog park on their day off. I'm sorry, bro. I think this woman, she worked in I forget, PR or something. It's not like she worked in some highly vital job. It's like, dude, it's just, it's gone way too far. And just the internet lynch mob aspect of it all is the part that's most annoying. It's just like, guys, give it a break. Thanks for watching The Young Turks. I really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all of that, all you got to do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
As another wave of COVID-19 sweeps across Europe, one country after another is introducing new restrictions on the unvaccinated. And perhaps the most decisive step, Austria is set to impose a new lockdown on the unvaccinated only. According to Johns Hopkins University, just over 64% of the population is fully vaccinated, one of the lowest rates in the European Union. Austrian lawmakers will decide on Sunday whether to order vaccine holdouts to stay home, except for work and the essentials. The government has already banned those without their shots from activities such as dining out and going to the hairdresser. In the Netherlands, non-essential retailers will close early as restrictions the Dutch thought were gone for good returned Saturday for 3 weeks.
Ik denk dat alle kleine beetjes helpen.
Like this woman, many blame the unvaccinated for a spike in cases. Records for daily infections have been shattered in recent days in neighboring Germany. This Munich intensive care unit is nearing collapse. The number of coronavirus patients has doubled in the past 2 weeks, says this doctor. Under new rules coming into effect Monday in the capital, Berlin, a negative test will no longer get you through the door of restaurants, theaters, and other entertainment venues. Strict vaccine mandates, of course, are not limited to Europe. In Melbourne, Australia, several thousand people rallied Saturday against the Victorian government's proposed new laws for dealing with pandemics. The bill imposes no limit on lockdowns.
It's tyranny. That's what it is. Absolute tyranny.
According to the World Health Organization's latest weekly COVID-19 report, Europe was the only region in the world that saw an increase in new cases, while other regions reported declines or stable trends. Europe also reported a 10% increase in new deaths. Karen Seolin, City News.
China also enforces silence at home. You don't ask questions there or report negative stories. The consequences can be severe. Negative stories like blasts. Have you heard of this? Blasts in China. You may not have, because Beijing is making sure most media do not report it. It is hiding high-intensity blasts, explosions across the country, at least 10 of them that we can report. All within a week, 10 explosions, 10 bomb blasts in one country in less than a week. And this is not Yemen we are talking about. We're talking about China. What's happening there? Who's behind these blasts? How many lives did they claim? Were there injuries? Again, this is China. It simply won't tell. But we're going to try and find out. Let's begin by looking at where and when these blasts took place. The first one was reported on the 21st of October. It happened in the Liaoning province. The blast took place at a hotel. It was high intensity. 5 people died, 47 others were injured. 1 day later, there was another blast. This time in Inner Mongolia, the blast was reported at a chemical plant. Again, it was high in intensity. 4 people died, at least 3 others were injured. 2 days later, there were 2 more blasts. One in the Wafangdian city, another in Nanjing. The second one was at a university lab, a laboratory. It wasn't one of those chemical experiments gone wrong or a test tube blast. This blast killed people, at least 4. The next day, there was another blast in another university. This time, it was the Shandong University's Huangdao campus. An explosion dropped the North Gate, Nothing has been reported on the deaths or injuries yet. A day after this blast, there were 3 high-intensity blasts in 3 Chinese provinces. The first one was in Shandong. Some trucks parked in the province's Zibo city mysteriously blew up. Some said the blast was so strong that people staying 20 kilometers from the blast site felt terrified. They felt the impact. The same day, 2 more explosions rocked Guangdong and Jiangxi. On the 27th of October, another blast rocked Guangdong. Now, we don't know very much about where exactly this happened or how many people were injured or killed, if at all. But we do know that on the same day, a blast also ripped through the city of Tianjin. So that's 10 blasts that we've counted so far. 10 blasts, 13 deaths, and many more injuries in just 7 days in China. And that's just on paper. It's hard to tell how much worse this story is. The question is, why are high-intensity blasts taking place in China? Are these freak accidents? Or are these coordinated attacks? Are specific groups targets? Or are some kind of consignments the target here? Labs are blowing up. Trucks safely stationed in parking bays are also blowing up. Food streets are blowing up, as are residential complexes. It's hard to say they're linked, but it's even harder to rule out foul play because, it's China. Nothing here can be taken at face value. This is a country that's infamous for its purges. Anyone and everyone in China can mysteriously disappear. It does not matter if you're the Alibaba boss or the Interpol chief. So are these blasts part of a purge campaign? Is China trying to get rid of some dissidents here? Is the Chinese media brushing off these blasts as accidents? Global Times blamed the Liaoning blast on aging pipelines and the Nanjing lab blast on systemic negligence. That's what they said. But here's something that you must consider. The blasts preceded the Chinese Communist Party's plenary. The timing is very significant. As we speak, the CCP's Central Committee is meeting in Beijing. For Chinese President Xi Jinping, this plenary will be his chance to further impose his authority over his country, over his party. This is his chance to portray himself as a force bigger than Mao Zedong. Xi Jinping wants the title of China's most powerful leader and secure a 3rd term in office. This meeting is a build-up to the 20th Party Congress that will happen next year, and that's when Xi Jinping is expected to be handed a 3rd term in office. Right now, these Chinese Communist Party members are reviewing the years gone by, that's what they say, and trying to sketch a map for the road ahead. From where I sit, the road does not look too smooth. There are several hurdles, starting with the virus they made in Wuhan. Well, cases are rising again in China, plus there is a debt bomb that is exploding, one default at a time. In less than 24 hours from now, Chinese developer Evergrande will have to make another round of payments. More than $148 million is due for the 11th of November. The company narrowly escaped defaults in October. Will it miss the deadline this time? Well, shares of Evergrande are already down in anticipation, and this is just one player we're talking about in China's real estate industry. The sector currently owes around $5 trillion. There have already been some offshore debt defaults, credit rating downgrades, and share sell-offs. Real estate was one of the main drivers of China's much-celebrated growth. Today, it's become a liability. Properties are on hold, apartments have not been delivered, and people are waiting. Obviously, they're unhappy. So were the mysterious blasts the CCP's way of instilling fear in the hearts of people? Because we know for sure that people in China have a lot to complain about right now. China's zero COVID strategy has fallen flat, for instance. The country is in the middle of a Delta outbreak. And this is being called the worst outbreak since Wuhan, since last year. The situation in China has become so bad that Beijing is offering cash in exchange of information or tips regarding the outbreak. A few days ago, China had to lock down Disneyland in Shanghai. They tested every 34,000 people locked up in Disneyland because one visitor tested positive. At least 940 locally transmitted cases have been reported in China since October. At least 20 provinces have been affected. And quick disclaimer here, do not trust these numbers. These are numbers being reported by China. So much like everything else coming out of China, these figures are hard to trust. Consider this. China still maintains that its Wuhan virus death toll is a little over 4,500. It's been that way for months, 4,500 deaths only in the city where the first outbreak was reported. There have been numerous outbreaks, numerous clusters, but this number, 4,500, remains unchanged in China. You see, covering up is an art. It's an art that China masters in. Be it blasts, a debt crisis, a virus in Wuhan, leave it to China and it will cover it all up. Try to fool the world as many times as possible. The challenge is to call China's bluff, expose it, and make it pay when possible. WION is now available in your country. Download the app now and get all the news on the move. They say that for every choice you make, there's always a consequence to face. This basic truth applies to all of us, but for individuals in positions of power, it takes on epic proportions. From devastating wars that alter the world, to movements that reshape entire societies, to conflicts that impact generations. The choices made by leaders have far-reaching consequences. Today we'll talk about one such leader. He was unknown to the world about a decade ago, but the choices that he has made in the last 10 years have earned him the title of one of the most powerful men in the world. Today, we'll tell you his story, the story of Xi Jinping, the man who has cemented his position to rule China for life. Hello and welcome to Gravitas Plus. I'm Palki Sharma Upadhyay. In 2012, the year many believe would mark the end of the world, a new chapter began in the People's Republic of China. The Chinese Communist Party elected a new general secretary. Standing 5 feet 11, he was taller than any Chinese leader in nearly 4 decades. His demeanor, too, was unlike any leader in Chinese history. Not your typical leader that people in China had gotten used to. You see, before Xi, most Chinese leaders projected themselves as strongmen, distant and remote from the masses. Xi Jinping was different. He seemed like a man of the people, a son of the soil, confident and self-aware, yet relaxed and approachable. The Chinese media portrayed him as a family man, a caring son, a doting father, and a loyal husband. They talked about his pleasant smile, also about his glamorous wife, Peng Liyuan, a renowned singer nurtured by the People's Liberation Army, famous for her revolutionary folk songs. Everything about Xi Jinping inspired lavish media coverage. Where he went, what he ate, whom he met, his life became a constant preoccupation of the Chinese state media. They called him a man of compassion, someone who would bring a fresh breeze into Chinese politics. That's the term they used, fresh breeze. They talked about his interest in sports, his fondness for American films like The Godfather, and of course, his love for his country. But very little about how he was rapidly concentrating power within the Communist Party. So it came as no surprise that the very next year, at the 12th National People's Congress, Xi Jinping was elected president of China. He received 2,952 votes for one. There was only a single no vote. Who was this courageous dissenter? Well, no one knows. But if we go by Chinese state media accounts, it was Xi Jinping himself. He apparently cast the no vote as a sign of humility, or perhaps to portray a semblance of democracy within the party. Once he assumed power, a cult of personality sprung around him. His followers wrote love songs about him, odes, academic papers, cartoons. They even made action figures of Xi. The president's spin doctors talked about how he was destined to rule. Stories of his upbringing flooded newspapers and social media, and you must know about them. They're fascinating to say the least. You see, Xi Jinping is what the Chinese call a princeling, the child of a senior Communist Party official. He is the son of Shi Zongshun, one of the many founding fathers of the Communist Party of China and a trusted colleague at one point of Mao Zedong. When Xi Jinping was 5, his father was made the vice premier of China. Naturally, his son was treated as royalty, a princeling. He was admitted to an Ivy League school, a school nicknamed the Cradle of Leaders. The students here formed a close-knit elite circle. They compared one another on the basis of their father's rank. Whoever's father had the highest position was respected the most. But Xi Jinping's stay here was short-lived because his family's fortunes took a dramatic turn. In 1962, shortly after his 9th birthday, Xi's father was accused of supporting a novel that Mao opposed. He was charged with treason and put behind bars. In the years that followed, a paranoid Mao imprisoned most elite leaders. He accused them of misusing the party's wealth. Naturally, Xi Jinping's family was also humiliated. His father's status made the family undesirable. His mother, Qi Xin, was assigned to hard labor at a farm. The children were forced to denounce their father. They were sent to the countryside to be re-educated.
I've gotten a lot of requests. Everyone's like, when are you going to do an Epstein update? When are you going to do an Epstein update? We do it whenever the news warrants. And we brought you previously that explosive new reporting from Michael Wolff's book.
This is such a waste of my life just scrolling through fucking 8 months ago. 8 years ago. Fantastic, thank you. Either way, you're never gonna fucking see anything fucking negatively criticizing Canada. It's the point of ever having fucking news. So stupid. Yeah, because literally nothing is happening. Whatever. This is so annoying. This is so fucking annoying.
She was emotional. She was crying. Please, this is going to give me so much anxiety. And then people saw them get into this van and leave. That suggests to me that...
What the fuck are you still talking about this shit?
Answers rather than, let's say, an abrupt, dramatic experience that made the previous belief system unsustainable?
Yes, I would say it was a gradual process. And in my book, The Science Delusion, I extend that process by looking at the fundamental...
What mind is scrolling us through? Holy shit.
Why is there no political party that represents the interests of ordinary people? Why do both political parties, when it comes to the crunch, work entirely for corporate elites? I spoke to Jeremy Gilbert, who's an academic on the left, about this, and I talked to him specifically about what the left can do to change their politics, to make their politics more relevant to ordinary people. I talked to him about centralization. I talked to him about the necessity for a new populism, a populism of the left. Have a look at this video. Stay all the way to the end because I want to know what you think about it. If you think there's a new type of politics waiting to be born, if you've got any faith at all in any existing party, whether you're in Australia, America, England, France, Tanzania, wherever you are, do you believe that your political system has within it the ingredients for real change? Stay to the end. Now, there's a few things that I want to touch on about, like, you know, if you like the current centre left, I think has become dominated by authoritarianism and puritanism and is like become bereft ideologically. And like, we know when I look at, you talk about your reclaim the streets type days, and I sort of drifted around on the periphery of their movements, mostly because I kind of liked it. I liked the vibe and everything. I also sensed there was something important about it, but I wasn't sort of embedded in groups that would, you know, I've got some friends that knew the score on this kind of stuff and gradually did their best to teach me about it. But I like the energy of it. And what I feel is that these kind of, like the current sort of technocratic political ideals of the left are not going to deliver anything. And I also am doubtful, suspicious, cynical even about the possibility of the institutions and systems that we currently have can ever deliver anything. And I sort of even, I mean that, like, you know, when you say sort of like we need to kick on with the Labour Party national executive and momentum, and I don't know enough. I'm not like, you know, I recognise people know a lot more than I do and put a lot more time and effort in than I do, and I'm like that. I'm not trying to gainsay that, but when I feel about the kind of emotional quality, the energy that's going to be required for people, like, you know, the willingness to sacrifice, the willingness to come together, the willingness to confront, and indeed, like you said, like, you know, the willingness to overlook differences. Like, you know, I remember like years ago, like, you know, I guess 5 years ago now, seeing some sort of Tommy Robinson style thing kicking off in London, like a sort of, for those that don't know, a kind of like a ethno-nationalist, populist, proletariat type movement. And when I sort of see them, I feel like, how can the left not get these people? Like, how can you not get them? How can you not get white working class people who are pissed off they're not earning enough money and have got like shit jobs and are being treated bad? If you can't get, if they're going right, if they're heading right, I blame you for not being able to get them. Like, you know, like the you know, the fall of the Red Wall, that people would rather vote for Boris Johnson, that they would rather vote for Trump. I'm like, well, where's your game at? Where's your game at? And for me now, I'm at the point, like, when I spoke to Curtis about this, he said, like, you know, I was saying, like, you know, at the moment, like, a movement that would confront capitalist power is more likely to come out of the right than the left. Like, you know, like sort of when it comes to identity, sexuality, immigration, climate, like, you know, a long list of things. I'm like, oh, no, not these guys. But when it comes to sort of verve and like a bit of mojo and a little bit of energy, I'm thinking, like, you know, like Curtis said, like, you know, look, it doesn't have to be the right. It might come out of, like, emerging from these sort of movement, emerging from this emotion, because, like, you know, ultimately no one's really like, oh, you know, is it a boy or is it a girl? It's a right wing baby. It's a Tottenham fan. You know, it's all just, you know what I mean? It's all just been inculcated and can just as easily my prairies be stripped away. So, like, on the edge of that, and I'm sure you've got loads and loads of things to pick up on that, I wanted to sort of say that, don't you feel like that our energy ought to be heading in the direction of, I don't know, sort of forms of anarchism, forms of devolution, new forms of confederacy, something that is vibrant and engaging emotionally and spiritually, that sort of makes the kind of, that the clerical necessity of the stinky brick clear up out the middle of the road less relevant, sort of, you know, drive around it type thing.
Yeah, I totally do. I would say again, I mean, I sort of think both positions have to be understood as right at the same time. Like, you can't avoid the stinky bricklayer up and what you said is true. I mean, and how I would bring those things together is to say, look, one thing we've learned from the past 30 years is, for the left in Britain at least, the only way you get a platform is by at least seriously challenging the leadership of the Labour Party. Because there's been people who think, I've been saying the stuff you just said. I've been writing about, how basically, the argument of my book, sort of Common Ground and other stuff I've written over the years is really, look, liberal representative democracy has been broken since the 70s because nobody voted for this stuff, basically. You can go right back to the early 80s and say most of the people voting for Thatcher, they weren't voting for privatisation and deregulation of the financial markets. They thought she was promising to take us back to the sort of their imagined traditional Britain of the 50s. But they didn't get what they were voting for. Most people who voted for Blair were hoping he was going to restore social democracy and reverse Thatcherism. They didn't get that either. So the whole thing's been broken since the mid-70s, right? The thing is, people like me have been banging on about that for 30 years, that we can't get a platform to say it. The only time we've come close to getting a platform is when we were able to use the Labour Party doing it. I was down on bended. I was literally in, Parliament talking to advisors of Corbyn's, like while he was leader, and also while Ed was leader, actually, giving them the same spiel, saying, listen, you've got to give a speech, and the speech has got to say this. Look, this whole system of liberal representative democracy has been broken since the 70s. We know it has. We know it doesn't work. We've got to do something very different. And that is, and we don't even know what that is. We would have to have a massive national conversation about what that different thing would be. And this isn't impossible. All over Latin America, you've had radical governments in places like Bolivia, institute what they call a constituent assembly, where you have a national process of saying, well, what would it mean to build new kinds of democratic institutions that are more, as you say, more devolved, more participatory. They're not based on the sort of 18th century model of like choosing some guy who goes down to a big committee in London and you don't see him again for 4 years. So that's all doable. But it was really a limitation even of sort of Corbynism that, in the end, I think Jeremy, I love Jeremy Corbyn, but there was two limitations of Corbynism really in terms of things you've been talking about. One is, in the end, he was a sort of child of Tony Benn. And Tony Benn, although could be very critical of all these things, of all the kind of things we're talking about, he also ultimately believed that Parliament could be the solution, that Parliament had this sort of destiny to be this democratic institution that had been struggled for since the 17th century. So I don't think Jeremy didn't really believe, as far as I could understand, he didn't really believe what we said. He sort of seemed to believe that ultimately if you got a Labour government, they could do socialism. Which, a lot of people, including myself, and some of the people around him were always saying, well, we know that's not true. Even if you get a Labour government, the only way you're going to be able to actually do some of the things we're going to want to do is by, really tearing up the current model of institutional politics. So I think all that is completely true. And also, Jeremy wasn't very good at sort of channeling people's anger. This is partly the thing you're sort of talking about. And I think it's probably... it is a sort of problem. The issue of emotion in politics you touched on, I think, is really sort of important, and it is really complicated. And I think one of the things that really appealed to a lot of his most ardent supporters about Jeremy, understandably, was that he represented this absolute decency, this complete sort of no bullshit. It's true. You wouldn't need to change the system if all politicians were like him. Any system would work because he is genuinely a kind of saintly person who really means what he says and says what he means, etc. And that was what people liked about him. But in my experience, the kind of person who is no criticism of them, the kind of person who likes that's what they appeal to. They want that sort of image of decency and truth-seeking. They're usually people. They're not. I was going to say sort of middle class, but they're not actually. I know a lot of people who work in the public sector on very low salaries who I think are like this. And what they saw in Jeremy, as I always used to put it, they saw the headmaster that everyone loves, everyone knows works a 60-hour week for the kids and all that. But that's a completely different group of people to the people you're talking about, the so-called white working class. You know, I grew up in the Northwest, like in the 80s. You can't, you know, when I'm talking to you, my accent goes full London. If I'm talking to somebody from Lancashire or Yorkshire, it goes almost full North. Because I grew up there and I've lived in London since 1990. But, you know, amongst those people, you need something quite different from a guy who's just going to stand up and say, look, we're going to do the decent thing. You need, if you're going to win over that constituency, as he rightly says, currently being won more by the right, you need someone who is going to tell them who are the bastards who are fucking them, excuse my language, and what you're going to do to them. That's what you've got to do. And Jeremy was no good at that. Jeremy couldn't do that. And unfortunately, but that is, you know, the political, I mean, you know, we have a political system, including the structures which were put in place by the sort of technocrats, people like Blair and Mandelson in the Labour Party in the 90s, and we still haven't been dismantled, really to make sure that people like that are kept out of politics. They don't get selected as MPs. You know, they do, where that isn't so much the case in the trade union movement. I would point to like the recent election of Sharon Graham as the leader of Unite, the big, you know, with the second biggest union in the country, as really significant. I mean, she is basically a syndicalist. I mean, her politics are, you know, I mean, she's very, you know, Unite supports the Labour Party and talks to the left in the Labour Party, but her politics really sort of anarchist. You know, they're very sceptical about the state. They're very sceptical about sort of representative. And I think, I mean, for me, one grounds for optimism, as I've seen, I mean, all kinds of problems with the union movement always, but the way they've shifted over the past 20 years is really, really dramatic. But I think you're absolutely right. I mean, you're absolutely right. But one of the big challenges for us is building a coalition on the left that can include the kind of people who, you know, they're attracted to Corbyn's quiet decency, and people who can do that kind of firebrand politics, who can kind of speak to people on the left. Because one of the advantages the right have got is their equivalent of the people who like Corbyn's quiet decency. They're kind of, you know, they're sort of relatively liberal Tories, the sort of people who support, you know, supporting people like Cameron. The thing.
Were you worried about him during that siege? Were you worried about his safety?
No, I thought he was well protected, and I had heard that he was in good shape. No, because I had heard he was in very good shape. But you know,
you heard those chants. That was terrible. He was, you know,
he could have. Well, the people were very angry because it's common sense, John. It's common sense that you're supposed to protect. How can you, if you know a vote is fraudulent, right? How can you pass on a fraudulent vote to Congress?
That amazing audio that you just heard is journalist Jonathan Karl speaking with Donald Trump in March, so less than 2 months after the insurrection on January 6th. And Donald Trump asked about the fact that some of his followers were attempting to assassinate the vice president, said he was fine. And then when pressed to denounce the hang Mike Pence chants, he instead said, they've got a point. It's common sense. If the vote is fraudulent and you can overturn it, neither of which are true, but he believes both are true, well, then obviously you're going to want to murder the guy that refused to do it.
Yeah, guys, there's two elements of this. The one that you're familiar with about the BS idea that Pence could have overturned the election, and we'll come back to that in a second. But the way more relevant part here is they were looking to murder your vice president. That's what hanging means. Okay, they were going to hang Mike Pence. Well, not like a hanging Chad, but like a hanging person, as in executed, right? And he says, well, people were very angry. So he didn't condemn it at all. Not one sentence, not one word. You heard it. There's the tape, right? And he said people were very angry as if it was justified. And then he went on to explain why they were angry and further justify wanting to murder his own vice president. At no point did he say, oh my God, that's just atrocious. Of course I didn't intend that. Of course nobody intended that. Of course, just any word of like, well, it would have been a shame if they had actually put a noose around his neck and strangled him with it until he was dead. That would have been a shame, right? Mm-hmm. No, none of that. No remorse. And look, if you disagree with me, maybe murder is the right avenue to go down. That is unbelievable. That's unbelievable for almost anyone in a position of power in this country, let alone the former president of the United States talking about his own vice president. Now, I'm going to come back to why his whole idea that the Pence could have done something is so absurd. If you've never heard that argument, I just need to explain that to you a little bit later. But first, Nina, your reaction.
I mean, with friends like Donald J. Trump, God knows you definitely don't need any enemies. The man is a selfish megalomaniac. That's it. That is part of his personality, his character trait, which is flawed. It is his MO. And he has been very consistent, sickeningly so consistent, that this is all about him. Me. Even as the people who stormed the Capitol threatened to kill, as you laid out, Jake, his vice president. How the hell could you continue to be vice president for this man? I'm sure this is not the first time that Mr. Pence saw these tendencies from Mr. Trump. But my God, it don't get no more deeper than saying, well, if they hang them, they hang them.
Yeah. On our side, if you so much as say that somebody takes a corporate contribution, everybody lose their mind like it was like a nuclear attack or something, right? Mm-hmm. Or just stating a simple fact about politics. On their side, they're like, murder. Should we murder each other? Is that okay? Not okay? And apparently the jury's in on, for Trump, he thinks it's totally okay. And so this is the kind of violence that they're heading towards that is very, very dangerous. And guys, it's not hyperbole. They asked him, they were chanting, hang Mike Pence, kill him. Yeah. And he did not have a problem with it. That's unreal. And think about it in your own context. Imagine if somebody said about your partner or someone you work with, hey, they were going to murder him because they thought you wanted that. Like, hey, they were going to murder John because you thought that they wanted that. And then they came to me and they're like, well, how do you feel about that? I would feel very badly about it. I would feel awful, terrible. No, don't do that. Can you imagine if I was like, oh, I guess they were angry at John? What kind of a literal psycho? Yeah. A literal psycho would do that.
I told him we're going to fit in one more story in the first hour, and he thought we should end early. It's common sense. You fit in one more story.
Common sense. Yeah, right? I mean, it's unthinkable in any other context. It's unthinkable in this context, most especially in this context. But I got to tell you, the not the heart of this story. The heart of the story is apparently the guy that almost every Republican in the country looks up to, thinks murdering his political opponents is a fine idea, or certainly not one he objects to. Yeah. Okay,
not even opponents, right. Supporters.
Yeah,
it's all vice president.
Yeah, theoretically couldn't be any closer.
It's a new abnormal. It's a new abnormal in this Republican Party with Donald J. Trump.
So that's
really and they cling to him. I mean, let's not forget this man got so many votes. Was it 74 million or so?
Yeah. Guys. I mean, it's such a great line by Nina, the new abnormal. It's so true. I mean, guys, I hate to do this because even using the John analogy was uncomfortable, but I need to shake people out of their complacency. Like, oh, right-wing fascism is coming. No big deal. If Joe Biden had said, oh, well, people were angry at Kamala Harris. That's why they were looking to execute her. Everybody rightfully would lose their minds. Like, what in the world? Biden would not condemn his own supporters trying to murder Kamala Harris. It would be unthinkable times a million. Yeah. Trump does it. Everyone's like, oh, yeah, that's the new abnormal. No problem.
You can't just casually threaten to kill a female politician and get away with it unless you're Paul Gosar. And then we just move on, and it's apparently fine.
Well, that point, John, yeah.
There were so many crazy angles he could have gone on. He could have said, when Jonathan Karl's they said hang Mike Pence, he could have said, well, that was like one or two, doesn't represent them. Or he could have said, I don't believe it. Or he could have said, it was Antifa. He decided to agree with them. That is just maddening. There's a couple other interesting points of this. I'm curious what you think about a few of these. One is that, as we said, that interview was done back in March. We only are finding out about it now because Jonathan Karl's book Betrayal is about to come out. So, again, he was sitting on that for about 6 months. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered. This is, as Nina says, the new abnormal. It probably wouldn't have mattered, but bear that in mind. In response to this revelation, a spokesperson for Pence declined to comment. They have nothing to say. And remember, I mean, this is worse than what Trump had previously said, I guess, on some level. It's in the same genre about Pence. And Pence has spoken favorably of him. Says, we sort of disagreed on whether I could unilaterally overturn election results, but I still look up to him. He's a great guy. He doesn't have anything to say about this after he agreed with the attempted assassins. And I just don't, there's literally nothing that he can do that will get them to turn on him. Mocking your wife or whatever, saying that your father's an assassin or whatever, that, we moved past that years ago. But now threatening your life is not enough.
Yeah, so that's exactly what fascists do. It's not hyperbole. It is exactly what fascists do. They threaten to murder people they don't agree with, or they encourage their followers to murder them and talk about it in a positive way publicly. And guys, it's not, hey, they were having a fun let's go Brandon chant at the ball game, right? No, it was hang Mike Pence, and they had brought nooses with them. It was a very real threat. Secret Service took it as a tremendous threat and barely got Pence out of the room. They missed him apparently by 1 to 2 minutes. Otherwise, they might have actually killed him. And by the way, if they had, right now, everybody would have said, that's the new abnormal. Mm-hmm. No, that's okay. No, of course you're allowed to kill vice presidents because they make up rules, right? So can the vice president unilaterally ignore how the states voted and declare someone president? Right? Wait, be careful in your answer. Be careful in your answer. Yeah. Okay? So in reality, what it is the vice president in that role is a ceremonial role. He has no actual power, okay? It's in the Constitution. It's super clear. It's like throwing out the first pitch in the ball game, right? And Trump goes, guy throws out the first pitch, and then he didn't declare me the winner of the baseball game. What the hell, man? I should have won baseball. No, that's not how a ceremonial first pitch goes. And no, I don't care. Since he didn't declare me the winner, I want to execute the guy who threw the first pitch. That's insane. That's insane. Okay, now right-wingers are now mad at me. No, that's not insane. The vice president can definitely do that. Anytime he wants, just as, no, the other guy's president, right? Okay, great. The vice president now is Kamala Harris. I guess she could declare anyone president. She could declare me president. It doesn't matter. You just said there's no rules and that they have ultimate power in a democracy. We all vote, and then the vice president votes and says, I don't care about any of your votes. Voter one, I'll make anyone I like president. You really have to be maniacally stupid to believe that. Yeah. And if you do, thank you. I guess Democrats are going to be president forever.
I mean, some people are. And John, back to a point you were making that Pence has not said a word. I mean, one thing, I don't blame the man. Two things. I wish he would say something and stand up for himself and show that he got a little heart, but he hasn't. And then the other point is, he's probably too scared to say anything, because even if he spoke up now, even in the face of all the evidence, we rolled the tape or the audio tape, you can hear what President Trump had to say about his own vice president. The people who actually love and worship this man would probably still try to come at him. So he don't want none of that heat. Yeah. That's why there's no comment right now.
100% right. And that is exactly, again, how fascists win. I swear to God, please read the history of Germany in the 1930s. Okay. So a strong man arises, he gets vigilantes. They start threatening everybody in the streets. He publicly sanctions it, does not allow law enforcement to be used against them, but uses law enforcement in unfair ways against others. And then he starts to put away and then eventually kill his political opponents and his opponents in the media. And the whole time, can he do it? His own party capitulates to him completely, check, right? The other party is incredibly weak, check. And then the press can't figure out, oh, fascist or not fascist, 50-50, I can't figure it out. Yep. And boom, they take advantage of the new abnormal and we're all screwed. It is not a hypothetical. We're right in the middle of it right now. Trump is definitely a fascist. Definitely a fascist. And by the way, see us, all three of us are very progressive. You see any corporate Democrat or moderate Democrat or establishment Democrat talking like this? No. We're the strongest fighters against fascism. We're the strongest fighters against Republicans. And the rest of the Democrats, stand up and fight already. Jesus Christ, what are you, Mike Pence? Stand up and fight. We can't let the fascists take over.
Yeah. That's it. And fascists rising because 2024 is going to be a doozy. And if it is not Donald J. Trump himself, it's going to be somebody made in his image. You best believe.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. I really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all of that, all you got to do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
So let's talk about the news that just happened. You stepped down about a month before the attack on the Capitol because you were uneasy about the administration's peddling of the big lie. Steve Bannon, as we know, was a shameless proponent. What was your reaction when you heard that Bannon had been indicted? Well, first thing I tweeted was wow, because I was surprised that the Department of Justice actually moved so quickly, but it's a good thing. Congressional oversight needs to matter. And some of the people currently who are defying congressional subpoenas themselves have in the past said how important the power of the subpoena is. So you've got a lot of people hiding behind what I would say is very murky executive privilege. So I'd remind you, in 2018, Steve Bannon was fired by President Trump after leaking to Michael Wolff in Fire and Fury. And at that time, Donald Trump put out a statement saying, not only did he lose his mind, not only did he lose his job, he lost his mind. So why Republicans are now falling on their swords to defend this man who perpetuated the myth that led to January 6th, who's been a thorn in the side of the party for nearly a decade now, is just beyond me. But more importantly, I would say this is a sign that the January 6th committee means business. They will not put up with people defying congressional subpoenas, and I think this could be the first of several indictments. And you've met with them voluntarily. Tell us what that was like. What were they focused on with you? What can you share about what you told them? So this is going to be a very comprehensive and deliberative process. They've already talked to over 150 witnesses. And while I don't want to speak for the committee, what I found is I think they're looking for two main things. They want to put together the definitive narrative on the big lie, how people contributed to it, how people perpetuated it, who, by the way, knew it wasn't true. So that's why these witness testimonies under oath are going to be so important. Asking some of these people who went on cable news and said the election was stolen. Well, under oath, they're going to say something a little different if they care about the rule of law. So putting that together, and then there's going to be the criminal justice side of things of, was there wrongdoing? Was there tampering within the Department of Justice or with state governments to overturn or push to overturn results? That's something they're all looking into, and I trust the work that Ranking Member Liz Cheney is doing, and I think it's going to be extremely important going into the next election cycle. So let's talk about Mark Meadows, your former boss, former chief of staff under Trump. How might this Bannon indictment influence him? Of course, he didn't show up for his deposition with the committee yesterday. What do you think? How do you think this is going to play with him? Listen, Meadows has a much better argument for privilege than Steve Bannon does, who wasn't in the White House for several years. That said, much of what they are asking Mark Meadows for would not fall under executive privilege. So let's keep in mind, January 6th was a campaign rally. It was talking about overturning the election results. It was not official office capacity of the president or of White House staffers. So any planning and coordination around it, by my understanding, would fall well outside of the realms of official White House business. And if it didn't, I would argue that's a huge Hatch Act violation. But there's that. There's communications about whether you're using a personal device or an official device. There's plenty of bandwidth and leeway here for where the committee can simply just try to get information. And I'm hoping this indictment will encourage people like Mr. Meadows to simply cooperate. Congress is a co-equal branch of government. All of us who collected White House taxpayer salaries knew that we had an obligation to answer to the public on what we did when we were in office.
What do you make of him defying this deposition, not showing up, and so forth? I think for a lot of folks, they genuinely don't realize they're not in power anymore. So a lot of that sort of confidence that you might have from knowing that that you've got a lot of authority on your side when you're in the White House, you don't have anymore. You have to answer to the powers that be. And by the way, as conservatives, as a Republican who believes in the rule of law and the co-equal branches of governments, I find it appalling that a former White House official would defy a congressional subpoena. It's interesting you say that too, because Trump has acted like he's still president, right? I mean, convening his cabinet, so he said. I want to talk about this Jonathan Karl interview with Trump, with the former president, about Mike Pence. This is in an interview with Karl. Former President Trump appeared to defend the people threatening Mike Pence when they were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Let's listen.
Were you worried about him during that siege? Were you worried about his safety?
No, I thought he was well protected, and I had heard that he was in good shape. No, because I had heard he was in very good shape. But no,
you heard those chants. That was terrible. I mean,
he could have. Well, the people were very angry.
They're saying hang Mike.
Because it's common sense. It's common sense that you're supposed to protect. How can you, if you know a vote is fraudulent, right? Yeah. How can you pass on a fraudulent vote to Congress?
I mean, obviously, he is defending the indefensible, but you were Vice President Pence's press secretary. What was your reaction when you heard that? Well, it's comments like that that will never make me feel bad for never again defending Donald Trump. Because as you said, it's completely indefensible. But interesting thing about the point that he made, there was an onslaught on the Capitol, and there were hundreds, if not thousands of people inside that Capitol who didn't have security details. So while he may point to the fact that Mike Pence was fine because he had Secret Service, what about the other 535 lawmakers who don't all have security details? It was fine that their lives might be threatened because of this. It's just, it's absurd, it's indefensible, and I have to hope that conservatives and Republicans of good faith hear things like that and say, we don't need 4 more years of this man. So Trump, though, is someone who, as we know, he makes decisions out of personal grievance, no matter what, no matter the consequences of that. Did you see that? I mean, you were in the White House. And so in some ways, you see how Trump has taken this big lie so far for his own ego. Is it surprising to you, or is it just more of the same of what you saw in the White House? It's a little surprising how far it's gone to me. Just to be honest, I mean, I've said it before, I knew that he knew he lost at one point, but he has surrounded himself by people who are going to tell him what he wants to hear. And this goes back to why the report that the Congressional Committee is doing is so important, because they will systematically dismantle the big lie. So they're going to put up statements from the people who are still in the president's ear saying it was stolen, who still go on cable news saying it was stolen. And let's see if they say that under an oath, because I know most of those people are smart enough to know that that's not true. And they're simply telling him what he wants to hear. And just on like a personal note, if you even care about the man, if you care about the former president, which I at one point did, be honest with him. That's what almost offends me about this, is lying to this man and helping him perpetuate this myth that has just dismantled his legacy. It's kind of shameful. But I mean, isn't Trump responsible for his own? Well, of course, he certainly is. I mean, like, doesn't he knows. He knows. Honestly, I'm not sure. I know he wants to protect his ego at all costs, but I mean, Trump has to know he lost, because I remember at the time reporting, talking to folks in the White House saying, yeah, he knows that he lost. He's just, coming around to it. And he knew, he told me shortly after that he knew he lost, but then, folks got around him, they got information in front of him. And I think his mind genuinely might have been changed about that. And that's scary, because he did lose, and the facts are out there, and they've lost every court case. They've had countless times to prove any sort of fraud and haven't been able to. So it is actually kind of more scary that he believes it. So why did Pence talk to him after this? I mean, that was something as just an observer, here you have protesters chanting, hang Mike Pence, and all this going on, and yet they still talked after the insurrection. Why is that? What do you make of that? So, to the best of my knowledge, I think Pence, by default, is somebody who's very deferential to both the chain of command and the institution of the presidency. And I think he would always take a call from Donald Trump. He would always take a meeting if one was requested from him. I think that those must have been very awkward and tough conversations. I've always known Mike Pence to be a person of deep character and conviction. So I don't doubt that in those private communications, he communicated how bad that was and how inappropriate it was, but not for him, but for the country. But yeah, I can't imagine that was a comfortable conversation. And I think that you're going to see a bit more distancing as time goes on. Look, there's aspects of the record they did together that I know Pence is proud of, but I know he is ashamed of that day. He's ashamed of how the former president conducted himself. So we expect that Donald Trump will run again for 2024. Do you think that Pence will run against him? So I think he will, and I'm saying this with no knowledge outside of, any special knowledge. But it's informed speculation, let's be honest. I do think that there's this belief that people are just going to clear the field for Trump. I actually think some folks are teeing up to run. I think Pence could be one of them. I think DeSantis might be one of them. I think Mike Pompeo is looking at a political team and what that could look like. And it's a good thing for the party. A coronation of Donald Trump would be the worst thing both for the party, but more importantly for the country. So we're going to need to have out these debates on the stage, by the way, of was the election stolen? And that's going to be a tough question for some of these folks to answer because some have really towed the line of the big lie. So I'd love to see some folks run who are going to acknowledge the truth and the reality and actually just try to win over more voters. So you do think from your perch, which is a good perch because you used to be press secretary for Pence, you think he will, from your view, what makes you think that? And what do you think that would be like? Because all we have seen from Pence and Trump is Pence being deferential to Trump and being a loyalist to Trump. What do you expect? I think that Pence knows he's uniquely positioned in that he can tout the record and the things that so many Americans are still wish he were in office, the 74 million people who voted for Trump, but without a lot of the downside. Now, granted, there is a vocal, what I think is a minority, the hang Mike Pence crowd, who are never going to be with him. But I think he could see himself as somebody who bridges the gap of those who supported Trump, but also want sanity. They want kindness, they want civility, and they want to actually reach voters that he alienated and was never able to bring in. So I would imagine it's a lot of outreach to women, a lot of outreach to minorities, and also seniors that Trump lost. Trump lost seniors by huge margins. So I think that Pence is going to do it. That is based on my knowledge of him, and I think he could put up a formidable fight. But if Trump is the Republican nominee, would you vote for him? Oh, absolutely not. I'll write it. Yeah. Okay. Alyssa, thank you so much for joining us again. Congrats on your recent marriage. Thank you. Better than none at all.
I think it's fair to say that we did keep 1.5 alive. It's also worth remembering that if this hadn't succeeded, then it would have been a catastrophe because then we wouldn't have revisited NDCs until 2025. I think for the Africa team, we got about 60% what we hoped. We have an ambitious adaptation program moving forward. We've made progress on finance. We've made a little bit of progress on loss and damage.
And climate change activist Greta Thunberg had urged leaders to do more to avert the catastrophic effects of climate change and repeatedly labeled the talks as a failure. Post the conference, she tweeted, I'm quoting here, the COP26 is over. Here's a brief summary, blah, blah, blah. But the real work continues outside these halls, and we will never give up, ever. Now, deadly violence in Ecuador's prison has left at least 68 prisoners killed, more than 24 injured. The government has blamed prison control disputes between drug trafficking gangs for the violence. Now, according to the government officials, the disturbance was set off by a power vacuum following a gang leader's release. Inside the prison, one of the gangs was left without its leaders. Sensing the weakness, the rival gang attacked the leaderless gang, and the goal, as officials say, was to carry out a total massacre here. Inmates fought with each other with guns, explosives, blades. It took police hours to intervene because the violence was so intense that they feared for their officers' lives as well.
Estos hechos obedecen a una disputa de territorio de bandas delictivas que se encuentran al interior del centro penitenciario, que al momento se encuentran ciertos pabellones sin sus cabecillas, pues de una manera que sorprende, y creo que sorprende a toda la ciudadanía, han sido dados o han sido puestos en libertad luego de haber cumplido el 60% de la pena.
Pudimos constatar lo que estaba sucediendo. Cruces de balas muy intensos, muy cercanas a las puertas de ingreso a la penitenciaría, detonaciones, una situación de salvajismo.
Dozens of worried relatives gathered outside the prison gates waiting to learn the fate of their loved ones inside. Relatives of inmates have urged President Guillermo Lasso to do more to help the poor.
¿Dónde está el presidente de este país? En España, buscándole trabajo a los ecuatorianos, sin atender a su país, a esa juventud que está allá adentro, a esos viejos enfermos. ¿A dónde está Cintia Viteri? ¿A dónde está el ministro de Interior y Justicia? Hazme el favor, todos somos humanos. Estamos exentos a entrar a la cárcel cualquiera. Cualquiera puede entrar a la cárcel.
The prison is located in the southern city of Guayaquil. Ecuador's prison system has come under harsh spotlight in the recent years. Authorities are dealing with overcrowding, poor sanitary conditions, and organized crime. There has been a wave of disturbances in the South American country's prisons. Gang rivalries are connected to competition for drug trafficking alliances with international cartels. More than 300 prisoners have been killed this year alone in Ecuador's criminal detention system. In response to Rasquena's death, a February incident killed 79 detainees. Another 22 people died in a July riot. Ecuador saw its worst ever incident of prison violence in September when 119 inmates were killed. Some of those were decapitated or burned. A total of 11 people were found hung in the prison in October. Now, Europe continues to remain the new epicenter of the COVID-19. In the latest, the Dutch authorities have now imposed a 3-week partial lockdown in an effort to contain the growing surge in cases. Caretaker Prime Minister of the Netherlands, Mark Rutte, announced the latest string on virus curbs on Friday, targeting restaurants, shops, sporting events. The development came as new infections topped 16,000 for the second day in a row on Friday, beating the previous record of nearly 13,000 cases set in December last year. Under the new guidelines, bars, restaurants, supermarkets will have a curfew time of 8 p.m., while non-essential shops will have to close by 6 p.m. Professional sports matches will be played in empty stadiums in order to prevent further social contact. People will be limited to having 4 visitors at home and have been advised to work at home unless absolutely necessary. Now, the latest round of restrictions have also brought in some fair share of criticisms for the government. While some have denounced the new protocols, others have called out against government's vaccination and healthcare scheme.
Ik had het graag anders gezien. Ik had graag gezien dat de maatregelen werkten. Dat we had nagedacht over het vaccin. Of het zou werken, op welke manier. En ik denk dat de overheid daar naar aan toe is geweest.
Ja, ik vind het heel vervelend. We zijn net helemaal gewend weer aan dit nieuwe, het oude leven terug, zeg maar. En nou willen ze ons eigenlijk weer helemaal terug laten gaan naar het begin. Alsof het nu een beetje voelt alsof we weer van vooraf aan moeten beginnen. Dus dat vind ik wel erg vervelend.
The latest restrictions came despite having a fairly good vaccination rate. Almost 85% of the adults in Netherlands are fully vaccinated. The government largely ended lockdown restrictions at the end of September when cases had dropped significantly. The Saudi Arabia-led coalition says that it has killed more than 180 Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen's Marib and Al-Baida provinces in a day. The coalition has been carrying out frequent strikes on the Houthi targets since last month. It added that strikes were held near the ancient city of Siwa, and however, the rebel group has also rarely commented on the death tolls given by the coalition. Fighting has been intensifying over Marib, which is one of the government's last remaining strongholds. The development comes amid reports that the Houthis have seized large large paths around the key port of Odida, and the warring sides had agreed on a ceasefire in peace talks held in Sweden in 2018. However, fighting continued. Experts said that Yemen has become the site of a proxy war between regional rivals Saudi and Iran. And while Tehran backs Houthis, Riyadh has lent support to the country's internationally recognized government. Concerns over the Yemen conflict have been rising. The United Nations said that Yemen's battling the world's worst humanitarian crisis.
"16 teams started out a month ago. Now just 2 remain in the fray. A new ICC Men's T20 World Cup champion will be crowned on Sunday. Australia are world cricket's most successful team.
We're going to have to be at our best, like we have been tournament to beat New Zealand.
New Zealand are world cricket's most consistent team across formats.
Look, we're a bunch of Kiwis. There's only 5 million of us. We're obviously very proud to represent our country.
Will a new era of Australian domination begin? Or will cricket's nice guys score brownie points against their Trans-Tasman rivals? World cricket's most successful coach, John Buchanan, sets up the T20 World Cup final at 6:30 p.m. IST on Wheel.
The ICC Men's T20 World Cup will crown a first-time champion tonight as Trans-Tasman rivals Australia and New Zealand lock horns in the final in Dubai. Neither of the two teams were considered title contenders at the tournament, and yet both have defied the odds in an almost identical journey to get this far. Now, Australia may have a record of 5 ODI World Cups to their name, but the T20 crown has been a big miss in their trophy cabinet so far. Aaron Finch's side arrived in the UAE last month, having lost each of their last 5 bilateral series in that format. And yet the team put together 4 wins from 5 games in the tougher of the 2 groups before stunning one of the tournament favourites, Pakistan, in the semi-finals. Different players have delivered match-winning performances in different games, and it is at this stage of the tournament that Australia are at their most dangerous. They have only lost 3 of the 10 previous ICC finals and only 1 of the 7 in the last 25 years.
Yeah, like you said, everyone had written us off, but we had a real lot of confidence within. We're really confident in the way that we were preparing, the way that our strategy was coming together. I think it hasn't defied expectation. I think we came here with a really clear plan to win the tournament, and we still feel as though we've got the squad to do that.
Now, New Zealand were fancied more than Australia at the beginning of the tournament, but not many backed them to reach the semis from a group containing 3 Asian teams, Pakistan, India and Afghanistan, who were all more familiar with the conditions in the UAE. But the Kiwis also won 4 of their 5 Super 12 matches and then beat the other title favourites, England, in the semis. It would be tempting to say that Kane Williamson's side have punched above their weight, but this is a heavyweight team that is now through to their 3rd consecutive ICC final and primed to add to the World Test Championship trophy they won earlier this year.
It is great to be here. Like I say, a reflection of a lot of hard work, but tomorrow's a one-off match, and for us, it is trying to make those small adjustments again and keep the focus really close and what it needs to be. And the team's really looking forward to the occasion.
Now, Australia and New Zealand are familiar foes with plenty of battles in recent years, and this is how their head-to-head record stacks up. Till the beginning of 2021, the Aussies had only lost 1 T20 international against the Kiwis, but this year, New Zealand have won 3 out of the 5 matches. However, Australia have a significant 12-4 head-to-head lead at these events, and they've never lost a knockout match to the Black Caps. On to some other news from the world of sports now. World number 1 Belgium have booked their place at the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar with a 3-1 victory over Estonia. And the Belgians showed their quality in a classy attacking display. Crystal Palace striker Christian Benteke made most of a rare start with the opener. Yannick Orsako scored a stunning second. Estonia did pull a goal back in the second half, but the organizers soon scored a third to seal the win. In their last qualifying match, the Red Devils will face Wales, who will compete in the playoffs for a finals berth.
Just restored. They had a little nervous moment in the second half when Eric saw.
In Formula One, Mercedes driver Valtteri Bottas won the sprint to deny Red Bull's Max Verstappen a pole position for today's Brazilian Grand Prix. Now, world champion Lewis Hamilton sensationally charged back from last to fifth place to cap an extraordinary Saturday in Sao Paulo. Now, Hamilton was charged because of a technical infringement, but he did recover superbly after that. Due to another punishment from an engine change, the Mercedes driver has a 5-place grid penalty for the main race and will start 10th. Verstappen has now increased his championship lead over Hamilton to 21 points. And in tennis, Spaniard Carlos Alcaraz capped off his breakthrough season in style by winning the ATP Next Gen Finals crown. Finalist Sebastian Corda and Alcaraz had won all 4 of their previous matches in the tournament for the best under 21 players on the tour. Top seed Alcaraz took a while to find his rhythm in Milan, but once he hit his stride, there was no turning back. And he completed a 4-3 win in 82 minutes. The victory made 18-year-old Alcaraz, who reached the US Open quarters, the youngest player to earn 32 tour-level wins in a season since Andrei Medvedev in 1992. Now, that's all the time that we have on this edition of the News Bulletin. Global News continues on the other side on Beyond World is One. Stay tuned.
Xi Jinping cements his power in China amid tensions over trade, human rights, and territorial aggression, and China's deteriorating relations with the world. The two superpowers come face-to-face virtually on November 15th. Catch all the action, highlights, and analysis of the Xi-Biden meet only on WeOn. World is One. This week on Tech It Out, our focus is on India's electric vehicle revolution. We look at the major challenges electric vehicle users and makers are facing in the country. We explore other high-tech solutions that can help fight climate change. Only on WeOn. World is One. available on Spotify and Google Podcasts. This week on Tech It Out, our focus is on India's electric vehicle revolution. We look at the major challenges electric vehicle users and makers are facing in the country. We explore other high-tech solutions that can help fight climate change. Only on We Own. It's one.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Beyond World is One. My name is Priyanka Sharma. Let's start off by taking a look at the top stories of the hour.
May I just say to all delegates, I apologize for the way this process has unfolded.
The UN climate talks in Scotland end with a global agreement aimed at keeping alive hopes of capping global warming at 1.5 degrees Celsius, maintaining a realistic shot at saving the world from catastrophic climate change. As 200 nations came together on a global deal to combat climate change after 2 weeks of painful negotiation, China and India insist that the language fuels be weakened in the final summit decision next. Russian President Vladimir Putin denies claims that Moscow is helping orchestrate a crisis that has left hundreds of migrants from the Middle East trapped on the Belarus-Poland border. A new Ecuador prison riot leaves at least 68 inmates dead in the latest gruesome unrest in Guayaquil jail that was the scene of September clashes which killed 119 prisoners earlier. The Netherlands returns to a partial lockdown as the government orders restaurants and shops to close early and bars spectators from major sporting events in an effort to contain a rapid surge in COVID-19 cases. Defending champions France and top-ranked Belgium booked their place at the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Kylian Mbappe scores 4 as France thrashed Kazakhstan 8-0, while Belgium eased past Estonia 3-1. The ICC Men's T20 World Cup is all set for a thrilling finale. Trans-Tasman rivals Australia and New Zealand will cons in Dubai this evening, with both attempting to win the title for the first time. The UN climate talks in Scotland ended with a global agreement, but not without some last-minute back-and-forth negotiations, as India and China raised objections to a certain part of the agreement regarding fossil fuels. Other coal-dependent developing nations also echoed these concerns. The pushback from the two led to the change and reframing of the pact. China and India insisted that the language on fossil fuels be weakened in the final draft to accommodate the needs of all the nations. After which the clause on coal was hurriedly amended and countries were asked to accelerate their efforts towards a coal power phase down instead of phase out. India defended its stance by saying that countries with little historic responsibility for climate change have the right to their fair share of carbon budget. India says the revision was needed to reflect the national circumstances of emerging economies.
Minister, is this deal a failure though? Does this last minute amendment mean that countries have been let down?
It is accepted by all countries.
Accepted, but not very progressive.
Minister, do you feel India has made the world a more dangerous place by your Nothing at all. India is committed for green energy. But you're continuing to uphold the production of coal. Science says that's incompatible with the climate. It's science, it's not politics. It is according to the Paris Agreement.
I wish we'd been able to retain the language that was originally there. Nevertheless, we do have language on coal. We have language down of unabated coal. And I think very many people will welcome the fact that at least has been achieved.
Coal is the single biggest source of greenhouse emissions and was the subject of repeated discussion among delegates since the onset of the summit. Participants have been trying to negotiate a deal since bring up a pact to initiate significant cuts in energy emissions and to limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. This development comes as China continues to ramp up its coal production in a bid to manage its growing power crisis. According to the Chinese news agency, the country last Wednesday produced more coal than ever before on a single day. This recently agreed Glasgow deal is the first ever climate pact to explicitly cull coal usage. The deal also presses for more urgent emission cuts and promises more money for developing countries. However, experts say that the COP26 pledges don't go far enough to limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and more stringent measures are needed to combat the emerging environment catastrophe. But a start has now been made.
Coal and the phase down of coal is on the books. It's part of the decision. And you have to phase down coal before you can, quote, end coal. So this is a beginning of something.
Meanwhile, the air quality in the Indian capital, New Delhi, has worsened to such an extent that the country's top court has now suggested imposing a 2-day lockdown to control pollution. Calling the situation very serious, the Chief Justice, N.V. Ramana, has asked the central government to come up with an emergency plan. He said that people have been forced to wear a mask even when they are inside their homes. The apex court was hearing a plea on the rising levels of air pollution. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has ordered the closure of schools for a week starting Monday. Schools have been asked to take virtual classes for now. The government has put out an advisory for people living in Delhi NCR. Both government and private offices will have to work on reducing vehicle usage by at least 30%. So work from home and the use of carpool services has been advised. Government officials have been asked to completely be ready for taking such measures against the emergency category when it comes to the deteriorating air quality. To curtail the worsening air quality, trucks will now be banned from entering the national capital. And the construction activities have also been put on a halt till the situation gets better. The Delhi government's famous odd-even vehicle scheme has also been reintroduced, which means that on dates specified by the government, only vehicles with even numbers will be allowed to travel, and on alternative days, vehicles with odd numbers will be allowed to run on Delhi roads. The air quality in Delhi has been in the severe category for quite some time now. Toxic smog in Delhi and adjoining cities is common in the winter months. It is the time when farmers in neighboring states of Punjab and Haryana burn their crop residue. Experts say that stubble burning accounts for 35% of Delhi's pollution. Meanwhile, residents have been complaining of respiratory issues. Those suffering from asthma, pneumonia have reported deteriorating health, and experts have advised people to stay indoors and avoid outdoor activities unless absolutely necessary. Wear your mask if you have to step out of your homes, and use air purifiers to treat the air that you're inhaling indoors as well. Moving on, the deadly violence in Ecuador's Del Litoral prison has left at least 68 prisoners killed and more than 24 injured. The government has blamed prison control disputes between drug trafficking gangs for this violence. According to government officials, the disturbance was set off by a power vacuum following a gang leader's release. Inside the prison, one of the gangs was left without its leader. Sensing weakness, the rival gang attacked to crush the leaderless gang. The goal, as officials say, was to carry out a total massacre. Inmates fought each other with guns, explosives, and blades. It took the police hours to intervene because the violence was so intense that they feared for the officers' lives.
Estos hechos obedecen a una disputa de territorio de bandas delictivas que se encuentran al interior del centro penitenciario, que al momento se encuentran ciertos pabellones sin sus cabecillas, pues de una manera que sorprende, y creo que sorprende a toda la ciudadanía, han sido dados o han sido puestos en libertad luego de haber cumplido el 60% de la pena.
Pudimos constatar lo que estaba sucediendo. Cruces de balas muy intensos, muy cercanas a las puertas de ingreso a la penitenciaría, detonaciones, una situación de salvajismo.
Dozens of worried relatives gathered outside the prison gates waiting to learn the fate of their family members inside, and the relatives of inmates have urged President Guillermo Lasso to do more to help them.
¿Dónde está el presidente de este país? En España, buscándole trabajo a los ecuatorianos, sin atender a su país, a esa juventud que está allá adentro, a esos viejos enfermos. ¿A dónde está Cintia Vitelli? ¿A dónde está el ministro de Interior y Justicia? Hazme el favor, todos somos humanos. Estamos exentos a entrar a la cárcel cualquiera. Cualquiera puede entrar a la cárcel.
The prison is located in the southern city of Guayaquil. Ecuador's prison system has now come under harsh spotlight in recent years. Authorities are dealing with overcrowding, poor sanitary conditions, and organized crime. There has been a wave of disturbances in the South American country's prisons. Gang rivalry is connected to competition for drug trafficking alliances with international cartels. More than 3 prisoners have been killed this year. In Ecuador's criminal detention system, in response to Rasquina's death, a February incident killed 79 detainees. Another 22 people died in a July riot. Ecuador witnessed its worst ever incident of prison violence in September when 119 inmates were killed. Some of them were decapitated or burnt. A total of 11 people were found hanging in the prison in October. Moving on to the conflict in Sudan, 5 anti-coup protesters have been killed in Sudan by security personnel. The incident occurred during mass anti-coup rallies where tear gas shells were launched and even live bullets were fired at protesters who were rallying against last month's coup. According to the Central Committee for Sudanese Doctors, 2 out of the 3 protesters died after being shot, and the third one was killed after choking on tear gas. Thousands of protesters have gathered in the country's capital of Khartoum and adjoining cities to denounce the coup. According to media reports, Sudan security forces fired live bullets and tear gas shells to disperse crowds. Still, the protesting crowds kept their chants. Civilian rule is the choice of the people. Khartoum had been fortified ahead of the protests, and bridges connected to the city had been sealed off. Last week, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan had himself sworn in as the head of the new transitional council. Also assigned several Bashir-era officials in key posts, all in a bid to tighten his grip on power. After having rocked the Sudanese capital of Khartoum, pro-democracy protests, which have been ongoing for nearly 3 weeks now, are beginning to spread to neighboring cities as well. There's There's no end to terror attacks in Afghanistan. In the latest, at least 5 people have been killed and 6 others injured in a blast in capital Kabul. A bomb targeted a minibus near a Taliban checkpoint. The attack took place in the Dasht-e-Barchi area, which is dominated by the minority Shia Hazara community. For years, the Hazaras have been the target of violence. According to reports, gunshots were heard at the spot immediately after the blast. While no group so far has claimed responsibility for the attack yet, the Islamic State has been responsible for such blasts in the country since the Taliban takeover on August 15th. The incident comes just a day after at least 3 people were killed in a blast at a mosque in the Nangarhar province. The Taliban government announced the arrest of 2 perpetrators in the previous blast, but it did not provide any further details. Frequent attacks have added to Afghanistan's troubles. The country is already on the brink of an economic collapse. International aid has also dried up since the Taliban took control of the capital. The Taliban government lacks international recognition. However, countries have vowed to provide aid to Afghanistan through NGOs. WAMP correspondent Anas Malik sent us this report from Kabul. Take a look.
The situation on the ground is very tricky. At least 6 people are now confirmed dead in the explosion that took place yesterday in a moving car. The target was a moving car, and it is now determined that a magnetic IED, or a sticky bomb as we call it over here in Afghanistan, was attached to a moving minibus in which one journalist and an employee of the National Statistics Bureau, they too have lost their lives. 6 people are confirmed killed, whereas another 7 are injured. The Taliban have officially put out a statement and have said that at least 1 person is killed and 2 are injured. Much lesser than the count that has been put out by the Taliban is much lesser than the reality on the ground. Those who are killed include a journalist from Ariana News, a prominent news network here in Afghanistan, and an employee of the National Statistics Bureau as well. Now, no group has come forward and taken responsibility, but Dasht-e-Barchi is a predominantly Hazara Shia neighborhood, which in the past have come under attacks by the IS as well.
16 teams started out a month ago. Now just 2 remain in the fray. A new ICC Men's T20 World Cup champion will be crowned on Sunday. Australia are world cricket's most successful team.
We're going to have to be at our best, like we have been throughout this tournament, to beat New Zealand.
New Zealand are world cricket's most consistent team across formats.
Look, we're a bunch of Kiwis. There's only 5 million of us. We're obviously very proud to represent our country.
Will a new era of Australian domination begin? Or will cricket's nice guys score brownie points against their trans-Tasman rivals? World cricket's most successful coach, John Buchanan, sets up the T20 World Cup final at 6:30 p.m. IST on WAMP.
While cricket's most successful coach will be on WAMP World is One today to help us build up to the big final. Buchanan coached Australia to 2 ODI World Cup titles in 2003 and 2007, and also served as New Zealand's director of cricket between 2011 and 2013. This is his key take on the key matchups that could decide the game. Take a look.
Looking at the T20 World Cup final, and what an unexpected final it turns out to be. I certainly didn't think at the beginning of the tournament that Australia would make the semi-finals, not least of which a final, although I did suspect that New Zealand would possibly be a dark horse for the tournament. So, looking at the game and at maybe a few of the key matchups as we talk about these days in T20 cricket, certainly matchups will occur in the power play overs. So, with Warner and Finch at the top of the order, followed by Marsh, it's key from New Zealand's point of view that Bolt and then Southey really start the game exceptionally well, try to make those early breakthroughs. And conversely, with Mitchell and Guptill at the top of the innings, Stark, partnered by Hazelwood, will be a really, really important matchup. Then through the middle overs, again, key matchup. Sodhi has been an important factor for New Zealand with and a good economy rate, but the man of the tournament so far would seem to be Adam Zampa from Australia, and he's been exceptional through that period of 8 to 10, 12, 14, 16 over mark, where he's taken wickets. In fact, he's the leading wicket taker in the tournament and has kept the economy rate down very low. So they're really key matchups. And towards the end of the innings, the semi-finals have indicated that both games can go right to the wire, to the 20th, to the 19th over. And so it's those players at the death, both bowlers and batsmen, trying to execute their skills. And we saw in the last semi-final where Shaheen Afridi was really trying to execute his Yorkers to Wade in particular, and Wade became creative, was able to put the ball over the boundary. So setting up the game, it really does stem from a platform from the power play overs, which team can either score runs and get themselves a really good platform from which to launch a big innings, or can the bowling side do early damage and therefore restrict the batting side and the batting total they can make. All to come, pretty exciting stuff. Let's wait and see what happens.
Remember to tune in to our special show, Desert Storm, The Final Frontier, at 6:30 p.m. only on Beyond World as One. John Buchanan will set up that game with our sports editor, Digvijay Singh. The M Plus Museum, which has been 14 years in the making and crown jewel of Hong Kong's West Kowloon Cultural District, opens on Friday at a politically fraught time. The museum is under fire for its decision not to display works by a dissident Chinese artist. This comes after pro-Beijing politicians argued that it was spreading hatred against China. Here's more. After a decade and a half of anticipation and heated debate, the M Plus Gallery has opened its doors, and the people of Hong Kong now will be able to make their own judgment about the art on display here. Artist Al Weiwei's painted Chinese Neolithic earthenware vessels are here, but his other more controversial works are conspicuously absent. M Plus boasts 183,000 square feet of exhibition space, 33 galleries, and over 6,400 works in a collection that ranges from modern and contemporary art to architecture and moving images. M Plus aims to put Asia on the global art map, for it was built to rival London's Tate Modern and the Museum of Modern Art in New York.
This is the first contemporary museum in Hong Kong. So therefore, I want to ensure that the message is clear so that people don't think that we are above the law. So this is the first principle that I always emphasize, particularly in the past, there were some controversy regarding whether some exhibits might be in violation of law. So therefore, I want to emphasize that point first, in order to lay the foundation that the opening of M Plus does not mean artistic expression is above the law. It is not.
On the museum's own website, the work by Al, titled Study of Perspective, Tiananmen, was on display earlier this year. It depicts Al raising a middle finger at Beijing's Tiananmen Square, where a bloody crackdown by the People's Liberation Army on pro-democracy protesters on June 4, 1989, reportedly killed hundreds. It has now been removed. M Plus has replaced the digital image of the work with its logo. Some of Al's works are on display, but not other images from his study of perspective series featuring the middle finger aimed at the White House, the Swiss Parliament, and the Mona Lisa. These still exist on the museum's website.
I'm an artist, happen to be one in all this collection, and the current national security law, I think Hong Kong is facing a very dramatic political change. So the freedom of speech and is no longer can have performed as a normal way, but rather under severe censorship and so I don't think the museum can functioning, this kind of condition can still have this ambition to become one of the world's most advanced culture facility.
Some in the art world, however, believe that the artwork's removal may be justified. John Batten, the president of International Art Critics Hong Kong, believes some self-censorship may be necessary for the gallery to survive. But he believes that it will grow in importance over time.
So it would be sort of the excitement that you'd have as if you were to walk into the Metropolitan Museum in New York or the Museum of Modern Art in New York, because they're sort of similar. They both have eclectic collections. And though, of course, I'm not comparing them because the histories of those two New York museums are longer and wider and all-embracing. And Hong Kong's just starting. So Implus is the start of possibly a 50, 100-year-old institution. So it should be forward-looking.
Many obstacles lie ahead. Officials have not yet disclosed a final price tag for the building, though they have acknowledged that they blew past their budget. Collectors at the museum believe that opening might at least put an end to some of the loud criticism which came before people had even seen the museum. Bureau reports, WAMP, World is One.
And with that, it's a wrap on this broadcast. Thanks for watching with me, Priyanka Sharma. Stay tuned to WAMP. Global News continues on the other side.
This week on the West Asia Post, Iraqi Prime Minister survives an assassination attempt. Drone-laden explosives target al-Qadimi's home.
Strongly condemned.
US and Iran both condemn the strike. Will the attack mark a dangerous escalation in war-scarred Iraq? Also on the show this week, battle rages on for the last government bastion in Yemen. And how are settler attacks and climate change impacting Palestine's olive plantations? Watch the West Asia Post with me, Radi Francis, only on WAMP. World is One.
This week on Tech It Out, our focus is on India's electric vehicle revolution. We look at the major challenges electric vehicle users and makers are facing in the country. We explore other high-tech solutions that can help fight climate change. Only on WAMP. World is One. Xi Jinping cements his power in China. amid tensions over trade, human rights, and territorial aggression, and China's deteriorating relations with the world. The two superpowers come face to face virtually on November 15th. Catch all the action, highlights, and analysis of the Xi-Biden meet only on WeOn. World is one. Stay connected with the world through WeOn. Like the page on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter for new alerts, Instagram for videos and images, and the website for the latest news, views, and analysis. WeONews.com. World is one. WeOn, India's global voice. The channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than 190 countries worldwide. Because we believe that the world is one. Watch us in Africa, Europe, USA and Canada, South America, Asia Pacific, Middle East, and North African regions. Also available on the platforms across the world. WeOn. World is one. It's code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening. Wildfires, floods, and hurricanes. Extreme climate events warn of impending doom. Is the world heading towards a climate catastrophe? Watch WeOn's Climate Tracker weekdays at 12 p.m. GMT, 5:30 p.m. IST.
A very warm welcome to a new episode. I'm Ritvika Gupta shooting from home. It has turned out to be a happy Diwali for India's advertising and media industry, as early reports indicate that AdX during the festive season this year was on par with 2019 levels. Several brands took the festive opportunity to do campaigns, and we at Melt counted over 60 films that caught our eye. However, what's interesting to note is that many of India's top business houses, like Tata, Aditya Birla Group, Godrej, Mahindra, P&G, Nestle, and Amul, had underwhelming or no Diwali ads at all this year. On the show today, we'll present the films that Team Melt found to be the most enjoyable. Let's start off with a digital ad by smartphone brand Dizzo that turns the predictable and formulaic nature of Diwali advertising on its head with a tongue-in-cheek take on the most common tropes and ideas. Check it out.
दिवाली का त्योहार आ रहा है और इस साल फिर से हर कोई अपना बोरिंग दिवाली एड बनाएगा। हम बताते हैं ये क्लीशे एड्स कैसे होंगे। इनमें होगी एक ओवर ड्रेस्ड और ओवर एक्साइटेड इंडियन फैमिली, साथ में एक बुड्ढे अंकल जो एक व्हाट्सएप फॉरवर्ड वाला झूठ मारेंगे और उनकी एक बेबी जो उनको डेथ स्टेयर देगी। थोड़ा बनाने के लिए एक घर वापसी वाला लड़का सरप्राइज एंट्री करेगा, पूरे खानदान के लिए गिफ्ट्स लाके। एक माँ का कैरेक्टर होता ही है जो सिर्फ दुखियारी होगी, चाहे कितना ही औसम दिवाली का सेलिब्रेशन हो। मुंह मीठा करे बिना कैसे चलेगी पार्टी। हेरा फेरी किए हुए स्वीट बॉक्सेस तो एक्सचेंज करेंगे ही। और लास्ट में आएगा एक बड़ा ट्विस्ट, प्रोडक्ट इंटीग्रेशन। ये जबरदस्त गिफ्ट देखकर तो एक पत्थर दिल भी पिघल जाएगा। इन सब के मिश्रण से बनता है एक क्लीशे दिवाली एड। So don't spend your time watching cliche Diwali ads, even though you just did. Janhit mein Dari. Happy Diwali from Team Tizo. Oh, sorry. Firecrackers का एक shot भी होगा. CGI क्यों ना हो? A big theme for this year's Diwali advertising was a message to support smaller businesses and local retailers. So if Mondelez India's Cadbury celebrations roped in Shah Rukh Khan to help local retailers create their own unique Diwali ad, HP India celebrated the power of community, while Z released a series of heartwarming films that urged viewers to shop local in order to help neighborhood stores. Big businesses and brands that suffered during the pandemic found their way back, but the smaller stores still suffer. This lockdown been a real tough phase of my life. I mean, I have seen bad days, but this was the worst. Last year, we helped small businesses through Diwali. So this year, we decided to bring it back. Presenting not just a Cadbury ad. This Diwali, we helped hundreds of small businesses by making India's biggest brand ambassador be their brand ambassador. इस दिवाली आप भी ना अपने पास वाले फैशन ऑफ एम्पोरियम से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग करना और फिर एम्पायर फुटवेयर नाम तो सुना होगा अपना स्टाइलिश चश्मा बगल वाले हेवन आई ऑप्टिशियन से ही लेना सिद्धि विनायक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स से लेटेस्ट स्मार्टफोन खरीदकर धमाकेदार सेल्फी पोस्ट करना क्या कर रहे हो मीठा लाए कि नहीं लाए हो ना यार अपने वाले रोशन किराना से आप भी अपना मीठा वहीं से लें We used machine learning to recreate Shah Rukh Khan's face and voice to take the local store names in the ads. इस दिवाली आप अपने पास वाली चॉइस ऑफ फैशन से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग करना पास वाले आजकल फैशन से ही रॉयल फैशन से ही एनके क्लॉथ्स से ही पास वाली लक्ष्मी कलेक्शन से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग करना इस दिवाली आप अपने पास Different versions of the same ad with local store names were targeted as per the pin code of the viewer, showing them only the nearby stores. But it is impossible to cover all the stores. So we gave the power to the people to create their own version of not just a Cadbury ad. Any small business owner could promote their stores through their own social media networks like WhatsApp forwards and other social media pages. हमारे आसपास की जो दुकानें हैं, उनकी दिवाली भी तो मीठी होनी चाहिए. Cadbury celebrations, not just a Cadbury ad. Hey Vishnu, Vishnu, स्कूटर का चाबी दे के घर जा रहा हूँ.
अंकल 6 संतरा और 3 मौसमी पार्सल सर 3 मौसमी कर दो और 6 अनार वो गंगा जमुना दे देना
विष्णु ये ले पार्सल
अंकल सुनिए ना 5 बनाना
इधर सैंडविच नहीं मिलने वाला है
जूस तो मिलेगा ना
तुम्हारे हाथ में क्या है दिखाओ ये किधर से मिला तुमको
मार्केट से मिला क्यों
अरे अंकल आप कहाँ चले
तो गल्ला सवाल मैं पता लगता हूँ
कितना वेटिंग है 5 मिनट है सर आप एक काम कीजिए तब तक ये फ्री जूस ट्राई कीजिए बहुत बढ़िया जूस है
बढ़िया जूस कॉर्नर ट्राई करके देखो बॉस चक्की वाली गली में शहर का नंबर 1 जूस
क्या हो गया विष्णु कॉल करके बुलाया तूने मुझे
अरे आ गए
किसका आइडिया था ये
अंकल मैंने 30 साल से मैं अकेले ये धंधा चला रहा हूँ
to NeuroSciQ, the best place on YouTube for you to increase your neuroscience IQ. Thanks for joining us for another week's video. And for those of you who are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so that you can be made aware of our weekly neuroscience videos. In today's video, we are going to be talking about a case of transverse myelitis that occurred in a patient after she received the second dose of a COVID-19 vaccine that is undergoing trials right now. So today we are going to be talking about what transverse myelitis is. We're going to get into the particulars of this case. We're going to be talking about whether there have been other cases of transverse myelitis from other vaccines. And we are also going to be discussing what this could mean for the development of a COVID-19 vaccine. So sit tight, stay tuned, let's roll the intro. All right, let's get straight into it. First off, we're going to be talking about what transverse myelitis is. So, we are a neuroscience channel, so as you might expect, transverse myelitis is some sort of neurological disorder. According to Johns Hopkins, it is the swelling of the spinal cord that leads to weakness in the arms and legs, numbness or tingling, pain and discomfort, bladder dysfunction, and bowel motility problems. So if we have inflammation in the spinal cord, we have swelling around it, that can impact nerve function, which is why we would expect these symptoms, such as the weakness in the arms and legs, the tingling, and then loss of control of your bowel movements and your bladder control. Now, 60% of cases are because of unknown inflammatory presences. And so these unknown cases are also referred to as idiopathic cases. We don't know what causes them, and the reason is because the causal mechanism tends to be some sort of viral infection that causes inflammation, and so this mechanism disappears quite quickly. So just like an infection, our body fights it off, our body fights off the inflammation, and it's been hard for doctors and scientists to figure out what exactly is happening, but we do know that there is inflammation happening in the spinal cord. Now, 40% of these cases are because of autoimmune disorders. And so the autoimmune disorders are long-lasting. These would be things like multiple sclerosis or lupus. And so those mechanisms are easier to understand because they don't go away and we can continue to look at the processes. Now, with TM or transverse myelitis, what is happening is there's some sort of immune-mediated process that causes neural injury to the spinal cord. So we've talked about in other videos the immune response, and we've talked about the cytokine storm that happens with COVID-19. But basically, if we want to touch on the immune system for a quick second, if you have a foreign invader in your body, the immune system attacks that invader and fights it off. And some of the things that happen are inflammation and swelling because of the immune response. If we have swelling around the spinal cord, that will cause the symptoms we've talked about. With an autoimmune disorder, what happens is the immune system is attacking proteins in the body. So instead of attacking a foreign invader, the immune system has a hard time figuring out what is actually part of the body and what is a foreign invader, and it ends up attacking its own self, which can cause problems. Something that we have been able to observe in transverse myelitis is elevated white blood cell count in the cerebrospinal fluid. So white blood cells are what we typically think of as our immune cells, that they fight off the foreign invaders. And so if we have a high white blood cell count, typically it is because you're fighting off an infection. There's also the presence of blood-brain barrier breakdown with transverse myelitis in certain areas of the spinal cord. And we also see inflammatory markers like interleukin 6. All in all, it's a pretty rare disorder, and there's only about 5 cases per million people each year. So let's get into talking about what happened in our case. So in this case, there was an article in CNN. Basically, an otherwise healthy 37-year-old woman was hospitalized with transverse myelitis 2 weeks after her second dose of this COVID-19 vaccine that is under trial by a company called AstraZeneca. So she showed inflammation in her spinal cord, she had trouble walking, she had weakness and pain in her arms, and the neurologist said she has been recovering and she began to improve in just 4 days. Now, when this happened, AstraZeneca paused their trial, but they resumed on Sunday, September 20th, so about a week ago. They did file a SUSAR, which is a suspected unexpected serious adverse reaction report. And so this means that it was a red flag for the vaccine. The whole fact that a billion-dollar drug company paused their trial means that this is something adverse enough to halt the science and to halt the trials before going for FDA approval. Now, Dr. Anthony Fauci, who we're all familiar with now during this pandemic, said that he thinks it's a one-off and it would be unusual to stop treatment just because of one case. While it's true that it's hard to tell if a one-time occurrence would happen again, we've seen this happen in other vaccines. So Oxford filed a report saying, in the current trial, we have undertaken safety reviews when volunteers in the trials of the COVID vaccine developed unexplained neurological symptoms, including changed sensation or limb weakness, and have paused the study while a safety review took place. After independent review, these illnesses were either considered unlikely to be associated with the vaccine, or there was insufficient evidence to say for certain that the illnesses were or were not related to the vaccine. In each of these cases, after considering the information, the independent reviewers recommended that vaccinations should continue. Close monitoring of the affected individuals and other participants will be continued. So basically, they said it's a one-time occurrence, and we couldn't say that it was because of the vaccine or not. Now, the vaccine they're testing was developed from the common cold virus that chimpanzees get. They genetically altered this virus so that it is impossible to infect humans, but they added genes that make the COVID-19 proteins so that the body can build immunity against it. So basically what happens is they took this virus from chimpanzees, they altered it to make sure it can't infect humans, and then they altered it to give it COVID-19 proteins so that your body starts to build antibodies against those proteins, and then if you were to get COVID-19, you'd be immune. Now, that means this vaccine is going to trigger an immune response, and that's what all vaccines do, which could be why inflammation is happening and why this patient had transverse myelitis. However, the researchers said that they couldn't be sure that it was caused because of the vaccine. Now, we have to think critically about the evidence we have, and while we can't be sure, it's important to take everything into account and examine this situation from all points of view. Now, the trials were started in April 2020, and they began with 500 people. This is the second stage. They're now testing 5,000 people. Now, vaccines have become $1 million business, and that brings us to our question about what is AstraZeneca. So AstraZeneca is actually a multi-billion-dollar, multinational, research-based biopharmaceutical company. And they were leading the race to finding the COVID-19 vaccine. But recently, with the halt to their phase 3 testing, their stock actually fell. And so this is bad for business because this is all a company, they're trying to make money, and then we have some sort of mishap in the testing. Nobody wants bumps in the road when they're trying to do anything. And so with that came loss of millions of dollars. So this could be why companies try to conceal things. And also with the race to find a vaccine and all these multi-billion-dollar companies leading the race, the problem comes to people not wanting to share ideas. With science, collaboration is very important, and so these companies might be invested for the wrong reason, and nobody's going to want to share their ideas when they could keep them to themselves and get $1 billion if they just keep trying on their own, right? Anyway. Kim, what's on your...
A sobering new poll from the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism at Oxford finds that out of 46 countries, the United States ranks dead last when it comes to trust in media. According to the poll, only 29% of Americans trust what they're being told by news outlets.
Just last month, Batya Ungar-Sargon joined us to give her take on why mainstream news is alienating to audiences. Let's watch some of that.
Today you have liberal media that's really completely geared at getting an audience of the top 10% of liberals. And then you have conservative media that does manage to get working class American viewers by not insulting their values, right? But is really catering to the top 5% of Republicans. And you have nobody who's partisan on behalf of the millions and millions of lower middle class, working class, and poor Americans who's speaking to their issues. So to me, I think that if there was a paper that was, populist on behalf of the lower classes, people wouldn't say like, oh, they're so biased, because they would be biased on the part of the right people, right? I think the problem is that all of the media is biased only on behalf of the elites. And then we act like we have this like robust discourse, this robust debate, when actually 90% of the nation is being left out of it.
it's well deserved, the lack of trust in American media. Well, I don't know for what were all the other countries on. Like the people of China should trust their media less than we trust ours. I think was China in one of those countries? There are other countries with media establishments that are much worse than ours because they are literal. Administrations. Right. Ours sometimes take the role of de facto mouthpieces for various administrations, but there's a very combative, and there's the mainstream media, but then there's alternative media. So it's not. Despite as deservedly critical so many and us are of the media, it's not the absolute worst on the planet.
Yeah, we're maybe somewhere in there. If we're really going to be fair, right?
Yeah.
There's plenty of countries where the governments absolutely do have way more control, and it is propaganda for the government. North Korea, China, as you mentioned. Right. I know that my family in Vietnam, even just having conversations with them on Facebook Messenger, they'll say things like, I can't say too much right now. They're so heavily censored. So, I don't know. We're definitely somewhere in the middle, but there is a lack of trust in media by Americans, of course. And that is largely to do with, I think, the media going after certain segments of audiences for ratings or for subscribers. And that leaves them to be very partisan.
Yeah, and actually there was some evidence that has emerged from these Facebook files that Facebook did work directly with the Vietnamese government to surveil and censor like specific critics of the Vietnamese government. So your family over there is not at all paranoid. Like they may have been paranoid, but they were also right. But I think Baya's got her finger on something very, very interesting, and that and she talks about the homogeneity, the ideological homogeneity in a lot of newsrooms that flows out of the fact that so many of the people there went to elite universities, and it's now being reinforced by this belief that anything that disagrees with that kind of homogeneous view of the world is actually racist, and so you have people who are skeptical of what's being said, internally and what's being debated, but they're very nervous about how far they're going to go in making a counter argument, because they don't want to then be accused of being allied with these racist parents in Virginia who don't want their children to be taught about slavery. Like that's the level of the discourse. And so a lot of people who might be skeptical about what's going on in the newsroom are like, you know what, I'm just going to do my story and not even go there, because why bother? And so if any disagreement is seen as just straight up racism, then you're not going to get any debate or dialogue, and as a result, you're not going to have the more sophisticated arguments win out.
Yeah. I wonder also if a lot of it has to do with the people that are attracted to the career field. So, we know that maybe, I would say, Robbie would know this better than I do, but it seems from my perspective that on the right, there's this sort of criticism of people that go to college and study the liberal arts. And that would include things like writing. And so, maybe there's this, oh, well, you went and did that. That's like only liberals do that kind of a thing. And then, of course, if liberals are the ones studying creative writing, or English or whatnot, they're going to be the ones that end up going into these fields of journalism. I don't know. Maybe there's something to that, sort of an attraction to the field.
The criticism you're getting at is that the right, I think this is a fair criticism, will say supposedly our colleges are training or preparing, the next generation for the workplace, but they're being trained by people who are like, who do not face sort of normal market forces, or we do not have sort of the way education is structured, the way it is totally different from the normal sort of workplace. So why are these people qualified to prepare you for like that kind of job and that kind of life experience that the overwhelming majority of people are going to go through? I guess it's with the teaching of journalism in the universities is not good. We all recommend not even do it. If you want to be a journalist, just about the stupidest thing you could do would be to major in journalism. Or for the love of God, do not go into debt to study it. It is a craft, not like something like literature.
But also And for a while now, there's been a weird hesitancy on the right to engage in the craft. And Tucker Carlson actually, in the late 2000s or so, when he launched the Daily Caller, said,
which I worked for a long time ago.
And he said, my object here is to try to get conservatives to take journalism and take fact checking seriously. That, you can have your complaints about the ideological bias of the New York Times and the Washington Post, but they try to get their facts correct. Now, things have, there's been a lot of movement in the media in the last 10 or 15 years that calls some of that into question. But Tucker was like, no, we need to do this. And he found that there really wasn't an audience for it. He kind of evolved into what he is now. And so I don't know exactly what it is. Philip Wegman is kind of an exception that proves the rule. As a conservative person who is a journalist first, and when you read his stuff, you might not agree with his framing, but that what he's saying has been rigorously vetted.
I mean, there's a lot of rigorous reporting going on at Fox News. Then there's also a lot of the opinion stuff gets more attention. I think, right? It's a normal right of center functioning news operation with editing and fact checking, etc. During the day and online, and then it has a lot of strong editorial content at night. But then so does MSNBC and CNN.
And Reason, which I've actually written for a couple times way back in the day.
My publication
does it's libertarian, so it's
right. We would not describe ourselves as on the right,
but it does actual reporting.
Yeah. So does National Review does. There are interest. There are the magazine space, print magazine space is usually, no matter what the ideology is often a place for good reporting and good narrative development and so on. But the rest of the industry, except for the magazine I write for, the rest of the industry is in shambles. Don't believe anything you read and or hear, except of course on our show. So I never lie to you. We wouldn't do that. Never. More Rising right after this.
Even a killer and a political thug like Russian President Vladimir Putin can be right. He gave a speech last week warning against the cancel culture and identity politics of the West. He said Russia had seen all this nonsense before with the communists destroying the culture.
Все это, как это, может быть, кому-то покажется неожиданным, мы в России уже проходили. У нас тут уже было. В большевики после революции 1917 года, опираясь на догмы марксизма Маркса и Энгельса, глядя на происходящее в ряде западных стран, мы с изумлением узнаем отечественные практики, которые сами, к счастью, оставили, надеюсь, в далеком прошлом. Борьба за равноправие и против дискриминации превращается в агрессивный догматизм на грани абсурда, когда великих авторов прошлого, того же Шекспира, перестают преподавать в школах и университетах. Потому что они, эти идеи, являются, как там считают, отсталыми. Классики объявляют отсталыми, не понимающими важности гендерного или расового вопроса.
Who knew that Putin was a Shakespeare lover? I suspect his favourite play must be Macbeth, all that killing of the opponents. And sure enough, the ABC, our supposedly national broadcaster, also last week showed exactly what Putin was warning about. It started with Q&A host Stan Grant asking perhaps our greatest Shakespearean actor, John Bell, why he didn't have an equal love for actually imaginary masterpieces that were never really written by Aborigines centuries ago. Aborigines who didn't actually have an alphabet.
You talked before about your introduction to Shakespeare and what grabbed you. The voices that are not heard here, the Iliads and the Odysseys that have been written here over 60,000 years. Did that not speak to you and Shakespeare did?
And then came the attacks on Shakespeare. First of all, it was too white, like the Europeans who added such glory to Western civilization.
But Shakespeare is used as the poster boy, right, for Western civilization being the best?
No, I don't agree with that. I'd say Michelangelo or Beethoven